Welcome, everyone, for joining us today, and a special welcome to our newest board members, Carla Chambers, Ben Dumling, and Shonda Ferrari. I am so pleased that you're all three here in person as well. This is my first meeting as chair, and well, please be patient with me as I find my way here. I will review a few items before we begin today's information sessions. Our morning will include an orientation set with a series of facilitated items for our board to engage with each other and with staff. Our afternoon will be geared to participating in a virtual tour about non-regulatory forest management actions, including shared stewardship. I would like to thank everyone for coming together and working collaboratively to make these unique events happen today. We will be streaming this public event on YouTube, so to ensure our viewers online can follow along with today's events, remember to identify yourself for the record and as we move through the agenda items. Everyone participating or presenting, please silence cell phones and limit background noises. Remember to use the mute feature when you are not speaking. If your video is enabled, feel free to disable it if you need to step away, and you can use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF support team in Salem during the meeting. Breaks can be taken intermittently throughout the day, and I will work with the Salem support team on communicating these to the board members and to guest presenters. With today's event being informal, I encourage board members to speak up and engage with one another and staff. During the orientation, our facilitator will moderate, field questions, and generally keep us on track. For the tour, if board members have any clarifying questions to ask, I recommend using the raise hand function. This way, our tour guide can track and appropriately respond to our questions. For each part of the day, we are scheduled to have some time to discuss among each other, ask questions, and share any final thoughts as we close out each session. Additionally, members of the public, we understand your interest with the board's activities. Therefore, we open today's information sessions to be viewed online, and general comment can be provided to the board as you can see fit, but no testimony will be available for today's event. With that, any questions? If none, I will move on to the roll call. For our new board members, it is customary to perform a roll call before we begin with proceeding with board items. This ensures a quorum is present. So with that, make sure you are unmuted as I go down our list. Carla Chambers.
Here.
Ben Dumling. Here. Shonda Ferrari.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Here.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And myself, Jim Kelly, here. Okay, let us proceed with agenda item 1. Peter, can you introduce our facilitator and start us off on item 1?
Thanks, Jim. Welcome to the April Board of Forestry meeting. This meeting is designed to introduce and orient new board members with one another, returning board members, and agency executives. I'm pleased with the opportunity to work with a new board chair to ensure a high-functioning board. I'm especially excited to revise the board's vision of sustainable forestry in Oregon in the context of the greatest threat our forests have ever faced, climate change. It is fitting that this meeting is occurring in April, recently proclaimed by Governor Brown as the first ever Oregon Arbor Month. Quote, because trees are vital to our individual and communal well-being and future prosperity, and because all Oregonians have a stake in the future health and replenishment of our urban and rural forest, there should be more than a single day or a week to participate in these activities, unquote. In past years, when activities took place during Oregon Arbor Week, the first week in April, the wide variations in climate across a big state like Oregon meant that many places were having to schedule their spring plantings and celebrations after it had ended. So with the full month, all activities can take place under the umbrellas, and all communities have the flexibility to schedule activities when they make the most sense locally. So this morning's session will end with an overview of the forestry program for Oregon, followed by an afternoon virtual tour, which will provide real context, landowner perspective, and examples of how the department works to implement the board's strategic goals. The tour will share some of the realities, benefits, and challenges to forest management decisions relative to non-regulatory, voluntary, and incentivized approaches. We hope this three-stop virtual tour, the board and individuals viewing online will consider the importance of building external partnerships to promote stewardship agreements and advance the board's goals. How state funding to provide incentive assistance to family forest landowners is minimal. And collaboration through the planning process is not only a value, but required to make these agreements successful. Gaining an understanding of how complex these plans are and how these agreements are developed for site-specific landscapes in which they will be implemented. This tour will provide a glimpse of how the department's coordination and technical expertise are essential to helping make these opportunities available to family forest landowners. Additionally, hopefully you'll recognize how shared stewardship approach leverages available funding source and requires the expertise to engage a broader spectrum of constituents when prioritizing finite resources across a landscape to achieve forest management goals across all lands. So after lunch, Private Forest Division Chief Kyle Abraham will set the stage for the collaborative efforts at Port Blakely, Bauman Tree Farm, and the department staff who helped develop this first virtual tour. So I will now introduce our facilitator, Robin Harkless, who is Senior Project Manager with the National Policy Consensus Center in Oregon's Public Policy Alternative Dispute Resolution Program, Oregon Consensus, housed at Portland State University in the School of Government. In her current and previous professional roles, Robin has provided collaborative governance consultation and facilitation services to state agencies and boards and their publics in natural resources, health and recreation, as well as federal land managers and regulatory agencies, Pacific Northwest tribal governments, and various community groups. Robin previously served on a statewide Citizen Initiative Review Commission, which sat within the Secretary of State. She has also worked previously with this board at the retreat in 2019 and currently consults with the department on strategies for the forestry program for Oregon revision, process planning for our climate change and carbon plan, strategic visioning with the state forest divisions, recreation, education, and interpretation program. And now she will work with the 2021 transitioning board. Robin?
Hi, Peter. Thanks for the introduction, and hello to the board members. I wish I could be with you in person. And I wish I could see you a little more clearly. They're pretty small icons here on my computer screen. Yeah, I see some waves. Hi, Ben. So yeah, this today has been set up really to invite some just kind of, it's a bit of a meet and greet for the board and also an opportunity for your public to hear at least kind of a quick introduction of each of you to each other and to your public. So we don't have a lot of time. I wish we had more time. And of course, in a more ideal world, we would all be together. But we'll do our best and just really invite you to kind of sit back and also lean in with each other and maybe try to get to know each other a little bit as you're launching as your new board is now established. So with that, I would like to just invite the board to share with each other just some insights about you and sort of what brings you to this work. So I think how we'll do it, and actually one thing I checked on is use of the chat function. We prefer that we not use the chat function to do any sort of like dialogue with each other today, but really just to speak with each other so that we can both capture it for the public and also for you to have a chance to hear each other's voices. But the first question I have for you is, just a little bit of background about yourself, potentially relevance to your work here with the board, and sort of what brought you, what brought you to want to serve on the board of forestry. So Jim, you'll kick this off, and then you can just pass it to someone else on the board, and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, I think at first glance, my background probably does not make one immediately think that this man is qualified for the Board of Forestry. But I grew up in Portland. Grew up in a family with a family business, a contracting business that was in the basement of our home. A big Irish Catholic family, of which I was the baby of 8. And I have twin brothers that are 2 years older than me. And as I've told, and people think this is a joke, that typically one would hold me while the other would beat me. And my wife describes, if you really want to understand Jim's personality, focus on that. Anyhow, I grew up, as I said, in Portland and parochial schools and the whole big Irish Catholic family background. After college, I dropped out and came back to Portland and actually worked in the family business for a while, learned how to became a carpenter. But I started at, I think, age 23 or 24, what was then, this was in the 70s, a junk store. But the idea was to salvage architectural items from houses and buildings being torn down and be able to resell those to people who were restoring homes. And it was a very, very small operation to begin with, and then slowly grew through the years to the point that we started manufacturing lighting and hardware for historic buildings and homes, and not knowing better, trying to sell those throughout the country through catalog and eventually through the internet, as well as the store in Portland, and opened a couple more stores, and then almost went under with the recession, but at that point, I had been running the company for 35 years and sold it to Williams-Sonoma. So it is now one of their brands. And so they have stores throughout the country. Overlap with that, at one point, I was better at starting a business than really running it, and had others that as the company grew larger under my ownership that really ran things. And so my wife and I purchased a ranch, and a very rundown ranch in Eastern Oregon back in 1999. So we went from knowing absolutely, having no business and knowing nothing about ranching and raising cattle, and now have done that for 22 years and increased the size of the ranch. And really, we're not talking, we've been very hands-on. We have one employee, our lead cowboy, but other than that, pretty much do things ourselves. And so that's been our life. And I think, that what is my unique experience is this having experience of both that pretty deep experience at this point of rural life, as well as my background in the city. And I've always been, really curious and wanting to understand the cultural and all the other ways that we have been divided between urban and rural. And And so it's been a tremendous experience to be able to see the good in people in these different walks of life, and to understand where people are coming from. It's frustrating, very frustrating to watch, and to see the challenges that rural people face. And that's, that's why this is part of why our work is so difficult, because here we are trying to deal with things like climate change, and at the same time try to keep these industries vibrant, and these communities whole. So it's really tough work, but I'm glad to be here doing it.
Thanks, Jim. You can just pass it on to whomever, next board member.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to join this board, and thank you for the warm welcome. Jim, growing up in Eastern Oregon in a now 5th generation family cattle ranch and wheat ranch, it'll take you 50 years before the neighbors over there are going to really think you'll make it. So you have a ways to go. Yeah.
Oh, and I understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I grew up in Sherman County, and one of 6 kids. We milked cows and had all kinds of chores, and made my way to Oregon State. It was assumed that my brothers would take over the ranch and that I would go to college and that I would pay for it. And fortunately was able to do that, where I met my husband, and at 24 and 25, we founded a farming and food processing company, Stallbush Island Farms. And I studied agricultural economics and finance, and have spent the last 36 years, building a private business, working in the international markets, working in the food markets, and also serving on, some boards, and spent almost 20 years working with the Federal Reserve boards and councils, and 16 years on the Ford Family Foundation board, and was on the Board of Agriculture, and serve on, a couple on the Hampton Affiliates board. But it's really a pleasure to serve on the Board of Forestry, because I think it, unlike any time in the history, whether it's the weather, or just all the challenges, facing this industry, how we manage our natural resources today is a real challenge. And we see that in farming. There's just so many things that we do differently today than we did even 4 and 5 years ago. And I think with all of these fires and all the financial pressures on this department, there's just more unprecedented needs and challenges. And I'm really looking forward to serving with these new board members. And I think one of our goals is to help change the conversation and the tone, and how can we really make a difference in, helping this agency in the state of Oregon. So it's a pleasure to be here.
It's looking like we're going to be going alphabetically, and the new board members are lined right up, so go for it.
Thank you, Jim. So yeah, I spent the morning this morning. I was up at 5:30 coordinating loggers and log trucks on our forest. We're in the midst of a logging project right now, and so I wear a couple different hats. I'm a 5th generation Oregonian, and I'm raising the 6th generation in our little forest, the Xena Forest, just west of Salem here. And my great-great-grandfather started the sawmill in downtown Portland at First and Mill Street in the 1860s, I think. So there was a long history of timber in my family. There was a 3 or 4 generation gap, and my parents came back into the timber industry. And the theme for me of working in the forest and working with trees is it's home. I've lived in the forest all my life. That's just in a very personal and meaningful way, the forests are where I feel at home. And I am very excited about this opportunity to be on this board. I've sort of looked up to this board for many years as something that wouldn't that be nice if I could be here someday? And careful what you wish for. Here I am. Along with managing our family forest, we also run a sawmill and millwork operation. I've for many years tried to figure out how do we make the most of this little patch of forest that we have. How do I make a living, raise a family, support a number of other employees on a small parcel of forest? And so to that end, I've worked for many years to come up with new wood products that we can make and new things we can do with these more non-traditional species, our hardwoods that grow in Western Oregon. And we make a lot of hardwood flooring and lumber. And so I've seen the wood products industry, both from the silvicultural sides as well as the manufacturing and wood products sides. And I'm fascinated by all elements of that. And I'm a geek and a wonk, and I like these policy issues that are in front of the board. I'm fascinated by them. And I am very much looking forward to working with all of you and the folks on the screen as well, to dig through these issues. And there's things I feel very strongly about, and I'm excited for this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, Chandra, you're up.
Okay, excellent. Well, I just want to echo what my fellow new board members have said. I'm thrilled to be joining along with them, and it's been fascinating to hear a lot of their conversations and their hopes for this board, because I think we all mirror each other really well in what we're hoping to be able to produce on this board. And so for that, I'm really grateful, and grateful to join all the rest of you as well. And similar to Jim, and I'm not sure my resume immediately is clear as to why I might be qualified to be sitting here either. My career has been spent working as an attorney and a policy advisor on complex natural resource issues. And I think that really is the tie-in here. And it's been trying to find, durable solutions in that space that protect resources in a manner that is feasible for folks and based on the best available information. And as we know, that's a really challenging thing to do in really any natural resource space. And so I think that is my connection here. And my interest in natural resources, though, began a lot earlier than my career. I also grew up in Oregon in a small town, Harrisburg. It's an agricultural town. And I was able to tromp around through our forests and outdoor spaces and appreciated that. And I had a really immediate connection to fish and wildlife resources. And that was really what drove me. And at that point, all the environmental initiatives of the time were recycling. And, I got really into that kind of stuff. And it moved me to think we need to really preserve our resources for the future. And, but I also had the benefit of working on a farm and living in an agricultural town. And my family had a small business down in Harrisburg as well during that period. And so, you really got to see a lot of folks that, the livelihoods and the communities depend on using natural resources. But at the same time, a lot of these folks, they're avid hunters, anglers, they appreciate conservation. So there's, dynamic interplay and a recognition that there's a lot of complex individuals out there that want multiple things too, right? And have an interest in that. So you can't necessarily just pick a side, right? All these things are interrelated. So to that end, I decided that I was going to go to UC Davis for college because I wanted to further my animal science studies, which I did. I got an animal science and management degree. Thought I was headed on the path of being a veterinarian, but got sideways on that at some point. It didn't really fit exactly. And so ended up in law, and recognizing that you can, work to protect fish and wildlife and water quality and all those things through that space. And so out of school, I got a job at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, working a lot in the regulatory space. So understanding Endangered Species Act, and again, how you implement a regulatory program in a way that is feasible and doesn't hopefully prompt people to come at you from all sides, although sometimes that, that happens. So anyway, I guess long story short is I made my way back up to Oregon with my family. I currently have 4 kids at home schooling, and we do everything we can to get outdoors right now. And we're really struck by last summer when it was really difficult to do that because of the fire season. And, again, just goes to show how important it is, how we're managing our forests. And so my interest in our forests is both personal and professional. And really is through the lens of wanting to ensure that, we have the programs, policies, tools, funding that we need to sustainably manage our forests. And that hopefully we're really well equipped to tackle the long-term challenges that are already here, like climate change. So anyway, I'm again really thrilled to be here and really look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, you are up.
All right. Good morning from LeGrand, Oregon. I'm a little bit jealous you all are there together. I've had a chance to talk with all of you on the phone. I appreciate you reaching out to me. And good to see you, Jim and Brenda. I grew up in St. Helens, Oregon, just north of Portland. And it's interesting, Ben saying, I am a 5th generation Oregonian also. Very proud of that. I was raised by, I like to tell people, I was raised by teachers. And always thought that I would go into education as a profession. But then I went to work for an organization called the Oregon Department of Forestry in college, which basically turned me on to forestry. I actually met a stewardship forester and talked to him about it and got me kind of thinking about that. I ended up graduating from, Oregon State University in 1993 with a forest management degree, which was actually a terrible time to come out with a forest management degree. It was 1993. There wasn't much work. But that started me on a path of working primarily. I've worked in industry, worked for a variety of different, from integrated forest products companies. And currently now I work for Hancock Forest Management, which is a TIMO, a timber investment management organization in LeGrand. I like to tell people, I've been a dirt forester and now I'm a carpet forester. And if you're in my business, you would know what that means. I used to trudge up and down the Coast Range, following tree planters, putting in riparian area, RMAs, doing broadcast burning, everything associated with being a dirt forester. In 2000, I got brought to Eastern Oregon. I've always had ties to Eastern Oregon, and especially Northeastern Oregon. I have family. This is where a lot of my family is from, is north, kind of actually John Day, and actually as far east as in a little place called Imnaha, Oregon, which they say it's not the end of the world, but you can see it from there. And I think you probably can. But if anybody have ever had the chance to go to Imnaha, you would understand that. So I guess I've just always had a connection to natural resources. Working in the summers, I had the chance when I was growing up working on a cattle ranch, which I think really kind of got me inspired by just kind of natural resources and such. And then that kind of led me to my education in forestry. I've really had the benefit of working a lot over the years with the Department of Forestry, with the Forest Practices Act, working with stewardship foresters. They used to be called forest practices foresters back in the day, but stewardship foresters over the years. So I've actually worked directly with the department, professionally served on associations with the Department of Fire associations, a variety of things over the years, which has now kind of led me to where I am today. My other real passion is maybe not surprisingly education. That's something I tell people. My family, education, and forestry are kind of things that I'm very, very passionate about. Excuse me. I've served 11 years on the local school board in LeGrand. I'm very proud of that work. That can be, if anybody's ever served on a local school board, that can be somewhat challenging, different, but challenging, a very diverse group of people. But I'm very proud of the work that I've been a part of. I've learned a lot about board work by serving on a LeGrand School Board, and very proud of that work. And I'm really optimistic about our future here with this board, and I'm really looking forward to the work that we're all going to do together for the people of Oregon. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Brenda, you are up.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. It's not often that M comes at the end of the alphabet here, so thanks for that. So a little background on me. I grew up on a small dairy farm in New England that went under after a few years. I remember watching the cows get loaded up into a truck and sold when the whole place went under. But our neighbors had a dairy farm that did hang on by a thread. And so I worked there for all through high school and realized by the end of high school that milking 60 to 70 cows twice a day was really not what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. So I went to the University of Connecticut and earned a degree in natural resources conservation, and then stayed on there for a master's in wildlife management. And that's when I got the research bug. I really enjoyed research. I also was a teaching assistant and I enjoyed teaching. So I moved to Louisiana State University in Baton Rouge and worked on a PhD down there, was able to succeed in that effort. And really from that point on became an academic. So I moved to the University of Kentucky, worked there in the Department of Forestry for 8 years. And then a position opened up at Oregon State University, and I was fortunate to get that. Moved out to Corvallis, worked at OSU for 10 years, loved it. It was a place I really felt like I was home, but it's not where the family was. The family was back east. So after 10 years at OSU, I moved back to the University of Massachusetts for 13 years as the department head and then as an associate dean. But my heart was still always in Oregon. So a position opened up as department head at OSU in the Department of Forest Ecosystems and Society. I applied for that and was fortunate to get it. So I moved back to Corvallis and worked as department head for a few years, then as the dean of the graduate school for about 5 years, and then as vice provost for a year. While I was at OSU, I served on the very first OSU Board of Trustees, which was fascinating. It was my first experience on a large state board like that. Enjoyed it a lot. But in 2015, after some 40 years in academia, I decided that retirement seemed like a pretty good gig. So I retired, but never completely left academia. I worked as an interim dean of students and associate vice provost at Stanford for a year after I retired from OSU. I still advise grad students. I still teach a few grad courses online. And so I still keep my fingers in academia. But I also serve on the Board of Forestry, obviously, and have enjoyed it. It's been great to work with colleagues like Jim and Joe, and I'm looking forward to working with the new board members as well. I also serve as the Board of Forestry's representative to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, which has been fascinating. I've really enjoyed that, serving on that board as well. So here we are with a new board and really looking forward to seeing what we can do together over the next few years.
Well, that's quite the collective portfolio. It's so fascinating to hear from each of you just kind of where you come from and sort of what was the path to get you to this particular board. Some of you touched on some of your aspirations for working on and with the board, and I'd like to just invite you to share a little bit more, and we'll just do a go around again. Maybe we'll switch the order up a little bit. So Jim, if you're okay, I'll call on people this time around. But the question now is, what are your aspirations for your time on the board? And with that, is there anything in particular that you feel you could best contribute or want to contribute to this work? And why don't we start with Chandra this time?
Geez, thank you, Robin.
No pressure.
Yeah. That's a meaty question. Okay, what would I like to accomplish? What do I want the board to accomplish? That's our question, right?
Yeah, just maybe just kind of an aspirational goal that you have, and if you'd like to offer something that you personally would like to contribute to that.
Okay. Well, aspirationally, and I think we're going to talk about this a little bit more. We've talked about being able to take a look at the forestry program for Oregon, right? We get this opportunity to chart the vision and how we'd like to see some of the forest practices play out over the next currently 8 years, I believe it would be. And so I feel like that is a fantastic opportunity for us to consider, whether or not we've got a framework in place that is best tailored to achieve the goals that we want, particularly considering, again, that we've got all of these large scale challenges, including climate change. And I would really like to see a program that is really clear about what it's trying to accomplish, but also realistic about what it's trying to accomplish. And that I think we could enhance our transparency and accountability with the public by including metrics that we check in on. And that include some broader range goals that are a little bit more clear as it relates to how we're tackling some of the climate change related challenges. I think that is one key piece that I'm interested in and like to see further fleshed out over this next term. But one of the things I had said earlier, and I think this is true, I want to take a broader look. I don't myself have 100% understanding of every program and policy and tool in the funding picture that we have right now. I know there are challenges with all of those different things. And so I think it is an opportunity for us to have a better understanding of what has been working well, what is the challenges that we've encountered with each of those things, and identifying some potential modifications to address those things. And so that is all very broad based, right? But I don't really want to get too far into the weeds. I think things that I'm particularly interested in, again, are some clear goals around climate change, just taking a look at the structure that we have that's guiding our decision-making on this board and whether or not that's the right structure. And then I'm really interested in seeing some of these broader range planning processes play out, including the habitat conservation plan, forest management plan. I think that is a fantastic opportunity to be looking more at an ecosystem level and seeing if we can get some durable protections in place over a long term. And I think that is a place that I can contribute. I do have a background in some of that Endangered Species Act work, but also on the water quality side of things. That's something that I've been really interested in as well, is how forest management contributes to riparian function and beneficial water quality.
Great,
sorry.
thank you. Joe. It's like a hot potato.
Sorry, but yeah, it's obviously here I go. Well, okay, Robin. Well, I guess, what I'm probably really interested in is, and I'll say this over and over again, is working towards solutions as a board, and understanding these solutions that we reach are often not perfect, and we're trying to get towards better, right? One step closer to better. And not letting perfection getting in the way of that. I'm very interested, I guess, from just a philosophy of board work in that regard. I think also something that you always hear me, or something I'm very interested in, is how the decisions we are making are affecting people of Oregon. I live in a rural, poor area that's affected a great deal by natural resources, and the decisions we have, or decisions we potentially make, affect people. And so that's something I'm very interested in, and will always be very sensitive. I live, work in a small community that's heavily impacted by natural resources, and including forestry and the decisions that potentially this board makes. I think one of the things that how I can contribute is I've worked in forestry my entire career. I've worked with the Forest Practices Act. I've seen the act work. I've seen the effects of the act and what happens with the act. I'm really pleased that our tour today is talking about some voluntary actions that are taking place in the state of Oregon, because I don't think that we often talk a lot about that or understand a lot about that. I personally see that. I personally am part of projects that are voluntary projects, how we can really focus, the rules that we create are general rules that we tend to try to adapt to, large areas and so on. And there's times where voluntary measures can be really specific and really impactful and really powerful. And so I'm really happy to see that we're talking about that. I don't think we talk about that enough, but I think that's something that my experience just working both in Western Oregon and Eastern Oregon and seeing the act work and seeing the regulations and how they're employed on the landscape is a place that I think I can contribute because I've had that experience. So thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Carla.
Okay, thank you. My interest really developed as a result of serving on the governor's wildfire council. And numbers really speak to me. And I think an area that I can contribute is really in the financial big picture. Hopefully I will do my best to contribute in that arena. When I look at my husband and I, we're the first farm in the United States to be certified sustainable and through a third-party certification. And that sustainability model really looks at your entire operation. And with a real goal of taking a long view over the next generation, over the next 45 years or under our watch with this natural resource, how are we really going to improve this? And you'd never say, wow, I hope I leave this operation to my children in worse condition, right? You would never do that as in a family business. You're always trying to improve the soil, improve the health, whether it's forest health or soil health. Your goal is to really improve that natural resource under your watch. When I look at the challenges that we face, this department has spent $438 million in 5 years on fire cost. I worked with the Federal Reserve Board to the Minneapolis and St. Paul, or the Minneapolis and San Francisco economists. We put a 10 to 15x multiplier on that of what the real true cost of those fires are. It's not just the cost of firefighting, but you go to these 7 rural communities that were so heavily impacted. And, whether it's the 5,000 homes lost or the structures or the wheat crops or the fences or the outbuildings or the damage to, just that total cost is somewhere in the 11 to 15x multiplier. We've burned almost 10% of our forest acreage, or over 3 million acres of our Oregon forests. And the first meeting, the U.S. Forest Service scientists told us to expect 3 to 4 times that over the next 30 to 40 years. Well, that's pretty alarming. And, the trees burned, the wildlife lost, the rural economies really disproportionately impacted through these fires. The accounts receivable, the way it impacts this agency's budget, and then we try and collect from the federal agencies and how long that takes. And of course, we've got some internal work to do, but between lawsuits and fires, just the downdraft on this department's resources is very, very real. So my goal in serving is to help with the financial viability and to really take a look at that. How do we make improvements internally? But how are we really going to deal with this if these scientists are right and we've got 3 to 4x more of this coming our direction? I really want to help this board in changing the tone and the conversation. We do impact many people's lives, and I never want to lose sight of that. I want to help promote healthier forests, not on paper, but in real viable. We farm in the same weather that you are all applying forest practices. And there's a lot of things that we do differently as a result of this. And how do we genuinely promote healthier forests in this environment? thing I learned from the Wildfire Council is our burnable fuels load in Oregon is unprecedented. And listening to the firefighters and these forest fires burn so hot, it's, you know, putting their lives in danger. And you just look at the circle of sustainability around this whole picture, and I think we just really need to challenge where we're at. And, you know, how are we going to do better for the next 45 to 50 years? And how do we all need to change? Maybe get off the extreme shelves. How do we all need to change in this environment to improve our situation going forward? And in public policy, I think we often look at the first order consequence, but in economics, we were taught to learn at the second and third order consequence. And that's just a really important thought process, because what looks good on paper is, I think we have a hard time seeing that second and third impact. And certainly what has happened has had tremendous impact the last 40 years on these rural communities, rural counties, rural economies. And we need to think really hard about, you know, turning that around. Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you, Carla. Let's go to Brenda.
Thank you, Robin. I think maybe my personal philosophy on serving on a state board is probably important here. You know, whether I served on the Board of Trustees or the Board of Forestry or OWEB, my intent is to try to represent the views and values of all Oregonians, regardless of where they live, and over the full range of identities that are represented in Oregonians. So that means that there are folks who value forests in very different ways. And it's important to try, at least I try, to ensure that all of those different ways are considered in whatever policy decisions we make or whatever management decisions are made. So that's my philosophy of serving on the board. But then my interest really comes from having conducted forest ecology and management research for over 40 years. And my goal is to ensure that whatever policies that we develop or whatever management actions are proposed, that those are based upon the best available science. And by that, I mean the refereed literature. And that's always changing. That is not something that's static. It's something that changes year by year, day by day even. And because I've been engaged in research for so long, I do try to stay up on the refereed literature as well as I can. And I want to be sure that whether we're talking about carbon sequestration and storage, or climate adaptation, or creating forests that are more resistant or resilient to fires that will occur in the future, or we're talking about water quality issues, or an HCP and protecting endangered species, that we're coming back to the refereed literature as the basis for making those decisions. So that's my philosophy, and that's kind of my guiding view in terms of serving on the board.
Thanks, Brenda. Ben.
Thank you, Robin. So I guess I'll start this off by I'm learning fast about how state government works, and learning about the role that I have on this board, the role the board has in the department and in the state. And so I'm not new to trees and wood products and forests, but I'm not even new to policy issues, but I'm new to this state government and the workings here. So all of this is sort of tempered. All of my issues and ideas are sort of tempered by I'm still learning. But I see from my own personal experience with our forest, I see things through a climate change and carbon lens for the most part these days. And we've lost about 10% of our Douglas fir trees in our forest over the last decades due to drought and heat stress. And it's very real. I'm seeing very real changes. And on our forest have been innovating and trying to come up with new ways to grow a resilient forest for the future. And our forest is not a microcosm of the state's forests, but it's a lens through which I have been looking at trees and thinking about how do we ask those questions about what the forest looks like in 50 to 100 years. And when you're managing a forest in a static climate, that is a fairly easy answer to find. In a changing climate, that's a moving target that no one has the clear answer for that. And but it's a question that I keep asking, and it's one I will be asking here on the board is how do we grow trees into the future? How do we have resilient forests into the future? And I think there's a lot of innovation that we can bring to the table. And I'm interested in bringing my perspective with wood products and the role that growing trees has in the products we can make out of those trees, and the larger sort of implications from a carbon perspective, from an economic perspective of how we can leverage this amazing resource that we as Oregonians have. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jim.
I know we're going to run a little bit short on time, so the next question here was, what commitments do I have? So I'll go right to there. I think, the first commitment that I want to talk about is the commitment to have this a high functioning board. And it's easy to say that, but at this point, I look at the relationship that I have with Brenda and Joe. We all like each other. We like working together, and I think we're all so excited to have the three of you, the different backgrounds and perspectives, and all. Just really, I'm speaking, I'm sure for the three of us, that we're. It's been a long time since we've had a full board or something close to a full board. So we're very excited. One of the things that Brenda and Joe and I complained about is that we had a less than dynamic onboarding process. We all came on at the same time. And I think we suffered some because of that. So we kind of got after the department, and I definitely want to congratulate the department. The department responded with what appears to me to be a very dynamic onboarding plan and process for you guys. And that's, I think, speaks to a commitment that I'll say that I have now, which is to focus a little bit more on the soft side, so that we can develop the trust of and not just speak past each other as we get into all of these difficult issues. And that requires things like what we are doing right now as part of this onboarding process, taking the time, learning a little bit about each other, and the great work that staff has done, the executive team has done to do what we're doing today. I'm committed that we will, we are constrained by law in certain areas in terms of our interactions for good reasons, but committed that we will continue to try to do everything we can to get to know each other and to build trust. Also, we've obviously been hugely constrained by COVID, but I want to push as hard as we can to move beyond those boundaries, and to return a place to where we have that public input that we used to have, and also to where we get out in the community and do the tours together and have meetings outside of Salem. it's really a lot of work to get that done. And we put a lot on staff and executive team and Hillary and all when we push for those things, but I will push for those. The other commitment I want to talk about, and we're going to talk about it more, is, and I'll preface this by saying that I've often been accused of, and will admit to being pathologically optimistic. And I think we all are going to need to be pathologically optimistic going forward to do what we want. Because what I want is I want us to end up being the climate smart forestry leader in the United States and have Oregon be that. And at the same time, I want to retain a vibrant industry as well as a vibrant circumstance for smaller family operations, and that our rural communities not suffer. And that does take a pathological optimism, but that is my commitment.
Great, thank you all. I have been informed we can go a little bit longer on this agenda item. So we'll take advantage of that since the conversation is just so rich, and it seems really important for each of you and collectively to be able to have this discussion as you go into more of your business meetings and your work meetings. You might not have as much opportunity, and hopefully, as Jim said, there will be chance for this group in the coming year or a couple of years to be able to go do field tours and actually get together. But I want to just put a little bit of a frame around some of the things that you all were just talking about. I'm going to share my screen briefly and just food for thought as you're embarking on this work together. And Jim, you kind of played into this really well in the comments that you just made. But in my discipline, which is mediation, negotiation, it also is widely used in organizational development, the field of organizational development. There is a frame around this idea of effective groups. And this is a very simple graphic. I adapted it from the kind of original, which was called A Triangle of Satisfaction in the Mediation Process by Christopher Moore. But it's a really simple graphic that shows kind of the three-legged stool of what makes for effective groups. In this context, when you're dealing with complex, contentious public policy decision-making, it can be helpful to orient to the three elements that make for effective groups. That the parties, in your case, the board members, and by extension, the public, need to have three areas tended to, and that there's a balance there. One, that there's clear, understood, and fair process and procedures for getting the work done. So part of, I think, where Jim was suggesting that, this kind of helpful, thorough onboarding process in which board members come to understand the ways in which you conduct your business, how you make decisions, how items get added to agendas, all of the procedural things that allow you to do your work and make decisions, that's clear and fair and understood. The second is that there's some focus on relationship building and good working relationships, which leads to things like trust. And that's as important. It's simple as offering 5 minutes on your agenda to check in with each other. It's as kind of extensive as going on field trips and making sure you're able to share meals together. There's a lot of different ways that this plays out, but that there's meaning and value to making sure that the sort of the emotional content of an individual in the group is taken care of. And then thirdly, of course, is the substantive piece. So, the information that you need that's relevant to a decision is there and available, and that you can, that it leads to results. So what should be the most challenging for all of you, given the complex nature of your work, is the substantive. Very complex. As Brenda suggested, there's kind of new information coming in daily. And as some of you explored in your previous retreat back in 2019 around wicked problems, your challenge is to make the leap from kind of having that information and developing that into a public policy decision. If the procedural and relational elements are healthy and clear, you're more likely to be effective at deliberating on substance and reaching good outcomes. So it's just food for thought. And as you consider this, what are the ways that as you're thinking about this coming into this work, and many of you have experience working in other board spaces and other group, obviously, and many of you work in different group decision-making spaces. But what ideas do you have, or what do you want to kind of queue up as important with each other about how the board can be effective in making sound substantive policy decisions, building good working relationships, or clarifying or improving processes? So you have a little bit of time just to maybe do one more go around to see, what ideas or needs you might have at this juncture as you're kind of starting out. And I'll just start with Joe.
Okay. Okay. I was going to speak up there, Robin. Thanks. One thing in my experience, working on a board that's really important, and I've said this before, is really no surprises. We should always be working towards no surprises, and I believe that, and because that's about trust, that's about respect, that's about and so I think that's really important in our relationships, is that when we reach board meetings, we're not being surprised with things. We're not being, so that sounds simple, but it's also really important. The other thing I guess I would say, and this is something I work very hard on myself here of late, kind of while I've been on this board, quite frankly, is we all come into this work with our own bias, and bias is a natural thing, right? I mean, we all have our own life experiences and we talked about those life experiences, which has been great. And we have developed, our own biases, and that's part of the human condition, right? I mean, we have our thoughts, but I think to grow, we have to often challenge those things. If we're willing to challenge some of those biases, I think that's also very important, because then you can be open and objective and begin to think maybe sometimes a little differently. I think that's very, very important. So that's what I'd offer.
Thank you. How about Brenda?
Yeah, I think Joe hit on some key pieces. One is, well, in your three-legged stool, Robin, keeping up with the most current information is always a challenge. The processes, I think, are pretty well ingrained, but maybe there's some improvements that can be made there. I think the one piece that we really have to work on are the interpersonal relationships to build trust. And by that, I mean that we trust each other, even if we don't agree with each other, and we won't agree with each other. It comes to Joe's comment about bias. I think we need to work really hard to understand our own explicit and implicit biases. But we're all going to come to the table with some different ideas about what the best path forward is. And we need to do that in a respectful and trustful way. And if there are surprises along the way that kind of erode that trust, then the function of the board is really going to suffer. So we just need to keep that in mind.
Thank you. Jim?
I would add to the no surprises. One of my rules is no surprises for staff either in a public meeting. I just out of respect to them. One thing, I take this work very seriously, and I think the value of the conversations that we can have one-on-one have been very valuable to me. Obviously, we cannot orchestrate where we make decisions outside of the public meetings. But I want to encourage all of you, I'm highly committed to this work. I personally am available and don't mind taking calls from any of you to discuss anything most anytime, except our evenings are kind of sacrosanct. And I might not, after a glass of wine, I don't know how valuable my input would be at that point. But I'm otherwise an early morning person and live in a place where it's okay that you expect the calls from your neighbors at 7 a.m. So I'll just lay that out there.
Thanks. Carla.
That's good. I told Jim the other day that 7 in the morning or 5:30 in the morning is a lot better for me than 8:30 at night. So I appreciate that. I think one thing we've often employed as a business practice is always going back to our mission, vision, and values. And this organization has a good mission, vision, and values. And the intellectual honesty to really challenge yourself and say, are these really words on a piece of paper? Or are we really doing this? And I think that's a really healthy conversation for a board to keep. We talk about good science. We talk about economic and community sustainability right in our mission statement. It's a one sentence and it's good. And I think that's very healthy, the intellectual honesty to challenge ourselves. Are we really moving this forward? And I couldn't agree more on the interpersonal relationships and getting to know these fellow board members. And I really look forward to that.
Great. Ben.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Joe, Brenda, and Jim for not only welcoming me, but your wise words of wisdom this morning. This is all, it's great. I think I'll echo some other comments about tours being very valuable. And that's where I learn best. That's where, especially with the work we are doing, we can read about forests in a study, in the newspaper, in the radio. We can hear about it from all different avenues, but without going out there and walking in the trees in the forest and talking to the people who have been there for decades, for a lifetime, for generations, and know those trees and know that place and the unique capacities and nuances of that little corner of this state. I think that's very valuable for us all to be out there and to really learn about these forests and the uniqueness of each little patch of trees. And I think that's very valuable for all of us as a board to immerse ourselves in. And I look forward to those opportunities.
Great. And Chandra.
Well, I think we're off to a good start because I can say I agree with everybody here already on everything they've said. So I guess I'm pretty much just restating what you've already heard, maybe in a slightly different way. But, when I think about wanting to be an effective board, in the substantive side, I think, that we need to be really clear about what we're trying to accomplish, what our priorities are, our mission, our purpose. And I know that we'll have opportunities to do that, but, making sure that from the beginning, we're all on the same page about what we're trying to do. And then to Carla's point, I think, we want to be results oriented. At the end of the day, are we making progress? Are we effective at achieving those things and moving the ball forward or not? And if we're not, that we have the space to consider changes to strategy. And then on the process side of things, to Ben's point, I think, thinking about interesting ways to receive information. I think we need to have a commitment to drawing on multiple sources of information and hearing from different perspectives. As a lot of folks have noted, there are a lot of folks that are interested in this forests and interested for different reasons in different ways. And there's a lot of different perspectives out there, and there's a lot of different places to get information. And I think we need to be proactive at getting that. And then on the relationship building, everything I heard is fantastic. I think we really want to be building a culture where we're, we have mutual respect, we have trust, and that we're promoting, I think I've heard the term and I like it, constructive debate, right? Like we can have differences, but it's moving us forward, and everyone appreciates where it's coming from, and we synthesize it. And I think that's a good way to proceed.
Excellent. Well, we do need to move on. I think you've got your executive team will be kind of providing some high level info on what work is in front of you. But I would just encourage you as you're moving forward in this work together that you kind of like do a pass back through those three elements and just check in and see, are they all being tended to? Is there balance there? And if something's off balance, then, it might be a signal to the chair or to the rest of the board that, you want to focus on one of those elements if it's not, being tended to, and just see how that kind of creates, effectiveness for your board. Just really excited to see where you all go with all of this work. I'm very excited that you're all aboard. So thank you. And I think I'm turning it to Jim to turn it to others now.
Sure. I'd like to move it to the next item on the agenda. I think at some point, either now or in about 25 minutes from now, we'll probably want to fit in a 5-minute bathroom break. I'll look around. Is everybody okay to go a little longer? Okay, longer. All right. In that case, we're going to go to our next item, working with the executive team.
So hi, thanks. I'm back. I'm still Peter. And this is an introduction to your executive team, my executive team. There's 12 members in addition to myself. I think 13 is a lucky number. I'm the 13th state forester. I have a 13-person executive team. And they are your go-to support folks. As always, whenever you communicate around board topics, copy Hillary. It helps, but if you need something, and we'll introduce you to them in this next session. And Jim asked for a similar sort of thing. Where are you from? How did you get to where you are? And then we also asked them to talk about their key big rock sort of with the board. So I will start out. I grew up in Decatur, Georgia, a suburb northeast of Atlanta. But in the South, I was never viewed as a Southerner. When I spoke to locals, they would ask, "Where are you from, boy?" And I would reply, "Atlanta." And they would ask, "Where are your parents from?" And I would say, "Ohio." And they would go, "There you go." So I went to parochial school for my first 10 grades. My high school in downtown Atlanta, St. Joseph's, was small, 400 kids, and fully integrated, because the diocese couldn't afford separate but equal schools. So the angst around desegregation when it happened, and the resultant, albeit short-lived, interest in enrollment at St. Joseph's taught me irony. When I was 16, I experienced my first move as my family relocated to the San Gabriel Valley of Greater Los Angeles. I remember an evening about halfway through Texas when I realized I was going to a place where no one knew me and I could recreate myself however I wanted to be. But I did not like LA. The smog was so thick I couldn't see the San Gabriel Mountains 3 miles away, and the San Gabriel River was largely dry and concrete lined. And I experienced for the first time hidden pernicious racism. Don't get me wrong, the South is racist, but at least there it was out in the open. I didn't expect it in LA, where it was implemented through redlining and code words. My public high school was large, 4,000 students, and it had race riots the 2 years I was there. One upside was I did meet my future wife there. 2 years later, I fled Babylon for the San Francisco Bay Area and spent the next 18 years pursuing higher education, mostly living in the East Bay towns of Berkeley and Oakland. the birthplace of the Black Panthers, romping grounds for Tower of Power, Jefferson Airplane, Creedence, and the Grateful Dead. My wife pursued a profession in affirmative action, and we raised our young boys in Oakland. It was there I began to understand the value and power of diversity, equity, inclusion, and saw the long-lasting positive effects on children raised where diversity is the norm. I left Oakland to join academia at Northern Arizona University, School of Forestry and Forest Management, Ecological Economics. And as a naive assistant professor, I thought that tenure would not affect me. I was never so wrong. Speaking one's mind is much easier when you can't be fired for what you think or speak. So after 15 years in Flagstaff, my wife accepted a position of Director of Affirmative Action at University of Oregon. I became the trailing spouse, eventually joining the Department of Forestry in the Private Forest Division. Two reasons I was interested in ODF were the forestry programs for Oregon's commitment to sustainability and the department's working guidelines. Ironically, after giving up tenure, I found that with every promotion I achieved, I became more easily fired, reaching the pinnacle when I became state forester. But for some reason, I still feel like I have tenure. So that's a little bit of my background and how I ended up sitting here where I am today. So having moved every 15 to 18 years, except for one short stint in LA, I don't have any sense of place except where I actually am, which is an interesting place. When here in Oregon, you have to be at least 7 generations to, and then you're not even thinking about the people who are here time immemorial. So, but moving on to my role as board, I act as your secretary. And in this role, I work to ensure support for substantive board work, clear, effective governance, and strong relationships. And I'll be working closely with you on your governance, climate change work plan, the forestry program for Oregon revision, and financial oversight of the department. Those are really big rocks that we do need to make progress on, and you've all expressed interest in. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lena. I kind of thought I did.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Daugherty. For the record, I'm Lena Tucker. I serve as the Deputy State Forester, Deputy Director of Operations. I earned my bachelor's degree in forest management from Northern Arizona University. Go Lumberjacks. Peter and I missed each other. I think he started when I was dabbling in graduate school, so I don't remember him. I don't know how. If I would have met him, I'm sure I would have. Okay, Arizona, why forestry? I'm looking at Chandra because her story rings a bell for me. I was interested in wildlife and the outdoors. And when I went up to Northern Arizona to kind of peruse the halls and check it out, I headed for kind of the wildlife sciences, wildlife management, and there was nobody there. So I found this really cool old building called the Forestry School, and they welcomed me in and had a party and said, well, you can get wildlife management here and a whole lot more, because it was an integrated program. So that's what I did. I started working for ODF as a forester trainee in 1989 when I was still in college. My first ODF permanent position was a natural resource specialist in Astoria in '94. And since then, I've had the opportunity to work in a variety of positions across Oregon, State Forest Unit Forester in Grants Pass, Assistant to the Area Director in Eastern Oregon, District Forester for the South Cascade District, and then both the Deputy and the Division Chief for Private Forest here in Salem, and now the Deputy State Forester. These opportunities, which involved a lot of moving around the state, provided me with a breadth of experience that spans all 3 geographic areas and all of the department's major programs.
I've been active in several forestry-related organizations. I serve on my local Sweet Home Park and Tree Commission. I'm missing a budget meeting this morning to be here, but you're more important. Nationally, I was involved with the Sustainable Forestry Initiative, SFI, for over a decade, and I continue to serve on the National Association of State Foresters Forest Resource Management Subcommittee. And I'm also a longtime member of the Society of American Foresters. The Deputy State Forester by statute typically serves in the event of the state forester's absence. I fully accept that responsibility. And the Deputy State Forester is the inward facing position in the agency, focusing on operations. I do have a role in external communications, including legislative coordination, government-to-government liaison, the OFRI liaison, and various work groups, and whatever Peter asked me to do. You will most likely interact with me on legislative communication and government-to-government topics, and whatever Peter asked me to do. And I'm also available to step in for one of our division chiefs if they need me to. Lastly, I do want to leave you with some recognition that in our day-to-day life and here at the agency, the work of the administrative professional is very key to our success and our agency's success. And it's a special reason why our administrative professionals are appreciated so much. So to all of our administrative professionals, I want to wish you a happy Administrative Professionals Day. Thank you.
Interested, oh, thanks. I'm a lot louder now. In public service, starting ever since I started in any kind of profession. So after the military, quite a bit of stint there, I went into healthcare where I implemented clinical, financial, and human resources systems in hospitals and clinics throughout public healthcare districts. But it didn't take long for me, my fondness of natural resources, and as well as traveling the world over with the military to understand how much value I placed in our natural resources at home, that made me want to get into that sector and more help, that aspect of the world. So I looked for some opportunities there and actually ended up with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, where I served for 16 years in various capacities. A lot of enjoyment there. In a lot of different roles, had a few operational roles. Freudian slip there. I actually worked on some wolf stuff over there, marine and whatnot, but I was mainly focused on the complete modernization of their administrative systems, every aspect of admin, and ultimately culminated in being the Deputy Director for Administration at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. But interesting enough, it's one of my first roles over there that led me to forestry. My first role was in the now disbanded Habitat Division, which I understand they're trying to re-implement through a legislative process, but I gained more of an appreciation for the animals' environment above and beyond just the animals themselves. So as soon as an opportunity came open at forestry, I jumped at the chance to join us here. And that's what ultimately led me from leaving Fish and Wildlife to coming here at forestry and helping steward that aspect of the natural resources. So as the Deputy Director for Administration, I oversee most of the centralized administrative capacity for the organization, which includes information technology, including communications, finances, human resource, public affairs, motor pool, contract services, procurement, budget, facilities and capital management, agency strategic planning, and also a program that's focused on admin modernization, which I think you'll start hearing more and more about as that gets fully implemented. In addition, I oversee executive support and internal auditing capacities. And you'll hear, which includes like Jason and Hillary helping out with logistics today. So you'll be hearing from three of the program managers because they also sit on ET, and I won't try to steal any of their thunder, give them something to talk about, but their work falls under the administrative work plan that you'll hear about as we work on that. So the nexus to the board is most often with administration is through the biennial budget process, key performance measures, and then the board's self-evaluation. That's routinely in the administrative work plan. But since I've been here, we've been pushing a lot more of the administrative topics, including things we've recently done. Of course, more on the finance end. It used to be more on the budgetary end, but we have been pushing more of the finances. So definitely excited to have Carla on board on that front. But you've heard from, or the board has heard from the capital side. We have two major capital projects in place, so you'll be getting updates on that, as well as workforce management. Safety is a big part of everything we do, so you hear from human resources occasionally. But hopefully we can increase our availability to the board as system implementation moves on and we get better insight into our operational capability. So definitely interested in the board having interest in the administrative aspects of the organization. But with that, I'll leave it. Thank you.
Tricia? There you are.
Great. Well, good morning, State Forester Authority Chair and members of the board. Welcome, everybody, and it's very nice to meet you. My name is Tricia Kershaw, and I'm the manager of the Human Resource Program. I grew up in Roseburg and was always out in the forest with my dad. He was very much an outdoorsman. So I wouldn't say that I have a lot of knowledge of the forestry department before I started working here. But I did have, like some of you mentioned, a personal interest in that. So I grew up in Roseburg. After I graduated high school, I moved to Texas. And after I completed my degree, I decided that Oregon was really my home. So I moved back to Oregon in 2000, where I was a manager of a recruiting company. And I did that for about 5 years until I joined the state at the Department of Revenue in the Human Resource Program. So from there, I've been in human resources for about 20 years in various capacities, which include also 9 years of being a manager in the Employee Relations and Protected Leave program. So I recently joined Department of Forestry in 2019. And one of the things that really drove me and was my driving factor for coming to forestry was actually the job announcement. So Carla mentioned the vision, mission, vision, and values, and are they just words on paper, or do we really mean it? And that was really the deciding factor for me for my next career opportunity was I really wanted to join an agency that really walked the talk and really stood by what they were saying. So that was really important to me, and through the selection process, that became pretty evident. So so here I am, going on 2 years, and have learned a lot and have enjoyed every aspect of this opportunity. So I oversee the Human Resource Program, which is responsible for about 800 to 1,000 permanent employees and about 700 seasonal employees. My program is responsible for ensuring that our policies and processes align with the state policies, the collective bargaining agreements, and that we're in line with any employment laws. And really the main focus of ensuring that we mitigate any risk for the agency. I work with the agency leadership to develop strategies that support their workforce needs and support the agency DEI efforts. Most of the time you will hear updates from our program through Bill, if they're big nuggets. However, we do report out historically once a year with an HR dashboard, just highlighting the health of our workforce and kind of where we are with recruitment, safety, and retirement, succession planning, and a variety of other topic areas. So With that, I welcome you all, and it's very nice to meet you.
Great. And Doug's up next.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. State Forest Authority, for the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for the Department of Forestry. And the personal touch today is really welcomed. I really appreciate spending time with you all in this way, getting to know you. And I'm very hopeful towards our future together, even though we face some significant challenges. We were asked to talk a little bit about ourselves, so I'll start there and then quickly move to the division's purpose and our role, and then how we'll intersect with the board moving forward. I was born and raised in East Boston, if that's not apparent by now. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a firefighter. Everyone in my family back east still doesn't understand what I'm doing in the wildland fire sector. Grandfather, uncles, all served in city fire departments and military fire departments also. So I'm the anomaly for sure in the family, but grew up really raised closely in that culture. Mom was raised across from the fire department, that quintessential 1700s built brick fire department, cobblestone street on Lexington Avenue in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And that was my world. With my mom being a teacher, we left the city every summer and camped for 3 months. So 3 months of my upbringing, as far as I can remember, was in a tent in the woods. With friends, fishing every day, hiking, doing those things. So that really, I think, planted the seed for me to end up, how does a city kid like myself end up where I'm at in the West? I studied forestry at the University of Florida following high school. All good New Englanders retire to Florida, so that's what my parents did. So when I go back east now, I spend time in the Southeast. And then early on, we took the family Griswold vacation out west, and that opened my eyes to, what the West could bring. And I was sold. At college, worked with industry, forestry, graduated and moved out west, worked for the Forest Service for a number of years, Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. I got into consulting, forestry management, land management, for some years, served as a city forester for Albany. That was my move to Oregon for 5 years, with Power Company as a consultant forester, and then landed with the Department of Forestry and been here now for 17 years. My heart and soul is here. My alignment and vision is 100% aligned with the vision and mission of this agency and the way we go about business, and our mission is true, and I enjoy serving Oregonians, and looking forward to that challenge with the leadership that I'm hearing today, and the movement forward up and through the governor's office and the legislature, and all Oregonians pulling together about how we're going to tackle an increasingly challenging fire condition on the landscape. Brings hope to me in the face of some challenging times. So what do we do as a division? We serve approximately 16 million acres of fire protection across the state of Oregon. You have a one-pager in your packet that gives you a summary of our roles and responsibilities there. And the success that we achieve in the program here is through partnerships, through a complete and coordinated fire protection system that starts locally with the landowners that we serve and the Oregonians we serve. It's foundational and unique nationally, and it's one of the reasons I'm happy to serve in this organization. Is we partner very closely with landowners, and there's a responsibility to respond with the landowners we serve and the fires, and it makes for a really good fit. Federal, state, local fire districts, absolutely essential to our success, other state agency partners. So we have a solid foundation to build from, And we have a clear vision from leadership of Oregonians with the Governor's Wildfire Council on how we can move forward. So I'm looking forward once again to that challenge, working with the board. What does that look like for us in the near term? The legislature is deliberating on a number of policy decisions that will land if the legislature moves some of the current bills in place forward. They'll land with the Board of Forestry to immediately develop rulemaking processes, potentially everywhere from mapping wildland urban interface to defensible space standards to developing burn manager programs to advance prescribed burning to mitigate the catastrophic risk of wildfire, advancements in prevention and advancements in standards of protection across the state are all possible outcomes of this legislative session, which has been fueled by the work of the Governor's Wildfire Council. So we stand prepared, and it's identified in our work plan with the Protection Division and the board. Come July 1, we would be rolling up our sleeves and acting upon any of that work that comes out of the legislature. With that, I would be available anytime. Please don't hesitate to call. You've already received a couple emails from me relative to orientation to this fire season. Definitely challenging conditions. Our 10-year average year to date is 32 fires and 238 acres burned. Today we stand close to 130 fires and over 1,400 acres burned on ODF protected lands. So 4 times 10-year average, and this 10-year average incorporates a lot of difficult fire seasons. So we have a challenging fire season ahead of us. The spring rains will really dictate where we stand, and then lightning this summer. Looking forward to working with you. Thanks for your time.
Okay, we're going to take a little break in the middle of this. At this point, it's clear when you ask both the executive team and the board to talk about themselves that you tend to get behind schedule. So if we could make this real quick, just 5 minutes, and be back at about 17 to 11, if that works for everybody. We'll take a break.
So did I hit the mark on
Okay, we're ready to go. Looks like we got Liz up.
Yes, that's right. Wow. Okay, good morning, Chair Kelly, which I wrote down, so I wouldn't say Chair Imison. Members of the board, State Forester Doherty, for the record, my name is Liz Dent, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief here with the Oregon Department of Forestry. It was great to hear your conversation this morning and hear a little bit about your background and where you come from, and appreciate the opportunity to do that as well. So I was born and raised in my early years in the San Joaquin Valley of California. And that at the time in Modesto was considered an agricultural town, peach capital of the world. It no longer is. And as my brother and sisters and I were growing up, we watched the peach trees just get mowed down and have subdivisions built. We made our way north for a couple different moves as a family. Really a big marker for me at a personal level is growing up in a multiracial family and seeing firsthand what that looks like, both in terms of racism, but also overcoming and finding a sense of personal power even in that environment. So that sticks with me today. It's given me a deep interest in issues around diversity, equity, inclusion, and I have the opportunity to spend a fair amount of my time working on those concepts here with the Department of Forestry. Spent most of my time in outdoor activities with the family, camping, hiking, those sorts of things. And then more recently, in the last, well, I say more recently, I guess it's been 20 years, moved from whitewater kayaking to whitewater rafting. And I call that out because there's some parallels with life in general. So when you're guiding the boat, you pick a line, coming up on the rapid, you read the water, decide what line you're gonna take to get through the rapid. And if everything goes well, it's pretty much smooth sailing, everyone has a good time, but it doesn't always go well. And some adjustments have to be made along the way. And ideally you come out of that without losing any people or your dog or any of your camping gear. And when you're through it, y'all sort of celebrate the success of getting through that hard time and those adjustments. And that's really where it gets exciting. And I feel like that's life and natural resources as well. So I was drawn to natural resources, just like I think everyone here sort of talked about in terms of our family history and how we grew up. Started professional-wise as a firefighter, actually cutting line and being a part of an engine crew. Very impactful for me in terms of really being in the forest and seeing it in a whole different lens than just camping and recreating. Went from that to doing fish habitat surveys, road surveys, working on watershed restoration projects, decided hydrology was my real passion, and went back to school at Oregon State University, earned my master's in forest hydrology. That kept me in the research world for a while, and which was a natural progression to my first job with the Department of Forestry, which was in the private forest division, working on our research and monitoring program, and just was able to just do a lot of work looking at land size, fish passage, stream temperature, riparian function, all sorts of interesting issues like herbicide applications as well. So very satisfying work. Eventually moved into the state forest program as the aquatic specialist, ended up in the deputy division position and now in the division chief position. So for me, I'm just really passionate about our mission for managing state forests, and also important for us to recognize that these lands are the traditional ancestral lands of the Native Americans and tribes of Oregon. And we strive to honor the traditional cultural ties that the tribes have with the lands. So we do manage for multiple benefits and are really proud of what we provide to communities, promoting healthy and resilient ecological systems, providing for recreational opportunities, water quality. I think most people are pretty familiar with the mission that we reference as greatest permanent value. But that mission is hard. It's hard to strike that balance. There's very high expectations of Oregonians around what that land base, what this relatively small land base in terms of forest land in Oregon needs to provide. And we think of it as sort of disproportionate to the actual acres that we manage, but that's because state forests are unique for Oregonians and they play a unique role. And so in lots of ways, it's appropriate that we get as much attention as we do. So as we work through these difficult topics, searching for the best policies and management plans for meeting those expectations of Oregonians, I just feel really fortunate to work with an incredibly talented team of employees that work in the State Forest Division. They are deeply committed to public service. They come to the table with technical excellence, subject matter expertise. They've dedicated careers to managing forests and can really provide innovative solutions. They bring another way of knowing, another kind of way of thinking about forest management anchored in that experience. We have people that really help us run a successful business because we don't get any general fund and we manage based from the sale of timber. We really do need to make sure that we run efficiently and effectively. Everyone really has a sense of responsibility on the State Forest team to protect and restore habitat. Also, commitment to recreation, education, interpretation. We have a collaborative effort with the Department of Correction in running the South Fork camp, which is a place of adults in custody, and those teams really help support multiple missions in the agency, including fire protection, recreation, and reforestation on state forests. We also have a really talented person dedicated to public information for state forests that really helps us succeed on multiple fronts. Don't want to overlook that. So again, our team is really focused and committed to service to these communities, and particularly residents of rural communities. Many of our folks live in these communities as well. But we also think about communities in terms of the community of interest and the communities of place. And I think I heard a little bit of conversation around that this morning in terms of really needing to speak and respond to the multiple interests in Oregon. So it really is with a deep sense of honor and personal and professional respect and responsibility that I have this time in my professional career to serve in this role as the Division Chief for State Forests and to work with you all. I think I can speak for our team and for the Department of Forestry employees as a whole, how exciting it is to be at this stage with new board members joining our existing board members, and it really feels like we're off to a great start. In terms of the key topics that we'll be working with you all on is continued work and what it looks like on the Habitat Conservation Plan now that it's in a federal process called NEPA, as well as a companion forest management plan. And that forest management plan sets the holistic approach to managing state forests that is paired with the Habitat Conservation Plan that really focuses in on protection of habitat for threatened and endangered species. Those are the big policy issues and topics and opportunities we have to work with you all. There will be other things that come up along the way. I think everyone's following what is keen interest and importance of restoration on the Santiam State Forest. So we will also be updating you on how that process is going as we move from this recovery phase into a multi-decadal process for restoration. So thank you for your service and we look forward to working with you. Come on up, Kyle.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, Board Member, State Forester Doherty. For the record, Kyle Abraham. I serve as the Private Forest Division Chief. And a little bit about me is I grew up in Oregon, like many of folks have mentioned before, and was introduced to the outdoors and fishing and hunting, but it was by my grandparents. So my parents usually didn't want anything to do with outdoors, and their version of camping was going in a RV, and we enjoyed being in tents and being outside and fishing. And so I grew up just outside of Salem. In fact, we live about 3 miles from where I grew up, and being in close proximity to those areas where you sort of grew up and have roots and relatives and all of that stuff is really important to me. And so one of the reasons that we moved back to that area after moving to different places in Salem was to have my daughter go into the same school system and experience some of the same things that I did. And she's 8 now, and she's back in school part-time. And apparently I'm also serving as the assistant softball coach for her team, which was unexpected, but also has proved sort of interesting at this point. I did go to Oregon State University, graduated with a degree in fishery biology, and for the longest time thought that I would be a fishery biologist with the state of Oregon, but had the privilege of working with ODF on a project early on where we were classifying streams for fish presence. It was called electrofishing. Fish presence absence surveys was my first job with ODF in 1998. And shortly thereafter, Liz actually hired me to participate on the monitoring program, which most of those projects she just mentioned, I was in the field collecting data, talking with landowners, getting to know more about the private forest division and the things that we do, which led to another opportunity for me to become a forest practices forester, or at the time, we called them forest practice foresters. You know them now as stewardship foresters. I did that for a number of years, probably about 7 on the North Cascade district and also the West Oregon district. And then had an opportunity to work for the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board for about 3 years as their effectiveness monitoring coordinator. And then in 2012, came back to private forest division as the water quality specialist. Did that for, I think, about 4 years. And then I think, as one of our board members mentioned, in the vein of being careful what you wish for, was interested in the deputy chief position with private forest, and later on as the division chief. So I serve in that role since about, it was July of 2019. So it's been an interesting couple of years in this role, given the pandemic and the wildfire season that we just experienced. So we have a great team of folks within the division. We also have quite a number of topics which you have probably seen on your work plan, many of which we've been focused on over the past few years, on our Ripstream project, the compliance audit, which many of you may know about. We'll provide you guys more information on that coming up in September. We also have a number of policy topics. However, some of those are also sort of on pause as we engage and participate in the Senate Bill 1602 and the mediated conversations led by the governor's office and a facilitator between members of the conservation community and the landowner community, seeking potentially a HCP for private lands in Oregon. So a number of those topics may be addressed in that venue. And so realize that they're also on the work plan. But until that process has the time to play out, we do appreciate the board considering those and giving the grace for that process to happen. With that said, there are a number of other things that we're continuing to do on the work plan. One of those is the alignment and our work with DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality, around Forest Practices Act sufficiency and alignment. We just provided an update to the board with Department of Justice at the last meeting. I guess that was last month. And there are a few other things that you guys will become familiar with. And in light of that, we've also had an increased workload on fire recovery. So all of the work that we've been doing, including shifting some of our stewardship foresters to locations that have been heavily impacted. Again, working with our sister agencies, Department of Fish and Wildlife and DEQ, with respect to reviewing plans for alternate practice and looking for opportunities. While we know the post-fire logging will occur, where are some opportunities we can look for and take advantage of the situation to increase or improve habitat for native fish. I've also been known to include a movie reference or two into my board presentations. So as you consider that, just know this is the way, and think about how when folks present, I may or may not provide them some thought as well. But with that, I just appreciate everybody, thinking about opportunities for the future, looking at people's faces, seeing smiles and, engagement is really encouraging. And so thinking about the next 8 years, 6 to 8 years with board members and, sort of building relationships is really exciting. I know my team is looking forward to that as much as I am. So thank you.
Jeff?
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Daugherty. My name is Jeff Burns, and I serve as the Partnership and Planning Program Director here in Salem. A little my background, I grew up in Nashville and went to the University of Tennessee in Knoxville and received a forestry degree there, and did a little bit of work in the coal mountains of Eastern Kentucky as a stewardship forester, and then spent some time in my hometown of Nashville in the urban and community forestry program for a few years. I took some time off and decided to walk the Appalachian Trail in 1997, which was a really great experience for me. Kind of set my heart a little bit on wandering. So I moved to Colorado and worked in Southern Colorado for 15 years as a district forester, where I managed multiple programs in urban and community forestry, fire management, private forests, and state lands management, insect and disease. And we also had an extensive seedling tree program there as well. And so moved here to Salem in 2013 in the Partnership Development Program. And now in my current position as the director, I enjoy challenges and opportunities to champion shared stewardship, which I'll have the pleasure of discussing with you a little bit this afternoon as well, to work collaboratively across boundaries, work with multiple partners, and really look at a holistic picture on how we manage both funding and prioritize landscapes and work with multiple folks that are interested in that. And it's a real pleasure for me. I would say that my real pleasure, though, is working with such an outstanding staff. That probably gets me up every morning, is that I get to spend time with an excellent group of people, and that really is special to me. Things that I enjoy, things that kind of drive me are I enjoy spending time in the outdoors, fly fishing, backpacking, hunting, camping with my wife and children. I play ice hockey as well, which is not outdoors. It's in urban areas, obviously, which is a lot of fun. But moving from Colorado, spent a lot of times in the mountains and enjoy the mountains of Oregon, but have the opportunity to spend time on the coast now as well. So a little bit of personal items about me. A little bit more to wrap up about the primary functions of how we will be working together. The Partnership and Planning Program is split into two units. the Federal Initiatives Unit, and the Policy and Analysis Unit. The program works across the entire agency on topics that are not specific to a single division. The work impacts many aspects of the agency and is a frequent nexus between policy and funding. The PAU, Policy and Analysis Unit, consists of a team of subject matter experts such as forest ecologist, economist, business development specialist, biomass specialist, land use specialist, and forest carbon policy analyst. That unit works with agency leadership across agency divisions, sister state agencies, federal government partners, and constituents to further the goals of the department and provide needed analysis and policy input to the agency. Some of that work directly with the Board of Forestry would include the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report, Harvested Wood Products Report, and Sawmill Energy Report. These form the foundation of the Oregon Forest Carbon Accounting framework and are based on the current best available science for carbon accounting in forests. This framework was developed by to be iterative and will continue to provide contemporary accounting of Oregon's forest carbon. Current work also includes development of the Board of Forestry's and agencies' climate change carbon plan and participation in state and agency work groups related to climate and carbon. The PAU also participates with the Pacific Northwest Research Station and Forest Inventory Analysis research groups. The other unit, the Federal Initiatives Unit, coordinates grant management functions for the agency's main operating programs, which receive federal funding from the Forest Service, NRCS, FEMA, as an example. The Federal Initiatives Unit also houses the Federal Forest Restoration Program, which includes the Good Neighbor Authority projects and treats those dollars as federal funds. So the nexus there is within the Federal Initiatives Unit. And I'll be speaking with much more descriptive measures this afternoon when I get to my presentation on shared stewardship. So thank you very much for your time this morning. It's a real pleasure to meet all of you, although virtually, and really looking forward to participating and being involved with the Board of Forestry and the exciting new frontier that we seem to be looking towards. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
So for the record, I'm Joy Krosick, and I have the distinct pleasure of leading the team who's responsible for the vast majority of the agency's external communications efforts. I told Peter the other day that if I had to think of how I ended up at Forestry, it would be completely by chance. So much like Chief Graff, I'm a transplant to Oregon, growing up on the East Coast, born and raised in Queens, New York, so very much in the city. And unlike Chief Graff, I did not spend a whole lot of time in nature. I'm not what you would call outdoorsy. So it's pretty surprising to be standing where I am right now. I think probably my favorite example of my interactions with nature was the first time I went camping, and I was 16, by the way. And I couldn't sleep all night because of all the nature sounds. And it was weird and scary. And in the middle of the night, I was like, I have to run to the restroom. And I opened the door and there's a raccoon sitting there looking at me. And I just closed it and walked away and said, I'm done. I did not camp again until I joined the Army several years later. And I think I've camped twice since then. So I've been in the communications realm for, almost 20 years now. And I'm not at the point where I can admit that yet. It doesn't seem like that long. I started out 8 years doing Army Public Affairs, which is where I met my husband and ultimately how I ended up in Oregon, because he grew up in the Mid-Valley and his whole life he'd wanted to go to OSU for engineering. So I said, sure, let's move to Oregon. At that point, the furthest west I had been was Arizona, and I still wasn't quite sure where Oregon was or how to pronounce it. at least I figured that one out because that would be embarrassing. So ultimately, my pathway to forestry was similar. As I mentioned, I'm not particularly outdoorsy, but a friend brought up that they were hiring for this position, and he said, I think you'd be a really good fit here. I was like, okay, sure, I'll try it. At the time, I was at Department of Revenue, and I was looking for a challenge and a change. And ODF has not disappointed in the wide array of communication challenges. So we'll have lots of opportunities to dig into really exciting public affairs topics like public records law during our upcoming orientation chats. But really high level, I have an incredibly talented team who operate in a very complex, complicated, controversial, contentious, just showing off my alliterative skills. The environment they operate in is one of the most challenging communication environments I can imagine, because there's a lot of passion and a lot of connection to Oregon's forests and what happens to them. And I'm constantly impressed by the caliber of people we have working here doing our external communications work, and especially considering the broad array of, work they have to accomplish on a day-to-day basis. We have folks who field calls from the general public because they want to pitch their idea for some type of firefighting machine. There's some really cool ideas that come across. So working with them and just being receptive and understanding and interested to making sure we're complying with public meetings law and doing things like Jason here is doing today, of making sure that people throughout the state can access board meetings and see the process and feel that sense of transparency. All the way up to my folks doing pretty extensive planning work to make sure that we're doing all we can to connect with people and communities throughout Oregon, because ultimately we're public servants and we need to serve and represent the public, and our team's very often on the front line of that. So I look forward to working with everybody, and you should be super excited about the public records conversations to come. It's incredibly engaging discussion topic. And in the meantime, I'm always available for questions, concerns, calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. And Jacqueline. Jacqueline.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Daugherty. I am Jacqueline Carter. I am your Chief Audit Executive. Like many of you, I am a multi-generation Oregonian. My great-great-great-great-grandparents are buried in a tiny little pioneer cemetery in Meacham, Oregon, because they passed away on the Oregon Trail somewhere between Boise and Meacham, Oregon. However, they had a 4-year-old son that another family adopted and carried on, and that's how I got to Oregon. Born and raised in Marion County, I have lived most of my life within 10 miles of the Silverton Hospital where I was born. I grew up on a farm out of Mount Angel. Most of the time we had horses. My father bred and raised paint and quarter horses, and then various other animals. We had a dairy farm, we had ostrich, emu, chickens, turkeys, the whole gamut of animals. Started my college at Oregon State University, took a year off and decided I wanted to be a city slicker. So I moved back east to New Jersey. So I kind of went the opposite route of Joy and Doug. And I spent 8 years on the East Coast, finished my schooling at a Jersey state school, and then started work for International Paper. And that's where I began my auditing career well over 30 years ago. This is my 4th state agency that I've been with. I've been with the state for over 20 years. When I came to forestry, Like Joy, I was looking for a new challenge and a new environment, and I could get behind the mission of Department of Forestry. I'm an avid hiker. Like Joy, I'm not a big camper. I do not like tents. The only time you will ever find me in a tent is during fire camp. They had to teach me how to set a tent up, and I now actually own one. But I do enjoy the mission of forestry. Like I said, I am the agency's internal auditing. My background is certified public accounting and certified internal auditing. I've been at Forestry since February 2017. I report functionally to an audit committee, which has 5 members that are voting, including one from the Board of Forestry. That's how I relate to the Board of Forestry. For the last several years, it has been Chair Kelly. So I'm assuming I will likely get a new member of the board on the audit committee. So if you like to geek out with risk assessments and auditing, the audit committee may be the place for you to land. So keep that in mind. I do not anticipate any major topics coming to the board from internal audit. I do work externally with Secretary of State Audits Division, which does most of our financial audits, and different federal agencies that come in and audit us. Typically, I work more on performance auditing. Currently, we are working on a document management, record retention, and public records request audits, as well as completing the annual risk assessment, which is mandated by statute and the standards. I follow the Institute of Internal Auditing standards. I think that's about all I have for you. If you have questions when we're done with everyone, I'm happy to answer the questions and welcome new members. I look forward to meeting you personally.
Thanks, Jacqueline. Andy, you're up.
Okay. Can you hear me all right, Peter?
Yes, Andy, coming in clear.
All right. Well, good morning. My name is Andy White. I serve as the Northwest Oregon Area Director. And a little bit about myself. I am a 4th generation Oregonian, as I've heard some other folks here as well. And I grew up on a small ranch in a very small community in Eastern Oregon, a little town called Juntura, which is about a community of about 50 people located east of Burns, about 50 miles. So it's that sagebrush and juniper country out there. And yeah, several members of the boards, I heard them talk about some similar backgrounds of growing up in rural Oregon on farms and ranches. And as you know, those are labor-intensive types of jobs. And I realized at an early age, I probably didn't want to spend the rest of my life doing that, and unless I was just interested in a career of volunteer work. And those endeavors can only support so many family members. And while I love that lifestyle, growing up as a kid, I got to spend any free time that I was not in school working with my brothers, my folks, grandparents, aunt and uncles, and cousins there on the ranch. So a great way to grow up as a kid. But I kind of looked to the forests as a place for a potential career. As we would camp and hunt and cut firewood, we spent a lot of time on the south end of the Malheur National Forest. And I began to realize then that somebody actually got paid to manage those lands. And I thought, you know, I want to be a part of that. And so I began my career working seasonally in various capacities for the Forest Service and Oregon Department of Forestry, working on fire crews, engine crews, handline crews, and then also spent some summers working with the industry doing inventory work across Western Oregon. And all that time going to school were at Oregon State and earned my bachelor's in forest management. My first job out of school was working for a consulting firm out of Portland, where we did inventory work and landscape mapping across Oregon, Washington, Alaska. Great job as a single person, but I was on the road a lot, spent a lot of time in some really cool places. Got married in 1996, and shortly after that, my wife and I, we moved to Eastern Oregon, where I started a job permanently with the Oregon Department of Forestry as a service forester, a role somewhat similar to our stewardship foresters now. The focus was helping private landowners do their help manage their land, so providing technical assistance and financial assistance to private landowners in order to meet the objectives they had for their land base there. Probably one of the most enjoyable jobs I've ever had. It was a great place to work. Later moved into a unit forester position there in Wallowa as well, managing the fire and the private forest program. So we spent nearly a decade there in Wallowa County before moving back to Western Oregon as the assistant to the area director in 2007. And that's when my education on the state forest program really began, given that the largest portion of our state forests are in the northwest part of the state. And so I worked in that role for a few years and then moved into a district forester position where you're responsible for all of our programs, implementing those at the field, at the district level in both Tillamook and Forest Grove. And then became the area director, the position I'm in now, in 2011. And I've been in that role for probably the last decade. And in that role, from the area level, similarly, with the responsibility of implementing the policies of this board across all programs that we've been discussing today. You hear the division chiefs talk about those various programs. And so I resonate with Robin's effective work group diagram. You know, that's kind of, and especially on that results side of the equation, because those results link directly with, you know, my ability to do my job most effectively in my position. And so some things that are maybe unique about Northwest Oregon, I mentioned one of them, you know, as Liz talked about the state forest program and, you know, the role of managing those lands statewide. About 600,000 acres of the 760-ish thousand acres that we manage in Oregon are within Northwest Oregon. So that's a big program for us. Liz also mentioned the South Fork Camp, our adults in custody program there. That is a great partnership with the Department of Corrections, where we've got 12 to 15 crews that are doing forest management activities for us, helping build and maintain recreation infrastructure. And then they're also a big part of our fire suppression program. Some of you may have already been to our Interpretation Education Center, the Tillamook Forest Center out on Highway 6, a great education interpretation program there on all aspects of the forest environment. You know, kind of one of our big projects right now, you know, we've talked a lot about wildfires today, and those footprints. We're doing a lot of work in those footprints in both the private forest program and the state forest program. And the Santiam State Forest, as you've heard previously, is in the footprint of several of those fires. And so there's some incredible work going on there right now to restore those lands. And I would say, as we look at, you know, we've talked a little bit about how things are changing. And as we look at the demand for recreation, at least in Northwest Oregon, it was on the rise considerably prior to COVID. And then it grew more significantly as more Oregonians look to the outdoors to, as a place to try and recreate. And our staff to date is still strategizing on, you know, how we meet that service and that demand that continues to grow. So I know we're probably short here on time, so maybe I'll stop there and leave some time for the other area directors.
Thanks, Andy. In our other two areas, we're in transition, so we're going to have duos. Dave Larson, current area director. I'm sorry, Dave Lorenz, a current area director, and Dave Larson, the incoming Southern Oregon area director. So Dave and Dave. You can see why I got them mixed up.
Yeah, we planned it that way, Peter. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. It's really a pleasure to be with you all today. My name is Dave Lorenz, and I currently serve as the Southern Oregon Area Director. before I finish my self-introduction, a couple of things I just want to touch base on the area directors. And the first is just, well, I guess really the main thing is just that there's some ways that all of us interact with the board. And that is during Board of Forestry meetings like this or related field trips that the board may have. You'll see us there. There may be one-on-one field trips with Board of Forestry members. And I heard Ben say earlier that he learns best when he's out on the ground kicking dirt. And if you find yourself in the same vein and you would like to get on the ground and see our business up a little more closely, we would love to showcase some of the work that our folks do. So if you have that desire, run those requests through Hillary, and we would love to do that. We might also interact with the board if a division or Peter asks us to give a report as a subject matter expert, or we may also report out to the board on some work group or major project that we've been working on. We also interact with the Regional Forest Practices Committee, which is a standing committee of the board, and our staff does as well, and also responsible for ensuring participation in the Operator of the Year program. A little bit more about myself that I would share. I've been in the current role that I have for the last 10 years, and my office is down in Roseburg. And in the role that I have, I'm responsible for all the field operations from Lynn and Lane County south of the California border, and we work real closely with the divisions and districts in that role. I was born and mostly raised, I guess I should say, in Oregon. Moved around a bit as a kid, but in third grade we moved to Florence. And honestly, as I think back to my childhood, even though we lived in the rainy Coast Range, I don't have very many memories where I was inside. I was outside all the time, and I don't think it even mattered what the weather was. Graduated from high school there, and my first fire season was actually in 1979. And when I graduated, I thought I wanted to be a teacher, kind of like Joe, but fire was in my blood. And I literally followed the fire trail to study forestry at OSU. And interestingly, in June of 1986, I graduated on a Sunday, and on Monday, I started my career with ODF. And so during that time period, last 35 years, I've worked in a variety of positions across the agency, across all of our programs, state forest, private forest, and fire. I actually even worked for one of the Forest Protective Associations for a couple of seasons. And I've done a couple of stints up to a year long in Salem working on a variety of things. A couple of unique ways that I interact with the board. Jacqueline mentioned the audit committee. I currently chair that and have enjoyed working with Chair Kelly in that role. I also co-chair ODF's agency leadership program with Brian Pugh, whom you'll hear from in a few minutes. And we typically have a Board of Forestry member talk to the students there, so I will interact there with you as well. Last thing I'd like to just say is after 35 years and 40 fire seasons, I'm actually retiring in June. So I really look forward to working with you all over the next couple of months. And if in the next couple of months, some of you want to get out and have one of those one-on-one field tours, we'd be happy to make that happen. I would really enjoy that. But last thing I want to say is that I feel really, really blessed, and I'm humbled every day by the remarkable and dedicated people I get to work with on a daily basis within and outside the agency. And it's been an honor to serve the citizens of Oregon and the Board of Forestry as well as the agency. So with that, I'll pass off to Dave Larson.
All right, good morning, Chairman Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Doherty. For the record, I'm Dave Larson. I currently serve as the District Forester for the Southwest Oregon District. A little bit of background about me. I was born and raised in Southern Oregon in a small town called Myrtle Creek. My father was a nickel miner, and my mother, she actually grew up in logging camps here in Oregon during the 40s and 50s prior to and then becoming a nurse later on in life. So I could say that natural resources probably runs in the blood a little bit there. I'm married, have 3 grown kids. My son is a timber faller. My oldest daughter is a project manager for a regional construction firm, and my youngest daughter is a heavy equipment operator and dump truck driver. So pretty proud of all those kids and what they do. I began my journey with the agency back in 1990. Started with the Douglas Forest Protective Association at the age of 16 on their youth fire crew. My formal education is in fire science and paramedic, and that was really a seasonal firefighting job, but eventually that was putting me through college. But you know, my passion really being involved in firefighting and being in the outdoors really became working in the woods and fighting fire. Over the course of the 25 years, I worked my way up through the ranks. I've held every, or have been qualified or held every qualification in fire line operations, and also have served as a Type 3 incident commander. I've been on fire assignments nationally in 8 out of the 10 regions. And then the last 5 years, I have served as the district forester here for the Southwest Oregon District, leading the district during some of the most challenging fire seasons in that district's history. And that's 2017, 2018, and 2020. Southwest Oregon District is the busiest fire district in ODF, and I cover both Jackson and Josephine counties. And we have some of the most complex ecosystems in the state. And then you combine that with one of the most dynamic political environments I think we have in the state as well. I'm starting my next chapter of my ODF career on June 1st as the next Southern Oregon Area Director. It's an honor and a privilege to serve you and the citizens of Oregon, and I'm looking forward to working with you all and getting to know you. So thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thanks, Dave. And next up are Joe Hessel, the current Eastern Oregon Area Director, and Brian Pugh, the incoming one. Joe?
Good morning, folks. I'm Joe Hessel. I'm currently serving as the Eastern Oregon Area Director, and I've had the opportunity to temporarily step into this role as of early October last fall. And just touch a little bit briefly here on how I got to this point in my career. I started with the Oregon Department of Forestry as a 16-year-old snot-nosed kid in 1984. At that time, I thought I was just applying for a summer job that was going to help get me through college, and was following in the footsteps of both my grandfather and my dad, who were career firefighters with the Forest Service. And some almost 40 years later, I've found a full career with the Department of Forestry. And, you know, it's really that mission that you've heard about, the noble business that we do, and the family nature of ODF that have kept me with the department for this amount of time. And that job did get me through OSU, where I landed a degree in business management somewhere along the way. I have also filled a variety of roles with ODF in my career. I started as the line digging, hose pulling firefighter, like many folks did. I spent almost 18 years as when I started was a forest practices forester, and transitioned along the way into a stewardship forester role. So a heavy dose in the private forest program. And then following that, I put the fire hat back on, was a wildland fire supervisor, promoted to a unit forester, and eventually to the district forester in Northeast Oregon District. And I'm also entering my 21st year on an Oregon Department of Forestry incident management team this summer. And proud to say I'm one of the incident commanders for what I believe to be the best incident management teams in the nation. I grew up in La Grande, and I currently live in Baker City. I've spent my entire life in Northeast Oregon. I'm super proud of that. Just a couple of highlights on EOA real quick. We have 3 ODF districts. They're all on the east side of the crest of the Cascades, as you can imagine. We have one, that's Klamath Lake District on the south, Central Oregon District, kind of the middle, north, and portions of the east side of Eastern Oregon. And the Northeast Oregon District, which encompasses the northeast corner of the state. We also work with Walker Range Forest Protective Association, who's nestled in between the Klamath Lake District and the Central Oregon District. We implement, as Dave noted, all the operational aspects of the major programs and divisions in the state. Fire protection, of course, is the biggie for us in many respects. We have we're very proud of our private forest program work in both forest practices and a tremendous amount of forestry assistance work that goes on there. We have a couple of state forests, the Sun Pass and Gilcrest, and so a strong state forest program work, and a flourishing federal forest restoration program as well. And 80 or so permanent staff and up to a couple of hundred or more seasonals that help us accomplish all that work in those programs. And so that's a super high level introductory to EOA and myself. As I mentioned, I'm a temporary position here, and happily hand this hat off to Brian Pugh as our newly selected Eastern Oregon Area Director. I'll be going back to my role as a district forester in Northeast Oregon District in just a couple of weeks. And so I'll slide out of the way and let Brian jump in here. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, folks. Chair Kelly, members of the board. For the record, I'm Brian Pugh. I currently serve as the Deputy of Policy for the State Forest Division. I'll be starting my new role on May 5th as Eastern Oregon Area Director. Really appreciate the conversation this morning of where it's going and how we're getting to know each other. It takes me back, I was a little surprised, but we're going back to our childhood, so I'd love to go there too. I also grew up on a farm. This farm was 15 miles just east of downtown Philadelphia. So I grew up in New Jersey. My grandfather started the farm growing vegetables for Campbell Soup. So it was a vegetable farm. When I was a kid, it had at that time turned into a dairy. I too learned that I didn't want to milk cows as a volunteer for the rest of my life. And so always loved the outdoors, enjoyed working in nature. And also another big kind of memorable moment as I was graduating high school, the farm had to be sold and it turned into very expensive homes for people that wanted to live outside the city. So that mix of rural communities, natural resources, trying to make a living there, and land use definitely stuck in my mind. It freed me and I moved out to Montana and lived there for a few years, went to the University of Montana, got a degree in forest management. From there, along the way, worked for land management companies in Eastern Washington, in Northern Idaho, had my own consulting firm for about 5 years, and came to the Department of Forestry on a transition in 2011. So 10 years I've been with the department. I started in Prineville as the assistant to the area director. That was a great position to onboard into the agency, to learn the agency, to learn all the programs. It's the first time I had lived in Oregon, and I learned a lot about being an Oregonian. That's where you get told every day that Oregon's unique and different, and we're real friendly people here. And so that was a great couple of years learning how to operate in Oregon within the department. For the past, I mentioned, as I sit today, I still work for Chief Liz Dent in the State Forest Division for a couple more days. For the past 7 years, I've had that job. And during those 7 years, what I brought to it was that business background from working from different companies throughout the Northwest, also working on different forests under different management objectives. And that broad background of management and objectives has served me well in state forest, because greatest permanent value is a very range of things to serve Oregonians. Some of the really important work that the division has done over the last 7 years is improve our business practices and just be more efficient and effective of how we do our timber sales, how we implement our recreation program and our education program. That has helped a lot on the financial end. And then another place that we spent a lot of time, I worked with Andy White and Dave Lorenz and others, is reorganizing the division. So we've got about 200 people in the State Forest Division, and we reorganized it in a way that it affected every position. We did that to meet the modern demands of managing Oregon's forest. It was a really heavy lift, but a really necessary lift to get us to the present and be successful into the future. The last big piece that I leave behind, and I regret leaving it, but I look forward to my new job at the same time. That last big piece is what Liz mentioned earlier. It's the policy pieces. It's the work with you all on the companion forest management plan. It's seeing the habitat conservation plan through to ensure that endangered species compliance is consistent and reliable over the next 70 years. So really important work that it pains me a little to step away from. I know a lot of good foundational work is done, but I know you all with the division and the stakeholders will have to work for the next couple of years to see that through. So I'll be watching and engaging, but this transition takes me back to Eastern Oregon, which I'm excited about. It takes me back to the operational side. It takes me back to overseeing and implementing all the programs and serving Oregonians and supporting the natural resources there. So absolutely, I've enjoyed really working with the board members, Jim and Joe and Brenda over the years. I'll miss those daily conversations, but really want to extend a warm welcome to everybody on the board, the new members especially, and that openness that they've talked about to have conversations with you and bring you out on tours and talk about wildfires. Let's discuss how ODF interacts with rural communities and how our actions affect those rural communities. Those are all good conversations that I look forward to talking to you more about, and always available for more information. I know I'm kind of in Jim's backyard and Joe's backyard, so if you need local information, that's what we're here for. So with that, I'm going to pause. And I think before I leave, though, I really want to thank you for your service. Your dedication to the board is appreciated. It's an important role, and I know it comes with a lot of work. So I want to thank you, and thank you for your time this morning.
Okay, we are wrapped up. We are not quite 20 minutes behind schedule. I suspect what we're going to have to do is to cut our lunch down to a half hour.
Jim, we have this topic is we had half hour set apart. How long do you think the presentation is, John? About 15 minutes. So we can shorten that part a little bit and maybe catch up some.
If necessary. I mean, I think
Yeah,
we can live with a half hour lunch if
Yeah.
necessary too. So if everybody's okay, we'll just move right on to the next place on our agenda. The Forestry Program for Oregon and planning cycles.
Yep, John.
Sorry. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Dougherty. I'm John DeKarzik. I'm the interim director of the Planning and Analysis Unit. Think we're good or no? Second effort. Better? Good. So I'm going to take this opportunity to go over the forestry program for Oregon and planning cycles for the agency and the board. Just a brief overview. In that, I'll give an overview of the forestry program for Oregon, also known as the FPFO. Provide some history there, some thoughts on possible revision, and then go into the board, agency, and planning cycles. So the forestry program for Oregon, should be noted, is not a statute or rule. It is a document and process that provides a coherent foundation for establishing the board's priorities, policy deliberation, and guidance to the department initiatives and planning. In terms of guiding policy, the FPFO provides a clear, quantifiable picture of what sustainable forest management of all the state's public and private forests should look like, and also provides the basis for future policy work. So this is taken from the current and most recent FPFO, the 2011 version. And in terms of guiding planning, the forestry program for Oregon is not considered an end product, but instead it's a foundation for discussion and planning over the next 8 years by the board. Board hopes to show a clear connection between its goals and objectives, board work plans, meeting agendas, Department of Forestry programs, and the policies of other natural resource agencies. So that's the intention of the FPFO and all that's contained therein, and not just what's in it, but also the process of developing it. So in terms of what's in it, there's the mission, the values, the vision, the goals, objectives, and indicators. And so basically, as they would be read out, the mission establishes the purpose of the board. The values identify the guiding forestry philosophies. The vision is what the board wants to see on the landscape in the next 20 years. And the goals identify what's intended to be done over the next 8. And then objectives are those near-term actions, which would be supporting achievement of those goals and looked at typically on a 2-year cycle. Indicators then, qualitative and quantitative, would be used to reflect the change in progress in that goal achievement. And what you can see there is basically over since 1977, there's been 6 iterations of the FPFO and in various timelines. Began in 1972, actually, as a function of several editorials out of Medford that raised some concerns around forest assessment needs and resource issues, and also leadership questions. In response, the board decided to respond to these issues. And in 1977, they created the first forestry program for Oregon. That included also a catalog and index of existing resource data. So there was some database work there. And then there was also a report that was really focused on sustaining production, but also considering resource values as well, other amenity values. There was a iteration in 1982, recognition of a need to go beyond just supply, but also to pick up non-timber values as well. In that update, and you see a continued evolution over time, there was public input and internal and external research that went into informing that next iteration. And in this circumstance, a broader focus beyond just supply, but to include intensive management, inventory, land use, forest taxation, protection issues, and also resource monitoring. As it continued on in its updating in 1990, in 95 and 1990, you see this continued change and evolution of what the forestry program for Oregon is. In 90, there was a mission statement, objectives, and policy goals related to those objectives. The objectives broadened out to include forest land use, forest practices, timber growth, harvest, recreation, fish and wildlife, grazing and other uses, and public education. This was also a change in that it was a beginning of looking at forestry and forest resources, not just as timber and ownership patterns, but as a resource as a whole, and what the implications were to the citizens of the state rather than the actual ownerships. In 95, in the next revision, vision and value statements were added. So we continue to see this evolution. The objectives reflected the prior edition, but there was also added in a commitment to monitoring, adaptive management, and ecosystem health and sustainability. In 2003, in the next revision, there was a substantial change in the framework in that goals were based on the Montreal process for sustainable management, temperate and boreal forests. It took the goals from the Montreal process to be social and economic benefits, carbon storage, soil and water, ecosystem health, productive capacity, diverse plant and animal populations, and habitat, and sound legal and economic framework. And those are the goals that we have today in the current forestry program for Oregon, and the same framework. The iteration here also included indicators for measuring progress and achieving those goals. As part of this revision, there was also the first approximation report, which was a comprehensive assessment of Oregon forest resources to evaluate using those Montreal criteria and indicators. That didn't show up quite as big as I was hoping. In 2011, that was the last revision and the current document, and it reflected the 2003 version. Again, there was an update in the mission, vision, and values. But also it should be noted a continued shift from timber supply assessments to a board focus on keeping forest land and forest uses, recognizing that the benefits of forest are most reasonably going to be found as long as they stay in forest spaces. And then there was also 19 indicators of sustainable management that were added, both quantitative and qualitative. Within this iteration, there was a direction to revise the FDFO on an 8-year cycle, but also to integrate it into work plans and board planning as well. And so you can see that chart over there a little bit, but in the center, you have sustainable forest management, and you have those Montreal criteria or goals as they were adopted here surrounding that. And then beyond that, the indicators to assess those. In terms of revision, so as pointed out, it's 2011 is the current forestry program for Oregon. We're in 2021, so more than 8 years have passed. Based on prior timelines, a revision would be due. It should be noted, though, that a revision is a pretty substantial process. There's usually some sort of assessments, internal and external. There's often, there is a great deal of public engagement and input and time from the board and deliberation and discussion. On the upside, the process is typically served to harmonize the board and the department in policy and priorities, and also provided a coherent voice for the board with respect to broader forest policy and planning issues. For a revision to occur on a near-term timeline, it would begin most soon possible would be early 2022. Currently, the climate change carbon plan, which I believe we've spoken with most of the board about at different points, which came as a function of the executive order last March, is being completed and will be brought. I think it's coming up soon. Anyways, once that's completed, we'll be able to take a look at, which should happen at the end of 2021. We could begin to dive into that process of revision of the forestry program for Oregon. So jumping from the forestry program for Oregon over to board and agency planning, the board and the department use fairly interrelated processes for developing and implementing strategic planning, basically occurring at both at the board, the agency, and the operational level. Board planning is driven by board priorities, naturally, which are informed by lots of different spaces, notably the forestry program for Oregon, but also statutes, legislation, governor's initiatives, budgets, public input, resource conditions, any number of factors can go into informing those board priorities. Once those are established, they then inform what the board work plans are and provide that direction to the divisions and subsequently initiatives that they're working on. Those then also inform the board meetings, obviously the content that's therein. And so you see this kind of linear flow of what goes in and how we arrive at what we do at the board meetings and what comes out into the agents or the division plans and their outcomes. And those result in obviously rule changes and policy option packages, legislative concepts, and so forth. The board cycle in terms of planning is 2 years. Looking at it from an even numbered start point in January, the board is presented with 2-year work plans from the divisions, and also budget requests and legislative concepts are developed for the next biennium. In March, those 2-year work plans are finalized. Also, self-governance for the board is initiated. In July, the agency request budget is approved for the board for the upcoming biennium and prior to submission to the governor's office. In October, modifications to approved work plans and alignment for strategic planning are discussed, and the self-evaluation and performance review for the state forester are conducted. Those odd number years, so just last January, the board has presented staff recommendations. So if there's changes to those work plans, those 2-year work plans, they're presented back to the board for consideration and approval. And then jumping to July, which will be coming up, there'll be a legislative session update that'll be provided. In September, the board takes stocks of issues, department reports to the board, and then October, there's a planning retreat to discuss those board priorities that I just pointed out for the coming 2 years. And in November, the department reviews those 2-year work plans before they're presented and then finalized in January and March. On the agency side, agency planning is driven by a strategic assessment, which looks at longer term goals, 3 to 5 years. Those look to find focus areas and strategic goals, and those focus areas then inform strategic initiatives, which are 2-year basis and actions that can be accomplished in the next biennium. The strategic assessment takes place on a biennial basis beginning in July with the executive team, and then feeds into the board at that subsequent October meeting, and planning retreat, and then involves leadership team as well. And then operational planning is annual in basis, and basically is the process by which resources are identified and implemented to achieve those strategic initiatives that came out of the strategic assessment. So it's laying it out on a 2-year basis. You can see how these all kind of fit together. Starting off in January on those odd numbered years, which April is right where we're at, right in the middle of legislative session. That'll lead right up into that strategic assessment with ET, which will then carry over to informing those board priorities and discussions for developing work plans and integration there. Subsequent to that, budget prep and submittal, which is crazy to think about since we're in the middle of the legislative session, but it will already begin in January of the even numbered years. At the same time, legislative concepts are developed and submitted, and then over both even and odd, you see the budget process and that operational planning occurring, which is annual. So keeping that all in mind, the department's planning process really is designed to be responsive and adaptive and foster alignment with the board, and inform topics for the board work plans, but also create alignment in the agency and direction for key businesses, managing change and seeking input from the public and constituents, and intended to include actions for inclusion to the vision programs and operational plans. So that is a quick snippet of what the Forestry Program for Oregon is, where it came from, what a revision might consider, and a quick dive into the interrelated processes and adaptive efforts of strategic planning at the agency and division level. Leave it there.
Peter, anything to add?
Yeah, so I've talked to the new board members about the planning cycle and where they're in it. This kind of takes a whole bigger picture of how the Forestry Program for Oregon informs that. And as you see staff reports coming in, we have a background and context. And that's used to tell the background of the issue you're about to see, but also the context, which is how does this relate to the board strategic plan, which is a Forestry Program for Oregon. So you'll see the goals it relates to, the values it relates to, which gives context, because somebody mentioned in the first session about the importance of going back to your mission, vision, and values as you think about an item. And actually, as a division chief, when or as deputy, when I first started with this agency, it was really valuable for me, because if I was coming up with a topic, I would have a question: do I have clear board direction? And I would go to the Forestry Program for Oregon, and if the board's goals and objective had given me clear policy direction, it's not a topic I would bring to the board. I have the direction, I know how to implement it from an operational point of view. And so it really, for me, it was really anchoring into what were the true goals and objectives for the department. And we're a little bit behind on that, and so the revision is going to be really important, because we have been revising our strategic planning cycle and have updated our mission is the same. It's very closely tied to the board's mission, but our vision has changed over time, and our values certainly have included a couple of values that aren't in the board's values: diversity, equity, inclusion, safe working environment, safe and inclusive working environment. And we also formally added in safety, which wasn't listed before. But so I think it is a really important time to set that direction as we tackle something like, and it's going to be an iterative process as climate change clearly is going to affect the way you view the future of Oregon's forests, but we need that vision on how we're going to, what are we going to try to achieve in the next 20 years? So it is a really important document. It is used and we want to foster that alignment.
Okay, I'll make a couple of comments and then maybe Robin can step in and to guide us for the last bit here before lunch. You know, I think the board has kind of danced around this issue of an update for the last couple of years. We kept talking about maybe updating goal 8. It's also, I think, pretty natural for all of us who've been around the block once or twice before to look at updating a strategic plan like this and the values and mission and vision, et cetera, with dread. It's just a tremendous amount of work, but I think we all need to remind ourselves that we are a policy board, and that does mean that boards do really matter. John has come to us and I think staff is very clear that it's time. We all know it's past time. We've waited partially through the fall, expecting to have a close to full board, and so it's got delayed even further than we expected to have this conversation. But I think I will, certainly want to be hearing from all of our new board members, but I think there's alignment that we need to create this new updated forestry plan for Oregon that has a climate lens to everything about it. And so I'm with dread, very excited to move ahead here. I have spent some time reviewing, reading through it again, and there's really a lot of outdated material in there. Both not as much at the top level, but all of that needs to be examined, so it's a worthy and necessary and very important project for this new board.
Robin?
All right, yeah, so we had a number of questions queued up for more discussion amongst the board member with regards to one, anything that you were hearing from the executive team and that high level overview of getting to know the leadership at the agency, as well as understanding kind of the program area work and the ties into the board. Because we're sort of running out of time, I would just put a little pin in that and note that, in addition to the emphasis in some of the conversation today on the value of having, strong and clear working relationships and strong and clear process and procedure, and then strong and clear, substantive information to inform your policy work. I think equally important to just consider, how you are engaging with staff and working with the agency as you're kind of moving through the planning cycle and addressing the big important policy concerns that are spanning across the different program areas. But to wrap up, I just wanted to acknowledge, and then the other thing I would say is, as time allows in upcoming board meetings for you to revisit this FPFO and the process that John sort of teed up and that Jim at least has voiced an interest in and a commitment to visiting. And I think even some of the board members in your opening comments did touch on sort of the value and the importance of kind of revisiting that. You'll be able to circle back to that when you're looking at work plans and kind of viewing into your cycle. The one thing I would just, in closing, to observe, the value of the three elements of good, effective work together. I heard really clearly from the board members that all three of those pillars or legs of the stool, if you will, are important. And some of the ideas, just to reflect back to the board of what you have offered today for being effective, is no surprises to board or staff. That you're willing to understand your implicit and explicit biases and to challenge those in an honest way. I think Carla used the word intellectual honesty. That working on interpersonal relationships to build trust is really important. Even if you don't agree on the substantive issues or on a policy call, that element of respect and good working relationships should hold true throughout the challenging kind of complex deliberations that you'll be faced with. The value of one-on-one conversations, finding ways to do that without sort of, compromising your beholding to public meeting laws and all of that, but really finding spaces to have one-on-one conversations. And field tours was a big piece of an interest in ways to connect both with the work, but also with each other. Having clarity with each other on what your priorities are, so you can be on the same page about what you're trying to accomplish, kind of revisiting the mission, vision, and values, looking at the high-level goals that are in your FPFO and letting those kind of be the guide for you and a reference back as you need to figure out where you're at and where you're supposed to be as decision makers and policy makers. That you're results oriented and you're drawing on multiple sources of information that's the most up to date. As Brenda said, refereed lit. So it's in the sphere of science and evidence-based information, but also multiple sources of information, as I heard. And then finally, a note around constructive debate and what does that mean for you and your board as you're working together. And these are all, of course, things that will happen and evolve in process with each other. So I just think this is really sort of creating a really positive and constructive tone. I heard the word tone actually several times from board members, so that's important to you. And I think what you've done today is really set a very constructive and positive tone as you're launching into this important and challenging work. So I really appreciate that and appreciate all of you for your commitments and for your volunteerism on this. And with that, I think I'll just ask if Jim or Peter have any sort of before the break comments to wrap up this orientation phase or piece before you go to lunch and then resume with your field tour, your virtual tour.
Yeah, I'll go back to the very basics and remind us all that as board members, by statute, I believe we are required to represent the people of Oregon first and foremost. And I have to remind myself of that periodically. And I think the other dynamic that we haven't talked about is our stakeholders. And in fact, in our real lives, in regular meetings, we spend almost all of our time listening to stakeholders. I also, speaking from personal experience, I think, we have our two major stakeholders are industry and timber on one side and the conservation community on the other. And I think you're likely to find that that you will be labeled as a conservation person or an industry person, and what will tend to happen is that you'll have reach out from the side who thinks that you're on their side, and the other side is unlikely to try to engage you, to have coffee with you, and all of that. And you can't. It's my view. You just can't let that happen. And if you find that happening, then I think it's your duty to make those. Reaching out to the people that you'd like to have a relationship with, and make sure that isn't done unto you the way it can so easily happen. So. That's it for me.
The mixed blessing of not being labeled, or if they're not sure which camp you may fall in, is then you'll get lots of calls from both sides. Perhaps the more as they think that you might be a swing vote. And it's a somewhat not a great positive statement around the way sometimes the board is viewed and your decisions are viewed as political rather than what you're talking about trying to achieve as an effective board. So we will work, the executive team will work to support that broader conversation. Jim's also mentioned to me about bringing back some public comment as we transition out of COVID, and maybe starting with the open public comment period at the beginning of meetings for a half an hour, which allows for discussions on any topic. And then we can see as that go. And then we do allow public comment on all decision items, but prior to COVID, you could do it on any interested, informational topic as well. We kind of moved back from that because the ease now of engagement is different. But the other thing I think which was important that I heard about was the multiple sources. And we are working really hard, particularly around climate change, to broaden the interested parties that do come. Because Jim is right, it's historically been industry or family forest lands and conservation. And there are underserved communities in Oregon, and particularly around climate change, they're differentially impacted by climate change. And we need those voices in front of the board. We helped fund the blueprint that's an addendum to the climate adaptation plan, which is a strategy for that engagement, the Oregon climate adaptation framework. So we'll work really hard to bring those voices and invite those voices to the board.
Yeah, I would just add on the public testimony piece. Obviously we have to have limits to that. We do have very long meetings, but it's really been brought home to me the importance of it because when there's public testimony, it's a two-way communication, and questions can be asked. People know they've been heard. I've had just a couple of instances where I've responded to somebody who's provided written testimony, and the initial response is, "Oh, you actually read it? I didn't know anybody read those." So there's a big difference. It is the lesson for me on that particular issue.
Other board members, closing thoughts.
Peter, this is, and the board is one other closing thought. I think a real important thing this board has done, and you see it on your agenda, is kind of a recap. We often reach the end of the meetings, and on this agenda, we're kind of indie here before lunch before we move on to a different segment of the meeting. But that was something that we started doing because these board meetings can be real marathon sessions. And a lot is discussed, and that's been a real valuable tool. I think for me, I can't speak for the other board members. I think for other board members, kind of that recap at the end, what did we go through? And I hope that we continue to do that, Chair Kelly, because it's been very, very important to me. So anyway, thanks.
Very much agreed.
Chandra?
And thank you, Chair Kelly. I just wanted to say thank you to all the staff for giving us insight into their experiences. I think it's fascinating and would love to have coffee with everyone to answer, ask a few questions about all of their histories, because I think there's just interesting tidbits in all of that. And I know it's a lot of effort to do that. And I also just wanted to thank Hillary and the rest of the team again, the pre-sessions that we've had to get us acclimated to the environment and have an understanding of all the different subject matters that we're going to be experienced. It's been really helpful, and I think it got us really well prepared so that you don't have to hear us ask a million questions right now. So I just wanted to thank everybody, and it's been again already a pleasure to hear everyone's perspectives.
I agree with that, and I want to thank the staff. I think it's just so important that the staff know that they are appreciated, and also that how respected they are by Oregonians. And, you know, Oregonians really realize you're on the front line, and just so appreciate the efforts of firefighting and what you do for the state of Oregon, in addition to, you know, what you're specifically responsible for. As we look at this planning cycle, I think this is really valuable, maybe some of our most valuable work, because you have such large projects in being discussed, from HCPs to private HCPs to carbon initiatives to wildfire council recommendations to wildfire recovery and rebuilding, that with a really stretched budget. I mean, Peter's sitting over here hoping he gets to the new biennium. So I can't think of more important work than really prioritizing, knowing that we don't have the bankers, the budget, or the capacity to do all of this at once. So I welcome that prioritization process, and, you know, thank you for putting it out there. And I think it's up to a board to set that strategic direction and help focus, you know, this agency. So thank you.
Thank you. And that's a thing that I have talked to new board members and returning board members know. We haven't formalized that process in board governance. And so thinking through that and talking through that, is that still the right way for you to set your 2-year goals and objectives in your work plans and do that prioritization? And we're open to changes and adjustments to it. So we really look forward to coming up on, it'll be the time after the legislative session where we're ready to do that work in the October retreat coming up. Thank you.
Other thoughts from anyone? Ben?
I don't have much to say, but I wanted to reiterate what everyone else has said. It was really neat to see both the depth of experience of staff as well as the dedication. It came through very, very much, your dedication to this work and the amazing depth of experience that this staff brings. So I'm honored to be a part of this group.
There are no other comments. I think we can wrap up and return at 1 o'clock and have lunch. Let's do it.
This is Lindsay. Do we need to do a check-in with audio or visuals?
Hi, Lindsay. This is Hillary.
Oh, hi,
Can you hear
Hillary.
us?
Thank you. I'm still feeling like, so I'd rather run a chainsaw than run a computer.
Oh, we need to exchange times and dates to, I'll show you Zoom and you can show me chainsaw.
Okay, you're on.
Yes.
So how do I get my picture up here?
So there's a couple ways. You can click on your screen. There should be 3 little dots that come up.
Yep.
And there should be something about start video.
Oh, it's a video. Okay. Start video. Ah,
Ta-da! Yeah, we can see just right. You want to lower your camera just maybe about an inch so it can center with your face, and then.
So lower the screen or lower the whole computer.
Oh, nope, that's perfect right there.
Okay, so don't move. A little bit.
You can definitely move.
The sun shines a bit much this time.
No worries. All right, so we can hear you loud and clear. You should be seeing a Oregon Board of Forestry presentation slide informing folks we're on a lunch.
Yes.
Great. Then your mic and video check are complete.
Okay.
So you can just hang in there unless you have any questions for us, Lindsay.
I don't think so. I'm just gonna, so when you don't want this up until I'm presenting. So I need to get out of this screen or get back to.
Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, you disengage your video and your mic until it's time for you to be introduced by Nate.
Okay, so the mic then is hide self view
or
stop
no.
video.
Stop video. There you go.
Stop video. Okay, perfect. And then obviously the mute button is.
Yep, and we can also mute you as well as needed. So, okay, so Claudine and Lance, why don't you go ahead and do a video and mic check real quick.
Hello.
Good afternoon. And Lance, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Hillary. Yep. Good afternoon.
Thanks for joining us. And then Chris, whenever you're ready as well.
I'm just here in case they fall over. That's why I won't be speaking, but it does work.
Well, we appreciate you joining us today. It's just
All
nice
right.
to see everyone's faces. And
You too.
Mr. I think Mike also, whenever you're ready, quick video mic check.
I have video and I am a mic.
Thank you. All right, so just making sure you all can see this PowerPoint presentation. If you have any technical questions, feel free to use that chat feature. You can use it to send it to everyone or specifically to Jason Cox or Hillary Olivos-Root in that chat function. Any questions from the panelists? It looks like we have everybody in besides Bonnie.
Can I do a quick share screen just to make sure that mine's working too?
Yes, feel free. I'm going to go ahead and stop share on our end for a brief moment.
Okay.
Can you stop share? I don't have control. All right, there you go.
Yep.
Wonderful. And let's go into presentation mode real quick and see how it advances.
Yep, we're good. I put it on the desktop, so.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, well, I will leave it for no further questions. And I think everybody got the bits of information I sent, the prompting questions and the call of show. So if it's helpful, great. If not, that's understandable too. Just wanted everybody to have that available for today's tour. Okay, so if you have no further questions, I'm going to go ahead and disengage our video and mic, and we'll go back to silent.
Hillary, do you still have a vocal on me? No, okay.
Okay, the Board of Forestry is back in session. Great, great meeting so far this morning. And now we want to move to the next part of our agenda. Welcome back, everyone, to the virtual meeting room. And at this point, let's yield the floor to the lead tour guide, Kyle Abram.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. For the record, Kyle Abraham, and I still serve as Private Forest Division Chief. We're pretty excited today for the board's first virtual tour. We'd like to thank folks for really putting together some creative ideas, and also for the public for joining us for today's tour. As we begin, this virtual tour will remind everyone it's supposed to be informational, educational, and fun. So if you want to stand up or ask questions, make a comment, we encourage those interactions. Keep in mind that we'll have some time near the end as well for panel presentation or panel discussion and board questions. So our folks are going through some flyovers, and as you can see, this is where we are now with ODF. And so before we get too far down the road on the tour stops, I'd like to set the stage a little bit by reminding the board of the Forestry Program for Oregon goals, A, C, and D. And John provided a little bit of the context, and Peter described how we use the Forestry Program for Oregon, and specifically the goals and objectives that are included within it. So goal A, objective 2, describes the board using non-regulatory methods as much as feasible to achieve public policy goals on private forest lands, and consider the use of additional regulatory methods only when non-regulatory methods are either not feasible, I heard that term earlier today, or not likely to achieve the desired outcome. Goal C, objective 5, promotes policy frameworks and land management assistance programs that recognize and encourage the diverse management objectives of Oregon's public and private forest landowners. And as you'll see today, diverse forest management objectives provide a suite of benefits which collectively in appropriate proportions and locations will meet Oregon's environmental, economic, and social needs. And finally, goal D, objective 1, is to use education, engineering incentives and enforcement of the Forest Practices Act to protect soil productivity and water quality in non-federal forest lands. As noted, today's tour is to hear and see recent examples regarding the use of non-regulatory and incentive-based programs, which are integrated into various aspects of the department's work. In addition to our tour stops, I also wanted to note the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds as a voluntary program for improving water quality, salmon habitat, and watershed health. The Oregon Plan prioritizes necessary actions through Oregon for restoring and protecting watershed health and function, thus providing for a resilient ecosystem. Private forest landowners have been instrumental in implementing and reporting voluntary measures under the Oregon Plan, and those landowners have invested close to $108 million in restoration activities since the start of that program. And this is just one of the program the department helps to support and implement as additional opportunities in addition to our upcoming tour stops. And I also have the pleasure of introducing the main presenters for each of our tour stops today. At the tour stop, each presenter will also introduce members of their teams to the board and to the public. And our first tour stop will be hosted by Nate Aglezoff. Nate is the Incentives Field Coordinator for the ODF Private Forest Division in Salem. Since coming to the department in 2003, he has served in a variety of roles, districts, and ODF programs. As the incentive coordinator, Nate's focus is often on functioning as the policy and technical communications link for ODF stewardship foresters for the implementation of state and federal programs on family forest lands. In addition, he is the department and private forest program lead for a handful of programs and opportunities for landowner community, including, as you'll see, stewardship agreements. At the second tour stop, your guide will be Mike Warjohn. From the age of 5, Mike knew he was going to be a forester. As a fourth generation descendant of Port Blakely's founders, he spent weekends and summers in our forests. Joining the company in 1997, he has built his career working across the company, from forest analyst and silviculture manager to senior director of strategy and vice president of operations. Mike is a strong voice in cross-sector climate policy efforts and is part of the team that drove their entry into the voluntary carbon market. He represents Port Blakely on boards of the Washington Forest Protection Association, Oregon Forest and Industries Council, and operating committee of the National Alliance of Forest Owners. Committed to improvement of the quality of life in his community, Mike is on the board of directors for the Coyote Communities, and he also received his MBA from the University of Washington and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from Willamette University. And while he loves any time spent in the woods, he's never happier than when he's out on the water with his family. And at our third tour stop, you will find Jeff Burns, our Partnership and Planning Program Director, who you met earlier today. And as a reminder, in this virtual environment, we'll make some time in between stops to transition from each tour subject, similar as to if you were walking out in the woods without the hard hats and safety gear, of course. You'll notice the use of poles like the one that Hillary will be pulling up here shortly to begin and end today's tour, which we encourage you to participate in. So I can't, I guess with my age, Hillary, I can't quite read it from the back of the room. So it looks like the top ones are stewardship agreements and voluntary and incentivized programs of what the board would like to learn about, along with good neighbor authority agreements.
Partnership and collaboration with Oregon and other.
So with that, we will wait for the next tour stop to load up. And I'm going to turn it over to Nate Aglesoff. Again, our private forest and Senate field coordinator. Take it away, Nate.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nate Aglesoff, and welcome to Tour Stop 1. I'm also joined today by Jennifer Weichel, wildlife biologist in the ODF Private Forest Program, and online, Lindsay Reeves, co-owner, and today serving as a spokesperson for the Bowman Tree Farm. During the first segment of this tour stop, I'd like to provide the board with a high-level overview of the Stewardship Agreement Program. I'll begin with some historical highlights, and then we'll take a little closer look at how the regulatory framework of the Stewardship Agreement Program can be complementary to other opportunities and provide some examples of how this leveraging of programs can be beneficial to the landowner, partner agencies, and the resource. The Stewardship Agreement Program was originally created by the Oregon Legislature in 1997 and adopted by the Board of Forestry as part of the Oregon Forest Practices Act. When conducting a forest operation, landowners and operators are subject to the rules and requirements of the Forest Practices Act by default. A foundational element of the Stewardship Agreement Program is the recognition that success in natural resource management cannot be achieved by regulation alone, and voluntary actions in combination with legal requirements would lead to more desirable outcomes on the landscape. The program provides a means to recognize the efforts of participating forest landowners and allow some additional latitude for these landowners to self-regulate. Since 1997, the Stewardship Agreement Program has undergone several modifications, but I'd like to take this time to highlight just a few key events along the way, such as in 2003, when Stewardship Agreements became an independent program, which essentially made the program available to both forest and agricultural landowners. And in 2007, the legislation that brought about some of the most significant changes to the Stewardship Agreement Program and shaped it into the current form as we know today by adding the specific benefits of regulatory certainty and regulatory efficiency. Examples of regulatory efficiencies could potentially include allowing the stewardship agreement to satisfy any written plan and notification requirements. Regulatory certainty aims to recognize landowners who chose to exceed current regulatory requirements and exempt them from any more restrictive standards in place at a future date. I'll point out that complementary incentives were very valuable, increasing participation in the Stewardship Agreement Program. And in 2009, Oregon held signups for the Healthy Forest Reserve Program, HFRP. And in 2010, ODF entered into the programmatic safe harbor agreement for the Northern Spotted Owl with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Natural Resource Conservation Service. I'll get a little bit more into the specifics on these complementary opportunities in the coming slides. But what I think you'll find interesting is that the stewardship agreement is the tool that provides the necessary linkage between these opportunities for successful program implementation and helps ensure that these incentive programs can be delivered in a stable regulatory environment. The scope of stewardship agreements in the Oregon Forest Practices Act in Division 21 provides a framework for the program. And I personally like to think of a stewardship agreement as creating a custom tailored version of the FPA, and it's specific to the landowner and their objectives, as well as the resources present on their property. These agreements are not tied to the land itself, but are an agreement between the landowner and the department. By department policy, forest landowners who choose not to enter into stewardship agreements are not considered any less protective of resources than those landowners who do choose. However, for those landowners that commit to take these additional measures that exceed what is otherwise required, the stewardship agreement provides the means to recognize those efforts. And in turn, the department commits to aid the landowner in accessing conservation programs and other incentive resources. A little bit on HFRP, the Healthy Forest Reserve Program, which is a voluntary federal program that aims to enhance forest ecosystems through the recovery of T&E species, improved biodiversity, and carbon sequestration. This program has been utilized in various ways in other states over the years. In Oregon, HFRP has had a focus on benefiting the northern spotted owl. During the years that this was available and funded, interested landowners had the option of enrolling in either a 10-year restoration agreement or a permanent easement. In either case, the landowner was able to receive cost share assistance for habitat enhancement practices, as well as the assistance in the development of a forest management plan. Further, this plan met the needs of a stewardship agreement and assured that HFRPs were implemented in compliance with the Forest Practices Act. So safe harbor agreements encourage private landowners to manage their land in ways that promote habitat for endangered species, simply by removing the regulatory disincentive. If the landowner's commitments and management actions are successful in attracting endangered species, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service absolves the landowner of any increased restrictions. Some safe harbor agreements are umbrella or programmatic, which means that the permit is issued to an intermediary, such as a state agency. In August of 2010, the State Forestry of Oregon, the NRCS, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service mutually agreed to a programmatic safe harbor agreement for the northern spotted owl. This programmatic agreement streamlined the enrollment of properties in safe harbor by authorizing the state forester to issue a certificate of inclusion in the safe harbor agreement, which was held under an incidental take permit, which was held by ODF. And compliance was based on the provision and conservation measures detailed in an approved stewardship agreement. Currently, we have 13 active stewardship agreements. And during the next video segment, I'd like to showcase the Bowman Tree Farm as an example where a participating landowner has furthered their timber and conservation objectives by leveraging a stewardship agreement to access complementary incentive programs and collaborate with partner organizations.
When we moved here, and that's been about 15 years now, one of my real interests was looking at the habitats. One thing I tell kids when they come out, because we do a lot of tours, is that basically everything lives here except for wolves. So we have bear, we have elk, we have cougar, we have birds, we have salamanders, we have all, literally the critters of diversity. There's a spotted owl nesting site on our neighbor's property. It might as well be on our property because it's right at the border. Currently, we don't know if the owl is there or not, but unless the owl is what's called decommissioned or the site is decommissioned, then we still have to operate exactly like the owl was there.
The spotted owls have been in decline for quite a while, and there's multiple reasons, but the main reason that this project was targeting was more of the habitat loss.
So we know that this type of forest from science is what owls like. They like these bigger trees. I believe there's also some science that's coming in that shows they like some other type of habitat maybe too. So what we're doing is creating lots of opportunities to entice in the owl to, come here and live.
Part of the 2011 Spotted Owl Recovery Plan, one of the target goals was to come up with actions, voluntary programs to encourage private landowners to engage in voluntary conservation for spotted owls. And so part of that is the Spotted Owl Safe Harbor Agreement, which is an agreement that Department of Forestry holds with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, where we're able to enroll properties, primarily small landowners, who want to engage in voluntary management.
So the HFRP Healthy Forest Reserve Program was an agreement that we entered into in 2013. It was a real opportunity for us to take part of our tree farm, 250 acres, and move that into a longer-term forest, oftentimes known as old growth forests. And what an old growth forest to me means is the diversity of both horizontal and vertical habitat.
Even in second growth properties, like the Bauman's property here, where you have maybe a middle-aged stand of trees, so it's not old growth yet, there's still a lot that can be done to promote owl habitat through, for example, some commercial thinning to open up the canopy, which will help get sunlight to the forest floor and help develop that complexity in the layering. And then also some of what was done here on the Bowmans was to, on purpose, create dead trees and down wood. And that helps promote the prey populations for what owls need to eat.
So part of that agreement was taking out some logs because we wanted to bring in more sunlight, putting some snag creation for critters to come in, for the birds to utilize, downed wood, same thing, opportunity for habitat at the ground level.
And that allows us to mimic some of the key components of owl habitat earlier when the stand is still a bit younger, to help promote that owl habitat over time and help it develop quicker than maybe it would if we didn't do anything and just let the stand age on its own.
And what ODF has helped us to do is keep with our compliance and making sure that we're doing the right thing by Oregon's laws, and then helping us to, as I mentioned earlier, just know where to go to get assistance and how to make sure that we're moving our HFRP plan towards the goal that we want, which is bigger forests, bigger trees, and more habitat and more diversity.
And they're always looking to continuously improve what they do on their ground, and that's where we can also come in with stewardship foresters and things like that to assist.
The Stewardship Agreement Program, either with or without the Healthy Forest Reserve Program, is really helping to do good things on the landscape. It's essentially encouraging and rewarding landowners who are managing their land with conservation in mind. And so they're doing good things for wildlife already, or they want to do good things for wildlife. And we can work with them and help them figure out how to make that happen.
So the voluntary program's been great because it allows us to still maintain our land. We still own the trees. And it's the government who has the management plan, which is like a 100-year plus management plan. It's going great because we really get to now have an opportunity for the diversity that we like to have on our landscape, while we also still have the opportunity to make our money.
There's some certainty that this is going to be a working forest for decades to come, and that provides, you know, a variety of benefit to the public in general, from clean air and clean water, and you know, it's not going to be subdivided. Habitat for wildlife also. So some multiple benefits there moving forward.
I like this program a lot, and I think it's doing really good things on the landscape. It's a way to reward landowners for doing good things on their property.
It's exciting. I think it's working really well. It's a great win-win.
So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Lindsay Reeves with the Bowman Tree Farm and give her the opportunity to provide any clarification to the board, if you have any questions, and also to allow her to share their experiences in incorporating the various programs into the management of their family tree farm.
Great, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? Wonderful. The other day when we did this, the sunlight was not quite as bright. I'm actually standing outside with an actual backdrop of the forest. So yeah, since this is a tour, I thought I'd try to bring the forest to you guys as much as possible. So again, my name is Lindsay Reeves. As was this morning's mention, everybody kind of said where they're from. I'm a third generation Oregonian, and this Bowman Tree Farm has been in my husband's family, Tom Bowman, since 1945. Prior to us acquiring this land from homesteaders, there were other folks on this landscape. We actually have two special sites with grave sites dating back to 1900 and 1903. And so I just kind of like to always bring in the history, because this has been a working landscape, both from agricultural as well as for my husband's family, now going on 3 generations. And what I tell folks when they come out, we do a lot of tours through a nonprofit called Forests Today and Forever, is this is how we make our living. So one of the philosophies that I saw was on the sheet is what is our management philosophy? And when I got my master's in social work and was trained as a clinical social worker, I really started to look at things as a system. And so, yes, this is how we make our money. It is a working tree farm. And part of that system, as you saw earlier, is a real importance that we hold towards this entire landscape as an ecosystem for the animals that live here, the water that flows through here. We have a small fish stream. And then as we do logging operations, soil and habitat at the ground level. I'm also a member of the Oregon Small Woodlands Association and Oregon Women in Timber, and am on the Forest Protection Association for Western Lanes. So prior to living and coming here and inheriting this land, I had really no understanding about forestry, and just want to give a big heads up kudos to ODF, because they have been instrumental through the stewardship programs and working with me to further understand rules and regulations, and as was mentioned earlier, how to go above and beyond those rules and regulations. Some of the challenges that we're facing right now that was mentioned this morning also with climate change is we are, for the most part, just chasing dead and dying trees. There's a lot of Douglas fir on this landscape that are drought stressed. And it's our goal to get those trees out ASAP for forest health and bug beetle infestation abatement. What I have learned to appreciate with the HFRP, which is about a third of our landscape, we're 670 acres, and the Healthy Forest Reserve Program is about 250 acres, is we're strategically leaving more downwood and snags in parts of the landscape that are outside that HFRP. Again, to promote that whole diversity of ecosystems for forest critters to come in that use those trees for snags and also then use that downwood. Fire, as always, was talked about as well. So what we do is a huge program that we go through the landscape, get everything mowed, put in fire breaks. The last few years, I've been able to work with ODF and bring in their wildland fire crews, especially the new ones. And we do some tours on this tree farm where they're practicing their skills so that we're getting the landscape as ready as we can if fire were to approach, that we would be able to be our first response. We're really lucky as small woodland owners that we do own our own equipment. And so we're able to know that when we're monitoring fire season and we know fires are around, we can ready our landscape and our tools to get ready to approach that fire if it were to come this way. The last thing I just want to mention with some of our challenges is, as I said earlier, we do have a small fish stream, and we had our first culvert failure 2 years ago. And again, through the help of ODF, we brought in some stewardship foresters. We actually did a training on reassessing what kind of a culvert would need to be put in for the fish passage rules that we have. And what we came to was we started to decide to put in bridges instead of culverts. And that will allow that fish stream to naturally channelize itself. And in the long run will be better for the fish and the other stream side habitats. One thing I guess I will just close with, as was mentioned, we bring out kids and we do tours out here. We've brought out over 10,000 kids in the last 10 years, mostly middle school students, as well as University of Oregon students. And especially with the U of O students, they write a journal, and with permission from the professor, he will share what the students write about their experience. And the one thing that is almost to a T in every journal is students saying, A, I had no idea how complex forest management is. And B, I had no idea how much people care. So I'm starting to work on my own theory about forest literacy, and really, as again, this morning was mentioned, is we need to get people on the landscape and have actual tours, having conversations with people, and recognizing that, you know, every acre can be different. And after experiencing the ice and the snowstorms over the last few years, recognizing that my management plan and objectives can change literally overnight. So to bring it back to the HFRP, working with ODF, working with NRCS, and really understanding how to manage a landscape, both for the financial gains that I get when I sell my trees to the mills, as well as how to work with the habitat and the stream health and the overall health of the forest, has been very beneficial, because I didn't come from a forestry background, but I feel like I have a pretty good understanding now of how to make some good decisions. So we are at, I don't know where we're at with time. I think there's time for questions.
I've got one. Congratulations on everything you've done. Can you maybe try to describe, if you did not have the help from NRCS and ODF, where things would stand today?
Yeah, and that's a whole other kind of historical question that I'll try to answer briefly. So as you probably know, or maybe don't know, small woodland owners, when a generation passes and it goes to the next family members, they can be put into a quandary, to say the least, where one person or sibling might want to do one thing and one person might want to do the other. So my husband's passionate about the tree farm. He's worked here for years with his dad. The other brother went to Canada and basically said, no, thank you. When the inheritance came, parents died 4 months apart, the land and the timber was given to each brother 50-50. And brother in Canada wanted his money. So we were looking at how can we buy him out. And we, through a process, were basically deciding to put ourselves on a 5-year timber project of taking out 1.1 million board feet a year, which was quite an increase from our normal 250,000 board feet a year. Tom had reached out to NRCS to ask if there was any money for this HFRP, and at that point there wasn't. And lo and behold, it was 6 years later, we got a phone call. Are you interested? Yes, we were. We went through the process, and what that money literally came at the right time to pay off Tom's brother, so that we did not have to continue 4 more years of that 1.1 million board foot harvesting. So if that money wouldn't have come through, not only would we not have this great 250 acres moving towards the old growth spotted owl habitat, but we would have had to cut beyond sustainability, whatever it is, 5.6 million board feet, which would have taken the sustainability concept off this tree farm. We also could have sold. We could have, divided it up and sold it out, and that would have not led us to then have the acreage that we now currently have, so that we can manage it for the different values that we hold, financial, habitat, other things of that nature. So I don't know if that really answered the question you were asking.
Oh, that's a great answer. Congratulations.
It would have changed. It would have changed this landscape completely. And the 40 acres that we did harvest happened right when we were starting to get into those drought conditions. And that 40 acres has been a very challenging reharvestation because it's low soil productivity, high wind. It's up on the ridge system. And I think we went up there 4 years and replanted trees that had been, that just didn't make it. We've actually now started planting incense cedars, and those are really thriving. So for my imagination of having 40 acres for the next 5 years to reforest would have been financially difficult as well as physically challenging.
Other questions?
So thank you, Nate, Lindsay, and Jennifer for that tour stop.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks. It's a really highlight of the safe harbor agreement, stewardship agreements. And then I've been on your farm many years ago as deputy division chief for one of your school tours. And that's a great program you run as well.
Oh, thank you. And going back to Dave Lorenz, if anybody wants a tour or wants to come out during a forest field day with 150 middle school kids, just let me know.
It's worth it, let me tell you.
Well, first I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that story of your forest. It sounds amazing. And I also had a question for the rest of you of how available is this funding stream, or what is the health of this funding stream that was drawn on for this project for other landowners?
Thanks for that, Ben. So the Healthy Forest Reserve Program, I think, had funding for a year or two, and it's since, at least that program has since dried up. So there are other incentive programs, cost share programs that you'll hear a little bit more about, particularly when Jeff talks, but this one in particular is no longer available. So, and
that was through the Farm Bill that it was funded? Is that correct?
It was funded through the Farm Bill. And the interesting, I guess, part of that history too, the way that I understand it is it was a 2008 and the money had dried up in Oregon. States that did not use their monies, it goes back to the federal government, and then the federal government reallocates those fundings. And so Oregon got money back, and that's where we were then contacted. But yeah, it is the Farm Bill, and I agree. I don't believe that money's available right now, unfortunately.
I'm just curious about the cost share. What was the percentage of cost share in that program?
Nate's going to come and speak to that. I think I know the answer. I think it's 75-25, but.
In that era, and Lindsay, correct me if you recall it differently, but
I have to go back in my notes, but go ahead.
It should, for if you, it was like I said in my presentation, they had a couple of options on whether to do a 10-year restoration agreement or the permanent easement. And so I believe if you selected, and I don't know if we had any that actually, any of our participants that chose the 10-year option, but it was like closer to a 50-50 in that scenario. And then in the permanent easement scenario, it was basically 100%.
And
Yeah,
my understanding is they calculated the difference between with and without the easement based on what you could do versus what was under the management plan. And so it was like a traditional easement program where they compensated the landowner for the value that they gave up. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's, thanks for jogging my memory. We received an initial payment with the understanding that we had to do prescriptions in the first 3 years to help kind of jumpstart it towards the habitat. So creation of downed wood, creation of snags, removal of enough trees to make 70% canopy cover. And we got paid those first 3 years for so much per snag, so much per downed wood. Now that we've received the initial money for the loss of the timber, because the timber is now going to stay and grow on the land, and we've received money for those prescriptions, we are now obligated to continue that 100-year management plan with no compensation from the government. So as we move, they've actually outlined 5 units from small trees to larger trees to reserve. And we will be doing prescriptions ongoing to get the middle-aged forest into older forest, thinning, more creation of downwood and snags over time.
Any other questions?
I guess want to also add to that cost component in that we still own the timber. And so as we're doing pre-commercial thinning, commercial thinning, we will take those to the mills and get paid for them just like we would normally get paid for harvesting. Part of this 100-year plan also is the creation of small patch cuts. So like 1 acre, 2 acre, because we want to create those edges and bring in that new kind of early sterile forest as well. So we'll be going in and doing that harvesting as well.
Great. Well, that was educational and informational. So thank you all for that presentation.
You're very welcome.
So we're going to move to tour stop number 2, Mike Warjohn and Port Blakely, and learn a little bit more about their organization's history and management and the goals relative to a stewardship agreement that they completed with ODF in 2020. So Mike, if you are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kyle. I'll ask the other Port Blakely folks to show themselves on the screen while we're getting started here. Thank you, Chairman Kelly and the esteemed members of the board for inviting us, or rather joining us on this virtual tour. I wish we could actually be doing this in the field, and I'm going to ask that you accept our invitation to do this over when we're able to actually do it in person. We'd love to have you out and show you what this looks like in the real world. If we were in the field right now, I would begin by introducing myself and the team and telling you a little bit about the company before we started our stroll. So I'm going to do that now. I'm joined by Lance Christensen, Claudine Reynolds, and Bonnie Glendenning from our U.S. Forestry team. My name is Mike Warjohn. I'm the president of the company here, or the U.S. Forestry division, I should say. And it's important to make that distinction because we also have a tree farm that we manage on the other side of the world in New Zealand, and they have their own team down there. So you've got the U.S. Forestry team here. I'll tell you a little bit about who we are and what stewardship means to us, because I think that's an important thing for the board to understand as we start this tour. Like many Pacific Northwest timber companies, Port Blakely is family owned. So, but we're a little bit different in that we are 5 generations now into this journey. So it gives us kind of a unique perspective on the time and space that we occupy, and this shapes our view of stewardship as a core value. In addition to this stewardship agreement that we're here to talk about today, we have two other agreements with the federal government, one HCP and one Safe Harbors agreement up in Washington. And with this agreement, about half of our U.S. ownership is involved in some sort of conservation agreement that provides additionality in conservation. The HCP, incidentally, in Washington is now in its 25th year. So it was a 50-year agreement when we signed it. I remember that day, and I remember thinking, wow, 50 years is a long time from now, but here we are halfway through. So it's been interesting, and it's sort of further shaped our perspective. But I really want everyone to understand that the employees here at Port Blakely are united in this vision that a forest is a living, breathing system, and it existed a long time before we were here, and it will continue to exist a long time after we're gone. And so we're fortunate to be stewards, and this is really what stewardship means to us in the short period of time that the forest is in our custody, so to speak. And the family owners, above all, really want us to leave this forest in a better state than we found it, so that the next generation can enjoy it as well, and many generations after that. So how does this affect our strategy? Well, any kind of strategic planning here at Port Blakely involves thinking about what do we want to have in 50 years? Imagine the year 2070. And in order to do that kind of planning, you have to also imagine what is the world going to look like in 50 years. And there's a lot of things that we can't predict, but we do know beyond a shadow of a doubt that in the year 2070, the world is going to be using a heck of a lot more wood than they are right now. And there's a lot of microeconomic and biological factors that sort of are creating that situation. But the obvious ones are pretty simple. Concrete and steel are finite resources. We can't simply keep mining stuff out of the ground to build our cities and our communities. That is not sustainable. And second of all, processing those materials and turning them into something you can use requires an immense amount of energy. And energy is a finite resource at the moment, especially when we consider fossil fuels and the expense of converting to other forms of energy. That's not sustainable either. And then finally, when you consider the carbon footprint of all of this, it becomes pretty clear that wood is definitely going to be a preferred construction material, but it's also likely going to be a preferred energy source 50 years from now. So we have to really figure out a way to do this in a smart way that benefits both, the people that are willing to take the long-term investment, but also the people that live on this planet. And so we sort of see it as our mission to figure out how to make this work, how to meet the future demand for wood, while also providing for all of the other stakeholders in the forest environment, which we're going to talk a lot more about. But this means, creating habitat for the threatened species, protecting the aquatic systems, which are the origin source for water that supports all life, including us, and providing recreational opportunities for the community. And, I don't know about you, but if there's one thing I've learned over the last year, it is that a walk in a forest does wonders for your mental health. And I think, it's important to us that opportunity is there for people for a long time. So I'll talk a little bit about this particular project, and in doing so, I will now fire up the presentation. I didn't want to dive right into the PowerPoint presentation, but if I can go like this, can someone give me a verbal yes that they can see what I'm showing?
Yes.
Good. So this particular forest, we felt it was particularly important to pursue a stewardship agreement here for a couple of reasons. One is it's in Oregon, and unlike our Washington forest, Oregon does not have as much federal protection for the forest practice law. That is to say, there isn't a programmatic HCP for all forest practices in Oregon, like we have in Washington. But more importantly, there is this idea that this forest lies directly between the Mount Hood National Forest and the Portland sort of metro, suburban, and Willamette Valley agricultural area. And so it occupies this critical space that we think is so important to preserve. And in doing so, we want to, like I said, provide the community with the opportunity to see and enjoy this forest, but also as sort of the last line of defense for all of the aquatic systems and wildlife that might be on that urban interface. So we saw this as a unique opportunity to lock this in with the state of Oregon and give us that regulatory certainty that you need when you're making these decisions 50 years down the road, and so our objectives with the plan, is really to say, if we're willing to commit to do these things, like you've heard about in the other example, we're going to not be penalized for doing so. We know that the field that we're playing on is not going to be re-chalked underneath our feet. And so we definitely want to have that environmental protection. We definitely want to go where the science leads us, and we have in fact done that. The aquatic systems are sort of the #1 priority these days, and for good reason. We tend to manage on a longer rotation, and also on what we call a non-declining sustained yield. So we at Port Blakely never harvest more than the entire timber estate grows in any given year. So we'll have the same amount of volume every year forever. And that's important to the owners to have that steady sort of flow. And then the road systems, of course, are the biggest single point of failure when it comes to thinking about catastrophic things that can happen in watersheds. We want to make sure that our road systems are up to snuff. And you're going to hear a lot more about that as we go. And of course, it's a 50-year agreement, which we're pretty comfortable operating in those kinds of timeframes, provided everyone around us is also willing to meet us at 50 years. So. And then finally, there are some forest practice rules that are not covered under the stewardship agreement, which we just obviously will continue to work with ODF on those things. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into this. And one of the things we really needed to do was engage with all of the other stakeholders that would have thoughts about a stewardship agreement on 30,000 acres. Would be the biggest stewardship agreement and forest stewardship agreement in the system. And so we spent a lot of time reaching out to the community and the regulators and stakeholders and elected folks to socialize this before we finalize the agreement. I want to introduce Bonnie Glendenning, who's in charge of environmental education and coordinating community outreach here in Oregon. And she's going to talk a little bit about the work that we did with the outreach.
Well, thank you, Mike, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit about our collaboration and the outreach that we did while we were creating this plan. So during the 12 months that the stewardship agreement was in development, multiple iterations were reviewed with the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. As each version became more refined, the plan improved. Having input from a diverse group of experts was a really great benefit to the plan and to our team. The varied perspectives that all of the ODF contributors brought to the project were invaluable. And by the end of the negotiation, everyone was happy with the result and was pleased to have collaborated on this landmark science-based voluntary agreement. As the plan took shape, we launched an expansive effort to improve our transparency with non-government stakeholders. In the spirit of collaboration, Port Blakely made proactive relationship building a priority. Our outreach created a platform where organizations and individuals were educated about our stewardship agreement and were given access to open lines of communication with the team who is crafting the plan. We introduced the stewardship agreement to conservation and environmental organizations. Over coffee and in our office, we shared our plans with multiple watershed councils. Our outreach included colleagues from various forestry-related organizations. The team also reached out to Oregon legislators and policymakers whose districts were near our lands. We introduced the stewardship concept to them, and we hosted several of these leaders on educational tours of our forest land. And although we don't have any acreage adjacent to current tribal lands, we understand that the Native Americans were the stewards of these lands long before we were, and that their traditional lifeways still run throughout Clackamas County. We sat down with our maps and talked about the plan with representatives from the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. In all, our outreach efforts engaged more than 100 stakeholders, many of whom we continue to build lasting partnerships with today. In October of 2019, Port Blakely invited stakeholders out to a demonstration site that had been harvested according to the latest stewardship agreement prescriptions. Interested stakeholders were invited to walk the property, see the prescribed practices on the ground, and ask questions one-on-one to our foresters, wildlife biologists, and Port Blakely leadership. Once the Oregon Department of Forestry and Port Blakely had drafted a plan they felt good about, the stewardship agreement was released for public review and comment. The standard public comment period is 21 days, but because this time period included the holidays, the decision was made to extend the comment period beyond 30 days. By January 2020, we had progressed to the public hearing stage. In partnership with the Oregon Department of Forestry, a public hearing was held at the Molalla Fire Department, and anyone who wanted to speak was given time to testify. Afterward, Port Blakely staff was on hand to answer questions individually with neighbors and participants who wanted to know more. The collaborative spirit under which this agreement was developed has had lasting effects. In showing respect for the diverse positions and values of different stakeholders, we formed relationships that continue to grow today. In the time since our meeting with Molalla River Watch, we have participated in several of their events, and they are currently working with us on 2 Woodcock Creek restoration projects. Our introduction to the Native Fish Society led to a partnership on a critical side channel project along the Molalla River. Port Blakely's log donation helped create a point bar jam, an effort to protect a cool summer refuge for young coho and Chinook salmon. On February 21st, 2020, the Oregon Department of Forestry and Port Blakely entered into the largest forestry stewardship agreement in the history of Oregon. Approximately 30,000 acres of forest land were included in the 50-year agreement, contributing to conservation efforts that benefit wildlife, water, and the next generation of Port Blakely family owners. To give you more insight into our conservation strategy, I'm going to hand it back to Mike now, who will introduce you to Claudine.
Thanks, Bonnie. And I should point out that Bonnie's been with our company for 14 years. And we have a lot of veterans here. And Claudine, who is our Director of Wildlife Fisheries and Environmental Policy, is a 13-year veteran of Port Blakely. And she really led the science and led the team that designed this plan, and is going to get into a little bit more about the conservation measures and what the stewardship agreement means to us on the ground. And so I will hand it over to Claudine and say, here we go, as soon as I bring this back up again. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, we wish we were able to show you our forest in person today, as was the original intention. But we do hope that you'll be able to make it out with us in the future sometime. Our stewardship agreement was created to function at a landscape scale to develop a habitat condition that is diverse, high functioning, and resilient. We acquired the majority of our Molalla forest in 1987. The landscape was primarily young, second growth plantation forests. The forests are located in the foothills of the Cascade Mountains within the Clackamas and Molalla River watersheds. Approximately 188 miles of streams flow through them, with more than half initiating as headwater non-fish streams. In 2002, we went through the process to certify our forests as sustainable, and we have maintained that certification ever since. Over the last 3 decades, since we acquired the land, we have voluntarily and patiently cultured and grown this forest, and the mature landscape that we now have makes the stewardship agreement a good fit for us. The plan was designed to create a landscape scale habitat mosaic and to maintain or increase the diversity of aquatic and terrestrial habitats that exist throughout our forests. This is accomplished in part by making management decisions at the local or harvest unit scale. We have prescriptions for middle-aged stands, including pre-commercial thin and commercial thin management, which increase the habitat contribution in these forest types. But due to time, the focus in this presentation is on the prescriptions that we apply at the time of regeneration harvest. In advance of harvest operations, we go to each site to identify and map all aquatic habitats and any unique or ecologically sensitive habitats. Once we know what resources we have at a site, we apply protective and restorative measures to maintain high-functioning habitat that is capable of providing the habitat requirements for native and aquatic terrestrial species. I'll provide a few examples. Starting with riparian buffers. Streams are classified based on their size, if they are fish-bearing, and if they have year-round flow. Riparian buffer widths are based on these classifications. We conduct surveys on each stream to determine the uppermost point of fish distribution. Under the plan, all native anadromous and resident fish are treated the same. Once we know which streams are fish-bearing and which are not, we conduct an additional survey on the non-fish portion of the streams to verify which ones flow year-round and which ones go dry in the summer. To protect the riparian function of these streams based on the stream classification, we adopted 2 management schemes. For non-fish streams that flow year-round, we retain managed buffers, whereas the trees closest to the stream are all retained, and a portion of the streams towards the outside of the buffer are able to be removed. This is seen in the photo on the left. For fish-bearing streams, we retain unmanaged riparian buffers of various widths depending on the stream size. An example of that can be seen in the photo on the right. This video shows some different views of riparian buffers. The first one is a non-fish perennial buffer. You can see the no-touch inner portion and the managed outer portion. On non-fish perennial streams, the flow determinations are made during the driest time of year, and then the entire length of the stream that has year-round flow is protected at the time of harvest. Next, we move into the interior of a buffer that is along a fish-bearing stream. You can see the integrity of the understory vegetation and how diverse it is. You can imagine the quality of the shade in these areas. These areas provide biological corridors and connectivity and function as hotspots for native wildlife. They also function to protect water quality throughout the watershed. Woody debris performs important function when it falls into streams, including contributing to the development of complex fish habitat. Many streams are deficient in large wood as a result of past land uses and practices. As a restorative effort, we actively place large wood into small and medium fish-bearing streams to increase in-stream habitat function. Our plan also includes a significant terrestrial component. As a protective effort, upland habitat patches are retained around ecologically sensitive or unique habitats where they occur. This is to maintain habitat diversity and connectivity across the landscape. The habitat patches maintain the structural integrity of the terrestrial environment, including understory vegetation and woody debris. These have been shown to provide functional habitat for upland species. This video shows the local to landscape perspective of an upland habitat patch. This patch is surrounding a small forested wetland. As we move from the ground view up to the sky view, you can see how the habitat patch fits into and contributes to the landscape scale habitat mosaic. Snags provide critical habitat to more than 50 wildlife species in Oregon forests. They are important habitat features to maintain across the landscape. At the time of harvest, safe snags are retained and additional snags are created to ensure that these features are maintained. As part of the plan, we retain terrestrial woody debris of all shapes and sizes. Woody debris provides important function for soil development and habitat for forest floor wildlife. It also helps to retain moisture and contribute nutrients to the newly planted forest. As part of this, we create biodens in an effort to provide larger structures that could be used for denning species and to attempt to make up for larger woody structures that have been lost over time. You can see an example of all of these in this video. As a side note here, all of our forests are reforested within 2 years of being harvested. The construction and maintenance of our road infrastructure is an important part of our plan. The road system is critical for ensuring flexibility to operate without causing environmental harm. A few of our road prescriptions include ensuring fish passage for all native fish species, even headwater resident species, installing larger culverts to pass water and debris associated with 100-year rain events, and developing construction plans and maintenance schedules that proactively protect water quality. These are just a few of the prescriptions that make up our overall conservation strategy and concludes a virtual tour of how some of them look on the landscape. Next, to learn about how it is going to implement the plan.
Thank you, Claudine. Sorry for the clunky video. I'm running the video. That's not Claudine's fault. So next up is Lance Christensen, who's our area manager for the Oregon Tree Farm. Lance is a 31 going on 32-year veteran of the company. And, you know, somebody has to make this stuff work on the ground. So when we're drawing up a plan, we really lean on our operations team to find out what is actually possible when you're thinking about a 50-year plan. And what you don't want is the people 50 years down the road to be cursing you for putting together something that's completely unworkable. So Lance was instrumental in making sure what we're doing on the ground is possible and will continue to be possible. And he's going to talk a little bit about what this means operationally for our company. And Lance, I'll cue the presentation back up again for you here.
Great. Thanks, Mike. And good afternoon, everybody. Since the stewardship agreement prescriptions stay consistent and predictable for us, Port Blakely can continue to look for long-term investments in forestry, and it improves our long-term on-the-ground planning abilities. Next slide. Thank you, Mike. I think it was mentioned earlier, but all of our streams within the ownership have been identified and classified. We can apply the appropriate prescriptions to these streams then as we do our future management activities, such as commercial thinning, regeneration, harvest, and our road maintenance and management plans. When doing a notification process, the agreement is the written plan. This allows for a single notification when preparing for our annual regeneration harvest activities. Normally, when someone submits a notification and they will be active near a protected resource, a written plan will also be submitted. That written plan describes how the operation will protect the resource in greater detail. Individual notifications and written plans for road construction and our in-stream culvert work are still going to be necessary, since we need to submit more detailed engineer plans when doing those type of activities. something that's really been beneficial for us and ODF. The ODF stewardship foresters, their field visits are more efficient when reviewing and approving riparian prescriptions for regeneration harvest units. Current forest practice rules allow for the removal of trees from the buffers. To do this, the landowner or the operator needs to determine the amount of basal area in a buffer. And then if there is extra, some of the trees can be removed. The stewardship foresters need to go in and verify that the calculations are correct, and then agree that basal area can be removed, that trees can be removed. Port Blakely's prescriptions for fish streams is a no harvest buffer. The stewardship forester only needs to check the buffer width when reviewing those notifications. The time that is saved in the notification process gives stewardship foresters more time to perform oversight and work with us on our active operations. So, can you back up one, Mike? Thank you. With this slide, our easily identified buffers allow the loggers to know which trees to protect and what trees to protect and which ones to leave when harvesting near a marked riparian or upland leave area. In marking these areas, we use flagging, paint, and tags, just like the one you see here. Port Blakely's best management practices for roads are a part of the stewardship agreement. This shows our commitment to the reliable road system for protection of water and also the effective timber transportation and removal of our logs. Port Blakely foresters have a great working relationship with ODF. So the implementation of this stewardship has been going very well. And we appreciate the hard work they have put into getting this plan up and rolling. Back to you, Mike. Thank you very much.
Now I'm on mute. Who hasn't done that? Thank you, Lance. I wish, again, like I said, I wish we could all be out there so you could see the amount of just really good work that has gone into this. I think there's three things that I'd really like the board to take away. One is that all of these plans are very complex. It really doesn't matter the size, but when you're doing one on 30,000 acres, there's a lot of work that goes into it. And it takes time, it takes teamwork, it takes a lot of thoughtfulness. Second, the plan has to be site specific. There's no way we could just take this stewardship agreement and apply it across the whole state of Oregon. It's very specific to this tree farm, the forest type that's there, and the drainages and the aquatic systems and so forth, very carefully designed for this specific forest. And the third thing is that it couldn't happen without a lot of collaboration, especially with and by the Oregon Department of Forestry. Nate and his team were fantastic as we went through this. We had a lot of back and forth. They challenged us on a lot of things, helped us to sort of rethink our strategy in some areas. And, we were really grateful for that collaborative effort. So, I know we're running up against the clock here. So I want to, I think at this point, say thank you and turn it over for questions. Whoever's monitoring the questions, is that you, Kyle?
Yeah, it looks like we've got some. Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. Twofold question. One, I'm interested in how many total acres we have in these stewardship agreements like this. And second, you've got acreage in New Zealand. And would you give us your perspective at a very high level, a couple sentences on the competitiveness in New Zealand versus the Northwest, and maybe specifically on how we might compare on genetics and, soil restoration and health?
Yeah, I can't answer the first question. I don't know the total number of stewardship agreements, so I'll defer that to ODF. But I can tell you that New Zealand's government made a very strategic and focused decision in the 1980s to invest in the forest industry in New Zealand. And so there were a lot of sheep farms that were going bankrupt. They were subsidizing, and they needed to flip that primary industry into a different primary industry, being forestry. So there's been a ton of investment in research and genetics and so on and so on. The difference really is, of course, that in New Zealand, everything's an introduced species. So we're growing Douglas fir and radiata pine, which are non-native, on a much faster rotation than we do here, which has a whole bunch of benefits and a whole bunch of challenges. And I could talk about New Zealand for hours, actually. But really, I'd say that we're comparable as it pertains to genetics and things like assisted migration and all of these topics that are so important to us in the world as we deal with climate change. But we share a lot of data with them. We share a lot of research techniques and a lot of people. Frankly, we've got Kiwis working up here, and we've got people that have from our team that have worked down there, and there's a lot of tech transfer. So it's a very pro forestry environment in New Zealand because they need that for the economy.
Carla, your question about the number of acres and stewardship agreements, I think Nate is actively working on that. The 30,000 acres for Port Blakely was certainly the largest one. Most of the other ones are probably in the 200 to 500, 700 acre range. Looks like Nate's got some more details there.
I was able to produce those off the cuff. I was scrambling. I guess what I would say is all the ones that we've had up until this point have all been kind of in that family forest landowner category. So, I mean, the Bauman Tree Farm at 600 and some acres was pretty large. So most of them are in kind of that 200 acres. So,
and how many?
A dozen in that category. And then so Port Blakely would be the 13th. So their 30,000 acre one is multiples of all of what we've had enrolled to date.
And we can get you the specific number after.
Yeah.
The other thing I'd add there too is that for some of our landowners that are under certification programs, we've got about 4.7 million acres under different certification programs. 3.8 million of those are under SFI, Sustainable Forestry Initiative, with about 900,000 either under American Tree Farm System or Forest Sustainability, FSD. It looks like Joe has a question as well.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Mike, I really appreciate the presentation. Enjoyed that and the work Port Blakely is doing. Thanks. That was great. I did have a question about you. You mentioned how a stewardship agreement gets into the specifics, how you develop that agreement related to this tree farm that you're this 30,000 acres. And you talked a lot about riparian areas and such. I just wondered if you could maybe paint a little more color on that. How did you come up with those riparian area protections? What kind of drove you to those decisions? I'm just curious. If there's a little more color you can put on that related to riparian areas.
Yeah, sure. Good question. Well, I'll take a first stab at this, and then I'm going to have Claudine add some color, if that's all right. The interesting thing is that this was a pretty mature forest landscape when we started, and there are parts of the tree farm that are significant parts of a given drainage. So if it was a 40 acre piece and a 40 acre piece and a 40 acre piece, you'd have a different strategy than if you're managing the whole watershed. And so I think we in some respects, the maturity of the forest and the fact that it's sort of contiguous, changes your approach versus a scattered block, or if you're starting with a field or with reprod or whatever. So those are two examples. There's many others. I don't know, Claudine, if you want to add any other thoughts on that.
I'll just add that the majority of our streams are in the headwaters. And so we really wanted to design a strategy that would be most effective for the part of the watershed that we had the most stewardship value over. And so it was, that's why we had to collect some data to understand those streams better ourselves. And that included some analysis on how much of them flow year round versus how many of them go seasonal. What was the prevalence of wetlands and seeps and other aquatic features? So we could really understand what resources we were starting with in order to develop a plan that would be meaningful for that landscape. So we consulted with a lot of experts in this space as well to be sure we were considering what local ODF&W was a partner in developing this strategy as well. Talking to folks that knew more about certain aquatic distributions than as partners with us on this. We also looked at the soils and the steepness of the slopes as part of our strategy. So there were multiple elements that went into it, all that were specific to the landscape that we're working on.
Thank you.
I've got a question. I wanted to drill down just a little bit about the calculations you made and why you did this. And so in trying to better understand, were there assumptions made that during this time period, it was likely that there would be changes in the Forest Practices Act, or what were the kind of thinking that went into overall this decision to move ahead with this? And secondarily, could you tell us a little bit more in detail in terms of the longer rotations, exactly what that means, what it would have been and what it's going to be?
Yeah, sure. So the thing about the Oregon Tree Farm is that it's not a large percentage of our overall ownership in the United States, but it did have, as I mentioned, a significant portion of the mature timber. So for the next 20 years or so, we're looking at, a big part of our revenue stream is this Oregon Tree Farm. And if we're going to manage on this non-declining sustained yield, we have to have, some assurance that, by foregoing harvest that we could do today and postponing it 20 years down the road, that's still going to be there. And so that's a risk calculation that I think any business, will take or make in their strategic planning. So the forest has a lot of value to us. I don't know that we had any particular specific thoughts about forest practices in Oregon. We just have been in Washington a long time and seen sort of the evolution of things there. And we expect that that they will continue to evolve here too. So as far as rotation goes, rotation in our mind is with this non-declining sustained yield, you sort of get this biological efficiency that happens if you have a percentage of the forest in mature timber at all time. And by default, that means some of that's going to be older than economic minimum rotation. And so that also comes with some other habitat benefits and so forth. This isn't really a rotation age plan. We have some other plans that are in fact specifically designed to produce young forest marginal or other habitat types that require some older trees. In this case, our primary focus here is the fish and the watershed and the riparian areas. So rotation age is not a component of the plan, but it's sort of there by default.
Chandra.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. That was very interesting. And I'm curious, I understand one of the benefits is regulatory certainty over a long time frame. And I wonder, does that mean that there's all of the prescriptions are completely static, or is there any level of adaptive management incorporated into the plan?
Claudine, do you want to answer that?
Yes, we have some adaptive management built into the plan, but there is some monitoring going on as part of it to learn about how do these biodens actually function, how are our created snags functioning differently than our naturally generated snags. So there is some monitoring going on that if we learn how to be more effective or efficient with our goals, then we can adapt to apply those prescriptions in more meaningful ways.
Yeah, the good news is we have a lot of data with our existing plans to sort of understand how these forest systems evolve and how well these different things work or don't work. In the case we have things we promised to do 25 years ago and plans that we just have not, been able to make it work as much as we thought we could. So, we've learned a lot of lessons over the years, and I think on this one we really have just handpicked the things that we know work every time and put them in place. We're also simultaneously applying for our federal habitat conservation plan using this plan. So we'll have the federal assurances alongside with the state as we hopefully when we get through the process.
Sure.
Thank you for that. That reminded me of one other question. So you're simultaneously seeking ESA coverage, and I'm just wondering, did you also have conversations with DEQ? Was this intended to also be sufficient to meet water quality standards as well? Were they part of the planning team?
They were not part of the planning team, but we do have some site-specific monitoring, like water temperature monitoring, for example, that's happening in some of the watersheds where we do have significant ownership. And that data will be collected, on an ongoing basis and help inform anything that comes along related to, public health, water quality, or so forth. I mean, those are obviously outside the jurisdiction of ODF, but we do acknowledge that that's an important part of the resource, and we want to meet those needs where they need to be met.
And Nate, in your presentation, I saw a bullet that talked about the ability to update stewardship agreements and revise them. Would you want to, in terms of the question of if things change?
Right, so there is that latitude or that ability. We have by rule periodic monitoring that goes along with it. So specific to Fort Blakely and the near entirety of the rule book that the agreement spoke to, we elected to have a 1 year kind of more hands-on approach, and then the ability to check in and then recognize other science and stuff along the way, so we weren't held to that. I might take a quick second to add that a unique thing about the program, and I think the agreement with Port Blakely illustrates it very well, is to look at forest management from a property-wide perspective. And so in many cases, the Forest Practices Act is very operation by operation focused. And so, a term that we use a lot is the net conservation benefit. And it came up a lot when we were looking at their strategy and the benefit to the resource and, at that scale. And then I quick go back to the acres, just a little under 3,500, including all the non-industrial owners are currently active. Plus, well, so non-industrial and then industrial, yeah.
Great, thanks, Nate. Brenda, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. I was just going to follow up on Chandra's question. Are any of the streams on the property draining into 303D listed streams, impaired waters that have a TMDL on them?
Claudine?
There were some reaches of streams that did meet that classification. So we did do that analysis to determine that. I would have to pull up the maps to remember exactly where those are, but there were a couple of reaches that met that designation.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. I'm just wondering, how the stewardship agreement addresses the contribution to the TMDL.
Mike, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, great. Yep.
Okay. So we did not include a TMDL as part of this, but what we did was we designed our prescriptions to be function-based in a way that we would attempt to prevent and mitigate any potential impacts to that. So our streams, that's why we have buffers up for their entire length of perennial flow and a road management plan that prevents any additional impacts that would come off our forest lands.
Yeah, thank you. I realize this site specific under the Forest Practices Act. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, this is a good example. That's a great question, because we have this Washington HCP where we have been monitoring, all of these things for years, and studying where we think, where we think the buffer widths, are appropriate to help mitigate those types of things. I have personally have comfort in knowing that the harvest pressure on this tree farm is not going to be such that I guess what I'm trying to say is it's very unlikely that any complete length of stream is going to have harvest activity on it at any one time, because we have the sort of the light touch of the harvest plan. So while the buffer in the harvest unit is important, it's also important to remember that upstream of that and downstream of that is a forest, and it's so a lot of those types of things will be mitigated just by those prescriptions as Claudine describes. But it's something that we completely understand the importance. So it's definitely it's in the strategy if it's not on the paper.
Thank you both.
Any other questions? Ben, go ahead.
I was just curious to you guys, are there other companies pursuing these right now?
There was interest, I think, shortly after Port Blakely went through their process, but I haven't seen any specific continuation of that at this point.
I would expect that the industrial timber companies that are involved in the MOU process right now are going to, I can't speak for them, but it's probably smart to wait and see how that shakes out, before you commit to another 50-year agreement.
Yeah.
I would just like to make a comment. It was interesting. I had worked on stewardship agreements way back at the start of the Healthy Forest Reserve program, and they were relatively small, like 12-page documents, and there was a management plan, the NRCS plan, and this was more of a wraparound tool. And so when I asked to see the Port Blakely stewardship agreement, I was a little surprised. It really is a rewrite of the Oregon Forest, primarily a rewrite of the Oregon Forest Practice Act, specifically for Port Blakely. And it was extremely impressive to see. I just want to concur the level of work on ODF and Port Blakely side. I was able to tour. They did a tour which included the Fish and Wildlife Service at one back in the day with, I don't think NOAA was able to come, but very great. So if that opportunity comes again and you're interested, we would love to work with Port Blakely, because it was a very informative tour, and on the ground does so much better, although the videos were great. So just really impressive work on between ODF and Port Blakely.
Yeah, I'll insist on invite everybody joining us in the field at some point.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions? Chandra.
I promise this is the last one, but just kind of a wrap up, because this is the first large scale stewardship agreement that's been completed. I'm just curious from the perspective of Port Blakely folk and from ODF folk, what were the challenges? Looking back, could something have been done better? Are there tweaks that need to be made to make this process smoother, or could have gotten to an outcome that, I don't know, was better? Or are we all pleased with where it landed? Just kind of the recap for future efforts. Is there any lessons learned there?
Yeah, Mike, do you want to go first?
I think I'll ask the team here if anybody has any thoughts. I have some ideas on that, but Lance, Claudine, Bonnie, anybody have ideas on that?
Well, I can jump in. Mike and I presented our introduction and education to CCFFA, Clackamas County Farm Forestry Association. And there were about 70 to 80 people in the room, a lot of small woodland owners who were very, very interested in what we were doing and how we were doing it. And I think to them, it might be more of a capacity issue, having the time and the expertise to be able to pull off something like this.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I stuck my foot in my mouth in that meeting because I mentioned that the year Port Blakely was founded and that we'd been here longer than this was a state. And I forgot I was standing in Oregon and not Washington. And I think some of the people in the room were alive when Oregon became a state and they came after me. But you always lay awake at night wondering if you've forgotten to include somebody, frankly, when you're working on these things. So there's so many stakeholders that are involved or, that have a thought about it. And so, the public comment period is what it is, but all the outreach that Bonnie put together, it's so important on an agreement this size. And we genuinely wanted to know what the public thought, what the regulators thought. And so I'm not advocating for longer public comment periods, but I do think that strategy is critical to the success of something this size. Just because every time you talk to somebody, you think about it in a different way. So that was really, really valuable.
Couple of things from the ODF perspective that I'd offer. I guess first to echo all the outreach from a process standpoint, basically just followed the rulemaking process as far as what the department's role was and our requirements there. But the heavy lift by Port Blakely to do all that additional messaging and outreach on their side, it made the whole thing much cleaner, easier, and more transparent too for everybody. And then also just the other thing I'd mention would be, as far as what we might do differently is looking at the scope of the agreement and the authority of the department is really within the Forest Practices Act. And so beginning with that as the end in mind, maybe as far as taking Port Blakely's strategy and some of their goals and the crosswalking exercise, I think Bonnie's slide with all the sticky notes really spoke to that for me. But that was a challenge to try to figure out, simple things like terms and that sort of thing.
We certainly didn't predict that 1/3 of the forest would burn to the ground on Labor Day last year. So that's another thing that, in the whole journey towards the HCP, that's another thing we've got to deal with. But I feel really, really happy with the result and of the stewardship agreement. And I know we really tested the mettle of Nate and his team because it was a lot to process in the regulated amount of time, but they did a great job. So
I think one other thing from our perspective that we learned certainly with the magnitude of this agreement is what documents are shared with the public and when. And I think it's the management plan. Port Blakely also, they offered that up for the public to view, even though the agency didn't have that ability to share it. So that's something that we learned in terms of public transparency and process that will be important, especially if we get some of these in terms of magnitude, what Port Blakely accomplished.
I just wanted to ask how you did come out with the fires, knowing that you were really close to the Malala Canby situation. But also, I'm sitting here wondering, you're a larger, sophisticated organization with lots of capacity. You've got harvest in other locations. Is there enough assurance built into this program for that smaller operator to replicate this? Do you feel like there's enough assurance built in?
I do. I mean, in as much as ODF has, on the board, and you as the board have the ability to adapt and change and adjust the rules. This definitely, if someone's willing to put it out there and say, we're going to go above and beyond, and in doing so, we're protecting this direction and you decide protection needs to happen that direction. Now we're protecting both ways. That's, that becomes a cost. So if I had a 100-acre tree farm, I would consider this just because I wanted to know that the plan that I've got in place right now is going to be the one that I'm going to be dealing with, provided everybody agrees it's the right thing to do. So I think the answer to that is yes.
I've got one more question. Besides the obvious of what you're doing in riparian areas and all, if this had not worked out, if you did not have this agreement now, can you tell us what you would be doing differently?
Well, that's hypothetically, we are, at the end of the day, we are a business. And if we were worried about the risk of regulatory take in Oregon, we would have to think about an investment in Oregon, whether or not that makes sense. So we're here now, we want to do the right thing. Fortunately, all of the stakeholders involved agreed with what we believe to be the right thing. And so now we know we can be here for the next century or half a century anyway. But tree farms are bought and sold all the time to mitigate risk. And frankly, Washington has a pretty secure environment, regulatory environment right now, which does affect investment decisions. So, I don't know what we would do, but we wouldn't feel as good about being here as we do right now. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Could I just follow up on that, Jim?
Sure.
Mike, thank you for that. Based upon several comments you've made, it almost sounds like there's some things we should be learning from Washington. You care to comment on that?
Well, only in that I think that the fact that there's an HCP on the forest and fish law is very reassuring for us, as timberland owners. That's something that means a lot to us. So, that gives you that security you need. Now, if you get in the timber business, you're rolling the dice on 50 years down the road with climate change and regulations and all the other things that happen in markets and who knows what else. But it is nice to know that there's agreement at the state and federal level on what needs to happen on the ground in Washington. So
yeah,
that for me, that's reassuring.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other questions? This has been great. This has really been really good discussion. Okay, thank you, Mike, Bonnie, Claudine, and Lance for the presentation, the virtual tour. We have some time built in for a break, so I'll leave it.
I believe we are about 3 or 4 minutes ahead of schedule. Beautiful. So let's reconvene at 3 o'clock. We've got a little over 15 minutes. Thank you all. We have 0 minutes. It is 3 o'clock and we are back in session.
Welcome back, everyone, for the last portion of this virtual tour. The final stop on this journey is going to be provided by Jeff Burns. And I think we've got a quick zoom in of the two areas that Jeff will be talking about. We're leaving Port Blakely and headed to Greater Lapine. Jeff? Jeff, are you ready?
I am, yes, yes. Yes, we're going to talk a little bit about the Greater Lapine Basin project and then move over and discuss a Grant County right-of-way project as well. And prior to those projects, I'm going to describe a little bit about our programs before we get into that. So. Okay, I'm going to share screen. Share. Okay. If I can get some confirmation that you see my PowerPoint.
Yes, we see it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Again, it's nice to see you. I introduced myself in the morning, but just to reiterate, my name is Jeff Burns. I'm the Partnership and Planning Program Director, and I'm going to discuss with you shared stewardship today in a little bit more detail than I was able to this morning. As you can see, obviously from our previous presentations, ODF has a long-standing way of doing business. Excuse me. For some reason, stand by. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. ODF has a long-standing way of doing business. We call it the Oregon way of collaboration built on solid relationships and functioning across programs. One of our most enduring partnerships has always been the U.S. Forest Service due to our common mission and principles. We have for years worked closely together with the Forest Service in a myriad of partners, yet limited funding and time and gaps in communication have all too often resulted in disparate efforts scattered across the landscape. Encouragingly, we are now turning those isolated efforts into focused investments with all our constituents at the planning table. We are cementing these relationships in a more formalized and meaningful way called shared stewardship. In years past, we have utilized millions of dollars of federal funding through the Forest Service state and private forestry grant program. Each year, ODF receives roughly $8 to $12 million to fund grant projects across the state, such as Western States Fire Managers, Sudden Oak Death Treatment, Community Assistance, Forest Stewardship Program, and Western Bark Beetle, just to name a few. I'd like to highlight a couple of these programs to give you a better understanding of these efforts. This 2016 Western States Fire Managers Grant was awarded to 4 communities to mitigate fuels in the wildland-urban interface. When we are finished with this 5-year agreement, we will have spent over $1 million treating more than 1,000 acres and providing expertise to well over 150 landowners. This program is just one piece of the puzzle. More than just treating private landowner acreage, these grants provide firefighter training and experience. To quote Chief Jason Crow from the West Valley Fire District, these federal grant dollars allow us to better protect ourselves while we protect the citizens of Polk and Yamhill counties. Again, thank you from all of our citizens for helping us to be prepared. Another piece of the puzzle is our sudden oak death treatments in Southwest Oregon. This 2013 project was granted over $2.5 million to provide aerial surveys covering over 1 million acres and sod eradication treatments on over 1,600 acres. So I'd like to discuss a separate but important tool to round out the shared stewardship picture, as we are not quite there yet. The Federal Forest Restoration Program is rooted in Federal Forest Advisory Committee formed by the Board of Forestry in 2009. The program was initiated by the legislature in 2013, and the Good Neighbor Authority was authorized in the 2014 Farm Bill. The Good Neighbor Authority is undoubtedly the most important tool in the FFR toolbox. It allows the state to act on behalf of the Forest Service to provide authorized forest, rangeland, and watershed restoration services on Forest Service property. It provides for not only restoration treatments, but timber sales as well that generate program income. But it does not fund projects on private land. The Good Neighbor Authority also supports planning efforts such as federal inventory analysis for data collection and contracting environmental services to provide NEPA review prior to project implementation. Our Good Neighbor Authority projects are built with collaborative support in which ODF may provide technical assistance grants, city and county planning assistance, NGO engagement, and support to our sister agencies. Therefore, we add another piece to the puzzle. The Good Neighbor Authority has renewed and strengthened our state and federal relationship across Oregon and allowed multiple partnerships to be formed to influence landscape scale priorities. In August 2019, Governor Brown formalized the Oregon way of collaboration between the state and federal Forest Service by signing the Stewardship Agreement. It calls for ODF to continue to work across boundaries, engage with multiple partners, and it strives to implement meaningful land management activities to create fire-adapted communities and restore and maintain resilient landscapes. Another piece of the puzzle. And finally, putting that puzzle together. The shared stewardship cross-boundary work leads us to open, transparent, and inclusive processes, frequent communication to sustain durable relationships among agency partners and participants, support of Oregon's collaborative approach for developing local solutions, adaptive management with room to experiment and learn, and focuses on outcomes with metrics in addition to outputs. For instance, rather than just acres treated, communities protected, or watersheds protected. So drilling in to an actual project that I'd like to describe and discuss a little bit more, I'd like to highlight this shared stewardship project. We have a longstanding model that includes multiple partnerships that works across boundaries on a landscape scale. One example is our Greater Lapine Joint Chiefs Project, utilizing federal funds, both Forest Service and NRCS, with additional state and private match. This partnership enables us to improve community resilience to wildfire and restore and maintain resilient forests in the wildland-urban interface. I would like to highlight the broad spectrum of partners that represent this collaborative effort, such as Deschutes County, ODF, OSU Extension, the Upper Deschutes River Coalition, and our Firewise communities that encourage participation from small woodland owners, the Forest Service, and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, just to name a few. The Greater Lapine Project was first awarded federal funding in 2016, with just over $1 million focused on the wildland-urban interface, completing a little over 1,500 acres of fuel mitigation treatment. In 2017, $336,000 was awarded to complete 231 acres of treatment. In 2018, $750,000 was awarded to complete 633 acres. Unfortunately, in 2019, no additional funding was available. In 2020, $300,000 was awarded to complete 300 acres. All of the funding that I'm describing here was federal funds. And most recently, the E-Board allocated an additional general fund of $528,000 to treat 1,400 acres. With consistent state funding that leverages federal funds and allows match through collaborative partnerships, we can accelerate this shared stewardship approach. Another example of shared stewardship is the Grant County right-of-way that was planned with multiple partnerships such as Grant County, Forest Service, private landowners, and the Oregon Department of Forestry, and continues past state and private forestry grant-funded work like I've described earlier. The Grant County project decreases vegetation along the road edge to create fuel breaks, improves ingress and egress for responding resources as well as emergency evacuations, provides access to multiple residents scattered throughout the rural areas, but also to communities, and is a popular recreation site that allows ingress and egress during emergency times, such as storms and wildfire, for recreationists. This enables the county to plan on the long term, as we've heard the pros and cons of that today, and supports firefighter training, retention, and recruitment efforts. The scale of the Labor Day fires of 2020 has brought to the forefront the importance of shared stewardship across all land ownerships, engaging with multiple partners. On January 8th, the E-Board approved $5 million to ODF to bolster shared stewardship, with the intent to collaborate across boundaries and ownerships to improve fire-adapted communities and restore and maintain resilient forests. Considering that E-Board funding must be spent by the end of this biennium, June 2021, we were forced to limit the calls for proposals to only 10 days. In that short time frame, we received over $20 million of requests from 93 applicants. We were only able to award 37 projects. And I'd like to highlight some of the accomplishments that we plan in the next couple of months. Over 7,000 acres targeted across the state to be treated for fuel reduction, including some prescribed fire work. 500 hours of young adult training for the Northwest Youth Corps, and a project that the Northwest Youth Corps has partnered with our Santiam State Forest to triage 10 miles of hiking trails from the Labor Day fire impacts that serve obviously as recreational opportunities, but also access for fire resources into Santiam Forest and potentially fire control lines for future fires. I would like to quote Jeff Parker, the executive director of the Northwest Youth Corps. Oregon Department of Forestry has been an incredibly supportive partner to Northwest Youth Corps. They have provided technical expertise, logistical support, and educational enrichment to our fuels reduction crews working in priority fire risk areas. Together, we have been able to reduce fire danger in high-risk communities while building workforce skills in future resource management professionals. This is just one of many of the folks that we work with that we've gotten positive feedback about being able to fund projects across the state in the spirit of shared stewardship. I would like to highlight the potential needs across the landscape. Keep in mind that we received requests for over $20 million and funding was limited to just 37 projects. Funds went to a mix of pre-existing ODF projects, tribal, state, county, and city projects, and extended federal forest restoration efforts and support to our non-profit organizations such as watershed councils and forest collaboratives. The blue is requested funds within these organizations. and the orange is what we were able to allocate. As we look to the future, there is a potential to award 56 additional shelf-ready projects that went unfunded in the recent call for proposals for over $16 million. A few of the highlights from these unfunded projects could be an additional 16,000 acres of fuel reduction treatment, over 8,000 acres of fire planning, and outreach and education to well over 3,000 additional landowners. Together, along with our federal, state, local, and NGO partners, we can think and work collaboratively to increase the pace, scale, and quality of restoration on all lands. Any questions? We will have some time after this to where the panel will be available for questions for the group as well.
Questions for Jeff, Carla?
So Peter, correct me on my math if I'm wrong, but the Governor's Wildfire Council recommended that 5.6 million acres of high-risk acres be treated. And I believe 2 million of those were NEPA approved. Over a 20-year period for roughly $4 billion. And I think we were told that 86% of these fires were on federal lands. And it comes back to Oregon doesn't have the capacity to cover that level of work. We will have to amass the manpower and the youth labor and everything that we can. But what's it going to take are we seeing those programs develop at the federal level? What's it going to take to bust through to get at a scalable level on burnable fuels treatment?
Well, I'll kind of give a rough answer to that question. I think they did really good numbers for the scale and the time they had for that analysis. A lot of those NEPA-ready acres are prescribed fire. And there is a limit to prescribed fire until we have really, truly smoke-adapted communities because of the air sheds and the negative impacts to vulnerable communities on public health. And so there'd be a limit there. Talking to Glenn Casamassa, the regional forester, he thinks there's over expectation in terms of what can actually be treated, economically and effectively, given the remoteness, access, things like that. But still, we're not nearly anywhere we need to be with pace and scale and quality of restoration to move the needle. Part of what shared stewardship about is, and there will be winners and losers, but focusing on key priority areas and investing money to move the needle in a particular area. In terms of federal programs, they've been, as Jeff noted, the big partner driving all this with Joint Chiefs projects and really helping Oregon be successful in our collaborative approach. They fully engaged with collaboratives, and it started in Eastern Oregon where they saw the risk of wildfire much earlier than the rest of the state. The start of from the board's work, the Federal Forest Restoration started the state investment, which was the first time in the nation. Now other states are investing, and they did give us new tools such as Good Neighbor Authority. So pieces are coming together, and there's currently legislation in this session talking about $35 to $50 million. In some ways that terrifies me because we don't have the workforce yet. So I think it needs to be, but that legislation also has a workforce development component to that. So I think there's real opportunity to begin to move the needle with state. And I think if the state steps up and invests, then there will be pressure on the federal government to match that investment in particular areas. So I think there's real opportunity here, and the governor is really interested in an investment in wildfire. And because of the Wildfire Council, they understand the cohesive strategy where it takes investments in suppression, mitigation, and fire adapted or fire and smoke adapted communities. So I think we're real close. Jeff, do you have anything to add?
Well, I would just add that it's a dynamic opportunity as well. There's, as we continue to treat fuels across the landscape, just like a rotation in, for timber growth, other fuels are growing. The wildland urban interface is always expanding and contracting depending on what location. And so, to think of the future investments, like Peter had mentioned, kind of scares me a little bit too. It's a small piece of the elephant that we can bite off one bite at a time. But I would always try to look to our past as well on what we've been able to complete and the strategies and relationships that we've been able to build in years past as well as we look forward.
And again, there clearly is unmet demand out there ready to go.
I have a quick question related to, there's a lot of different funding sources, it seems like, coming into some of these projects, and a lot of different partners that are implementing them. And I'm curious, if there is a overarching vision or goals, somewhere that drives how these projects are prioritized, and then to what extent science plays into that prioritization, and then to what extent stakeholders are brought into each of these decision-making spaces. I know they are in the collaboratives, but how do you get the right stakeholders, engaged in those processes where there's opportunity?
So the Governor's Wildfire Council, kind of building off the shared stewardship agreement, which allows the state to jointly set priorities with the Forest Service. They did not have a lot of time, but they used the quantitative risk assessment that we collaboratively do. Our fire protection program staff works with the U.S. Forest Service, and it's a net change in expected value calculation based on a number of geographic information system layers in terms of fuel risk, condition, condition of the forest, what values are at risk there, it's weighted, and then it classifies areas in terms of, high potential net value change or loss from wildfire. And they recommended that be used for prioritization. And that concept is being carried forward in current legislation, with ODF being responsible for refining an overall risk map. It directs mitigation to be done in the top 4 risk categories. Am I remembering right, Jeff?
Yes.
But the other component to that is community readiness. When you want to invest, you want to ensure that the collaboratives are mature enough and ready to take on projects that size. So we have structures and processes in place. COVID has slowed us down in terms of moving on shared stewardship. But the Forest Service had one of our employees on a detail to advance that and the collaborative planning and bridge that state level prioritization with local level prioritization, and that work is ongoing. And I see Brenda has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I'm just curious if the strategic allocation of these dollars for fuel reductions has been interfaced at all with the PODS approach proposed by Chris Dunn from Oregon State University.
I didn't hear well. The what approach? Pods.
Pods.
Oh, pods. Okay, thank you. Yes, there's a lot of work being done on that. And that's where you go from statewide level prioritization to more local level prioritization in the implementation of these projects based on the more detailed places of where they've caught fires in the past and the local expertise of that. Jeff, do you want to speak a little bit more about that?
Sure, you bet. And just a little bit to the planning and Brenda, thank you. I think that the pods approach is relatively new statewide. We don't have a discussion on that particularly statewide, but locally, I know that our folks have gotten together and had those conversations with local communities and the Forest Service as well. But to the point of planning, when we look at the various grant programs throughout the state that are offered through the federal, state, and private forestry grant program, we do have a forest action plan that we have developed and updated year in and year out. And that is informed also by the FPFO, and it allows us to connect with our federal partners as well as bring in other state partners such as ODF&W, OWEB, and other nonprofits like the Nature Conservancy. So we have some framework, but I think anecdotally at least, and I haven't been in the field in a while now, but from my point of view and my experience, I know that we do go to communities where there's a spark plug, someone's interested, there's folks that are on board, they're already wanting this message. And so they're willing and you know they're ready to go with, say, a fire mitigation plan and some mitigation efforts on their land. This larger perspective is trying to take the spark plug in that community that really has a lot of energy for it, and maybe the energy from another community over here, and then the conversation with the Forest Service and a conversation with the collaborative, and bring those folks to the table and begin to get those disparate pieces on the landscape into a much larger landscape scale. And we are moving there rather quickly, actually. And I hate to say this, but smoke in the air helps us with that message. We have a lot of great feedback from landowners that perhaps we did not have their ear 10, 15 years ago. And now folks seem to be really ready to move forward, and we're going to do everything we can to put those pieces in place to do that for them.
And thank you, Jeff. It just seems to me that, protection of people and property being the highest priority, I would assume, could benefit a lot from the approach that Chris and others are taking within local communities. So just wanted to raise that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions, Jim?
I just want to do a little personal shout out relative to Grant County. On our ranch 3-4 weeks ago, we have a county road, a gravel road, little used gravel road that goes up to the ranch. And I went out one day, and to my surprise, there was an ODF crew clearing brush and trees in the right of way. I didn't realize that this was a perk of being on the Board of Forestry at the time. And it turns out it was not a perk. They were there as part of a countywide program. And I can't say, Jeff, that there was any coordination beforehand, but once I could get the guys to take the ear protection out of their ears, we could coordinate with the guys with the chainsaws. But it was great to see that happening. I thought it was fascinating that the county roadmaster said that the county was reimbursing the Department of Forestry, and I think the Department of Forestry thinks that they're paying, but one way or another, it's a great program. I was particularly excited to see ODF fire crew be able to be working in the off season. So that seems like a win-win for everybody. And not only are we going to have a road that will be a better fire break, but it's in this case, much safer road in terms of not running into the oncoming cars.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. And what's so interesting I find about that particular project is that In years past, our folks have worked very closely with Grant County to plan those projects out with individual federally funded grant programs, but never in such a collective effort. And so they've been able to build on years past work into something that is much larger now that involves the Forest Service and private property owners and the county right-of-ways as well. So really great project. Thank you for that.
Jeff, I think you're gonna close out the tour stops.
You bet. Sure. If we're ready to do that.
Not seeing any other questions, so I think we are.
Okay. I'd like to highlight a few take home messages from our field tours, just to kind of capture what we've said here, and in preparation for our question and answer panel. These plans are complex to create, taking time, teamwork, and thoughtfulness. They are site-specific, developed for the landscape in which they will be implemented. No one plan would meet the needs of the entire landscape. Collaboration throughout the process is required for them to be successful. ODF has very little dedicated state funding to provide incentive assistance to family forest landowners. Therefore, it is so very important to build and leverage external partnerships and provide the coordination and technical expertise that make these opportunities accessible and valuable to the non-industrial private forest community. The shared stewardship approach not only leverages various funding sources, but expertise as well. Engaging a broad spectrum of constituents to prioritize finite resources across the landscape enables critical work to be accomplished in a timely manner and a meaningful way. And Hillary, I believe you have another poll just before we go into our panel discussion.
Thank you, Jeff. I'll be launching it now.
Thank you.
And for the board members in the room, I will just quickly go through this. Relative to the forestry program for Oregon, which of these value statements resonate with you, resonate with the information you heard today? So we have from that list, global context, dynamic nature of Oregon's forests, intrinsic value of Oregon forest resources, active management, meeting current and future needs, landowners and the public sharing responsibility for sustainable forests, forests that contribute to quality of life, healthy rural Oregon, different landowners playing different roles, informed public participation, and our continuous learning. So for the board members online, feel free to submit your vote now. And then board members in the room, feel free to share your thoughts. So landowners sharing responsibility. Okay. The first one is a global context.
I'm going to abstain because like Kyle, my eyes don't quite work well enough. And with your mask, you were a little too muffled. So
Oh, apologies.
Let's just not waste time on me. I'm just totally confused.
No, it's okay. We have to
Yeah,
review the results anyway.
I'm going to abstain as well. I don't really quite understand what we're doing here.
I think we're just looking for how you, the information that was presented today from our many virtual stops, to see how they might connect and resonate with the value statements that are included with the forestry program for Oregon. And if you can identify with any of those statements.
No.
Okay. I'll end the polling. And we'll share the results.
I will read those. The first one says, these are summaries of the value statements from the forestry program for Oregon. Global context, dynamic nature of Oregon's forest, active management. Oh, I'm sorry, dynamic nature of Oregon's forest, intrinsic value of Oregon's forest resources, active management, meeting current and future needs, landowner and public sharing responsibility for sustainable forests that contribute to the quality of life, and healthy rural Oregon.
So I think we're gonna zoom back into Salem. And as we close out the tour stops, gonna give some time for our panelists to re-engage their video. So all of the presenters that you heard from today, we're gonna be available. And we encourage board members to consider the information and welcome any further questions. We do have, I think probably another 20 minutes for this, 25 minutes if there's additional questions or considerations, comments amongst board members to discuss the sites spotlighted in today's tour. Go ahead, Ben.
I guess I've got a big picture question, and it seems like a lot of these projects come down to money and where the pot of money is coming from. And we've talked about the department doesn't have really much money to spend on these projects. We're maybe getting some from the legislature, but the lion's share comes from the federal government. And I guess I'm curious what, if any, sort of coordinated campaign there is working with our legislative delegation from Oregon on that. That's, I guess, a legislative question, but what can we do? What are we doing, or what could we be doing to work to get more money from the federal government for these projects?
Well, there's a National Association of State Foresters that have state foresters from the 50 states as well as the Pacific Islands. We're active in the Western Forestry Leadership Coalition, which is all the Western states and Pacific Islands. And every year we do propose federal budget increases for the variety of state and private forestry programs, and have worked to do better outcome monitoring. That's what the forest action plans are about, to show the results in a way that resonates not only with Congress, but with the accountants in the Office of Management and Budget, and to be able to really show projects in terms of on the ground progress. So there are a lot of efforts in terms of long-term funding at the federal level. At the state level, we haven't tried for a while to ask for funding for family forest land assistance because of the budget environment we've been in, and it hasn't been our priority when we're inadequately staffed for the increasing complexities and severity of our fire seasons. You know, in one way, I think the reason we're able to provide the kind of support we did do with the Port Blakely Stewardship Agreement is we are funded for forest practice administration, and the legislature built shared stewardship under the forest practice. So we're able to use our the general fund for forest practices to work on things like stewardship agreement. And when sometimes it happens to link up with a federal incentive program. Other times it relies on the interest of the landowner from their own point of view to engage us. And that, I think, is a barrier to including more family forest landowners.
And if I may, We have an absolutely tremendous relationship with our Forest Service and NRCS partners in Region 6. And so we are in contact with them, if not daily, weekly. And they tend to represent us, so to speak. They're interested in the same programs and projects on the ground that we are. And they can, to some degree, speak for us from a regional level back to Washington, D.C. So we are, I think, in harmony with our Region 6 Forest Service partners. We're looking out for each other. We speak for them on occasion and they speak for us. And that relationship really goes a long way in what kind of funding opportunities we might have.
And I would just add to that, we also have relationships with the Natural Resources Conservation Service, similar to what Jeff described on the federal side, and they help support our incentive programs in our business, the stewardship foresters. And we've also been really creative about creating other relationships with nonprofits and other groups that can, provide leverage funding or other capacity increases for our field staff and projects.
Ben, I don't know how much your question was related to the Good Neighbor Authority, and Carl and I just had a conversation about this, but sort of backing out to the bigger picture, as I understand it, and I won't have the numbers correct, but basically, what's happened over recent decades as we have cut fewer and fewer trees, mostly through attrition. The Forest Service has lost, I believe, something like 2/3 of the staff that they had years ago. And so they literally don't have staff to do a lot of the work that they should be doing and to do and timber sales and that type of thing. So in certain ways, we're backfilling their lack of staffing, and it's a little goofy and crazy, but it's needed. So any comments on that? Do I have that? Am I describing that accurately?
Yep. Brenda, you had your hand up. And then
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. So first of all, I want to thank the participants. I want to thank the staff for organizing this field tour, and I truly want to thank the people who, from Port Blakely and Lindsay and Jeff for providing these examples. They're really great, and found them to be very interesting. So what I'm about to say is I want to have that be front and foremost. What I'm struggling with here is scale. And these are great examples of some good steps forward to address some key issues, such as fire adapted forests and biodiversity conservation and clean water. But what I'm not seeing is the big picture as Ben just described it. What is ODF doing? What is the forestry community at large doing to collectively address some of these issues? And I was fascinated by Mike's referral to Washington in several instances, and I'm not suggesting that Washington has that all figured out by any means, with due respect to my colleagues in Washington. But it seems like they are doing some things that we are not, that provide for some more certainty around forest operations, but from the federal standpoint, more certainty around biodiversity conservation. And so it would help me, I think, to understand how these efforts that were described today fit into that big picture of addressing some of these large scale issues, including climate change and carbon storage going forward, so that we can see 20, 50, 100 years down the road how we're gonna get there and still be able to address these issues.
Panelist? Who wants to tackle this one?
Well, I will comment very quickly on the various planning tools that we have, and I've mentioned the FPFO and the Forest Action Plan, the Governor's Wildfire Council, the shared stewardship agreements, MOUs, all very worthwhile. But at times, I find when we're looking at various funding sources and land ownerships, not any one of those documents necessarily captures all of the nuance that we might be looking at when we're trying to build a complete picture for the long term. And so, you know, potentially, I wouldn't imagine we'd create a new planning document, but potentially there's something that is more overarching than what we have in place now.
And if nobody else wants to weigh in, I will weigh in. The document that should be saying this should be the forestry program for Oregon, which is a 20-year vision for what Oregon's forest should be. And if I recall, there isn't anything about landscape scale planning or treatment or using that sort of global perspective, large landscape perspective. You've read it most recently, Jim. Is that part in there that you recall? Sorry, put you on the spot.
I may have missed that.
I don't think you did. So it is intended to be the vision that drives us. So, but Lindsay has her hand up, and so maybe she wants to answer. I'm sorry, I just saw that.
No worries. How do I take my hand down? There we go. I think I got it. So I really appreciate that question, because it's also something I've been thinking about, is how much resources came into our 670 acre quote small tree farm, which for me is not small, but for on the larger landscape scale. And I know when I was working with Jennifer and some of the other folks in this project, there's, I think, a broader context that is sometimes not seen with the conductivity that the owl has with our tree farm. And as I had mentioned in my story, you know, the number of board feet that were not cut. So for me, that is a statement of a small landscape that has maybe a bigger picture in the future. And for me personally, one thing, as you know, Peter's seen me with the kids, is one of my goals is to bring more people out to a working tree farm and see how a working tree farm works right next to a conservation easement. And who knows where that information will go towards, of a future forester or a future person that really understands the nature of Oregon's forests on this landscape scale, but maybe starts asking the questions that kids are not asking about. How do we conserve our forest land? How do I look at a stream and understand the complexities of that ecosystem? So I think sometimes it's a great question, but the answer might be something we can't answer for another 30, 40, 50 years, because I've just somehow engaged a young person in an opportunity to say, oh, I now understand Oregon's forests in a different way. One thing I didn't get a chance to share, because I could go into the schools and have had opportunities that most of us know this, kids are forest illiterate. They don't get into the woods. They don't smell nature. And one girl got off the bus and said, oh, it smells odd out here. And so the more I think that we just engage kids and adults, even if it's a university student, on our landscape and help them to understand what we're doing. Yes, it might be on a small scale, but the future generation is losing this natural resource opportunity. A kid K through 12 can go through school and not learn anything about Oregon's forests, but they seem to learn about the forests down in South America, and then bring that conservation effort to a misunderstanding of what we're doing in Oregon's forests for the social and the environmental and the economic opportunities. And the other piece that Forests Today and Forever, the nonprofit I work towards, and this is another piece that's my concern, is we need to get more people working in the woods. And we are losing that opportunity. So when it comes to folks knowing how to run a chainsaw, being out there fighting fires, having the opportunity to know what it's like to work in the woods, log trucks, we have a hard time getting a log truck anymore because people just are not. After the 2008, a lot of people went out of business. So it's kind of I'm trying to give a 30-second elevator speech to Brenda's question. I think it's a great question. And I think there's other opportunities that question maybe doesn't address when it comes to the engagement that Oregonians have with our forests.
Mike, did you have a question or did you want to add to this discussion?
I'll respond to the question. I think that there's a lot of work that can be done with small landowners in Oregon. You know, there's a big piece of forest land out there that's controlled by a lot of people, and maybe there's some collaborative something that can be done across more, you know, not individual tree farms, but within a drainage or a region or a county. If there can be something of a programmatic stewardship agreement for small landowners in a particular area. You know, that's one way you could get some more scale. Because I agree, this is good. We're creeping along, and we probably need solutions that are gonna do more. When you talk about things like climate change, you know, we've done a lot of work, analysis on what are we going to do about climate change, and it's particularly what role do natural and working lands play in that discussion. And the unfortunate fact is the number that matters is flux, and flux is going the wrong way on the national forest. You know, we really need to figure out a way to address the areas where we have potential for sequestering atmospheric carbon, and it's not happening. And you know, I don't own a sawmill. Our company doesn't have a sawmill, so I don't really, you know, I'm not interested in federal timber for my own use. But as someone that just cares about the amount of atmospheric CO2 and equivalent, I would really like to see a healthier environment in the national forest. And those of us that are in the business of growing trees for a living are, you know, we're firing on all cylinders with things like assisted migration. We think about, you know, when we're planting a tree today, we're taking a seed source from 100 miles south because we know that things are going to get warmer. We need a tree that's more drought stress adapted, and so on and so on and so on. Those trees can't move themselves, and if the climate is changing faster than a Douglas fir can comfortably adapt, you're going to have to do something. And we're not doing anything, or we're not doing nearly enough. So, you know, stewardship agreements are great, but we've got to do something about that. You know, the Good Neighbor Authority is a big passion of mine because of that. You know, I think something has to be done on the federal ground. If you want to have the most impact in the least amount of time, that's where you're going to start.
I like your thought about a programmatic stewardship agreement across multiple owners. I have, you know, Nate's probably glaring at me, but I'm going to ask Jeff to talk about the Chiloquin, because we've done that with fuels reduction plans across multiple ownerships, haven't we, Jeff?
Yes, I'm not terribly familiar with that, but I do know that there's various programs that have been accessed to treat large acres around Chiloquin. And one nice thing about that is that it goes beyond just one or two landowners. And one engagement that we find to be extremely effective is Walker Range, an association down there. And local folks are working locally on their own properties if given the correct tools. And so, Peter, I might not get exactly to your planning message here, but I think if we offer tools, I mean specifically chippers and training and you know, that type of expertise to local communities, they will engage very quickly. I think one of the boundaries, or one of the way that they engage is by learning and being given the tools to go out and correctly do a project. And we've seen that blossom into a very large scale in that community.
So one last thing, I hear about Washington doing things and California doing things that we're not. And they are certainly investing a lot more public general fund into fuels reduction than the state of Oregon does. But then I think California is the fourth largest economy in the world, and Washington is, with the Seattle port, is much wealthier as well. But one thing that Oregon has, it's given us a chance to be able to move much more forward as we think about the forestry program for Oregon, is our land use system. We have 98% of our wildland forest that we have in 1974. So when you think about a landscape scale, we have the opportunity on a landscape scale to preserve much more forest than our northern and southern states have, where they've had the much more massive urban sprawl than Oregon has experienced. And that goes hand in hand, as it talks about the forestry program for Oregon, with a regulatory system and voluntary measures to produce outcomes. And one thing that we really don't want to do is risk our history of conservation in terms of keeping forests as forest. So I think we're actually positioned to do really well.
I'd like to make a comment. Mike, sometimes it's hard to get something through my noggin, but thinking about how much you've stressed the importance for a company like yours to have regulatory certainty. Geez, duh, why would you want that? You're growing trees. You know, they do take a while. So, you know, with that in mind, you know, I think we're all very hopeful about the MOU and the possible HCP for private forests, but I think you're also pointing out that that is one piece of the pie, and you know, the other piece of the pie is our Forest Practices Act, and what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, that you know, looking at the example of Washington, that you know, strengthening the Forest Practices Act in ways that conservationists would want can be to some degree a reasonable trade-off for landowners if we include the kind of regulatory certainty that you've achieved through your agreement. Comments on that?
Well, I am a member of the MOU group, so it's probably not appropriate for me to comment on anything that's happening in that group. But I think generally I can say that we really I haven't met a forester in the state of Oregon that doesn't want to do the right thing on the ground. You know, I mean, you've got people that care very much about their profession. You don't get in this business because you know, you have to be to some extent an environmentalist. So I feel like you've got really smart people at that table. They're going to come up with some good solutions. I've also been a lot of other places in the world and seen what forest practices look like there. And I can tell you that the fact that you have a primarily forested landscape in the state of Oregon that has been the backbone of the economy in a lot of areas, and you've got second and third generation forests that are still, you know, well adapted and growing well. You've got a lot of good things to celebrate here. I don't think that just trading, you know, buffer widths for HCPs is an answer. I think you really have to think about what do you want to accomplish with the whole system. And I happen to also be a believer in system theory. And, you know, all parts of that system have to be working, including the economic part. I don't think Washington did everything right. There's a lot of stuff up there that we're still arguing about, and you know, we will continue to argue about. But the fact that everybody's at the table and everybody's talking, and that people have good ideas and they're willing to listen to each other is what makes us work. You got to think about the number of people that are living in Arizona right now that eventually it's going to get to the point where there aren't enough tolerable days in Phoenix, and they're going to want to move north. And you're going to have in the next 50 years an influx of people wanting to come to Oregon, and that investment in timber, that active timber business, is one of the best lines of defense you have against conversion. And I really, you know, I believe that. And you know, there's a lot of people that there's a lot of data to back that statement up. So You know, I'm not going to tell you that I have that answer. I'm just glad that people are talking. We're having good conversations, and you're going to see, I think, you know, some really productive stuff come out of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just add one thing? I didn't put my hand up. Sorry about that. I wanted, you know, Mike talked about what's happening in our federal forests, and just as a forester's perspective, and Ben and Jim added to mention the fact the Forest Service has lost a lot of their staff and their ability to do a lot of this work. The other thing that's happening in Eastern Oregon is we're losing all of our infrastructure. And, you know, Lindsay talked about it, mentioned log trucks. You know, when you begin, and we're losing those tools. I mean, we're frankly are losing those tools. We're losing the mills, we're losing the loggers, we're losing the people that are working in the woods, and we're losing that ability. So I see the same thing. I just had a chance last spring. I spent some time up around Granite, looking at just, you know, recreating, and as looking at those federal forests through a forester's lens, all I see is massive fires. That's what I see. That's what I see the future of those areas as being. And it's really very, very troublesome as an Oregonian, as a forester, to see that. And I don't know, you know, how we get that scale, how we begin to move that dial, but some way we've got to do that. And harvesting has to be a part of that. That I heard a quote the other day, you know, conservation without funding is just conversation. And it is. It's without that, and harvesting has to be a part of that. Conservation has to be a piece of it. And anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. But as a forester living in Eastern Oregon, it scares me what's happening in our federal lands.
Carla, did you have a comment? Sorry.
Yeah, I think with a problem this big, there's no one magic bullet or no one magic program. We need that conservation piece. But it's clear there's pieces coming together that are critical. And I think we have, you know, many of those pieces together. What we don't have is the dollars and the labor force, but the labor utilization rate is low enough in rural Oregon that there's programs and incentives to gather that as well. I think, you know, yesterday the Oregon Senate went on record saying we need more help from our federal delegation and the federal government, knowing, you know, 86% of these fires are on public lands. And I wonder at what point, Peter, that, you know, this board needs to be very intentional about, you know, recognizing that as well. And, you know, not just public resources, but also how do we incentivize private capital and resources to help tackle this problem? I think we need to think, you know, beyond these agreements and have a real thoughtful strategy if we're going to meaningfully attack some of these bigger issues.
I think that's really interesting in the, I know that Governor's Wildfire Council touched on that a little bit about the public-private partnership. Where we've seen them occur, there's been more natural connections, like with water providers in Denver, Colorado, that were directly impacted by fires. So I think that is part of the solution, and that's a tough nut to crack in terms of how does that partnership between public and private emerge.
And Lindsay, you have your hand up.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to kind of add a couple of quick comments regarding my opportunity to work with ODF and small woodlands. And there's been many times at the Oregon Logging Conference where I've had a booth and had a small woodland person come up and say, well, it's my land, I can do what I want. And that's a common theme I also hear from kids. Oh, it's my land, I can do what I want. So I think I would just encourage the board to remind us all that small woodland owners are of land ownership in this state. And people coming into the state buying land might have that same concept without understanding the forest practice rules. And also then when disturbance happens or fire happens, how do small woodland owners access the resources? I had a lot of people call me up after the ice storm. I need, 2 loads of logs taken out. They're not going to get a contractor that's going to come out and take out 2 loads of logs. So I just kind of want to give a voice out for the small woodland owner that we need that educational effort as well. And as we have more and more people coming into the state buying forest land, Not understanding the rules and the regulations, that could be a huge aspect for stream health, bug beetle infestation, everything that goes along with owning forest land. Thank you.
And Brenda, you had a question or comment? You're muted, Brenda.
Thank you, Kyle. So this is a great conversation, and I really appreciate all the different perspectives. The only thing I wanted to add is that I think it's important to come back to the science behind a lot of these issues, and particularly around climate change. You know, Mike's point about flux is a good one if we're focusing on carbon sequestration. If we're focusing on carbon storage, then you know, the majority of the federal lands are storing the majority of the carbon in forests at the moment. Yes, some of them are vulnerable to fires, but even after a fire, there's still a lot of carbon stored, both in the dead wood as well as in the soil. And the carbon storage capacity on the east side is not as great as it is on the west side. So, you know, there are just a lot of nuanced pieces to these questions that we need to be taking a close look at and using the best available science to try to understand how to put all those pieces of the puzzle together to address these issues at a very large scale. So I'll just stop there, but I think we just need to be careful not to generalize too much.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I just want to thank the presenters. Mike, you and your team did a great job. Everybody did a lot of amazing work on this virtual tour. And I think we've got about 8 minutes left for any closing comments from Chair Kelly or board members or Peter.
I would also like to thank the tour host and the staff here at ODF. And I got an email from Hillary, and I want to especially thank her updating me on the last of the meetings. I was not able to attend all the planning meetings for this board tour. And I said, well, I'll just zip through that thing. And I realized that there were 21 pages I had to get through to get to the most recent modification and improvement on the tour. And that reflects over probably a year's worth of work that Claudine was instrumental in, everybody, Nate, Kyle, all figuring out how to pull this off. And so kudos to everybody, and particularly to Port Blakely for the long-term commitment to do this tour and to do it virtually because we were still in a pandemic. So thank you all very much. Excellent work.
I'll do the third round of thank yous here on behalf of the board. Thank you, presenters. We really appreciate, all of you have lots of other priorities and lots of other work to do, both the staff here as well as the presenters. So we're really deeply appreciative that you took the time with us and all the work that went into this. Thank you.
I would just echo that. This is my first board meeting and I'm impressed with all the work that went into this. And I'm honored to be in this group. So thank you all very, very much.
Okay, we are through that formal part of our agenda here, and we really want to just open it up here for a few minutes from final comments from State Forester, anyone else who's got comments on really anything throughout the day. This is our time for a little bit of open and less structured conversation.
Nothing from the Fort Blakely team, Kyle.
What was that?
I was not sure how this meeting was going to turn out, and I am really pleased with the level of engagement we got throughout this meeting. And I think we all learned a little bit about each other. I learned things about my executive team that I did not know. And so it was a very good meeting for me. So thank you all for participating.
Don't all jump in at once. Anything that was missing today? Anything that was you expected? I'm looking at you three new board members. Well, somebody at some point said, I agree with everything that's said. And I was thinking to myself, well, that's the last time that'll be happening. That might have been you, Ben.
Now, Jim, you need to be the optimist.
I just think there's a lot for all of us to learn as new board members. These are really big programs that are, coming to us in vast volumes of, when I see 900-page documents, there's a lot for us to absorb. So our learning curve is very, very high. And I think, I think the tone and the willingness of all of us as board members will learn it as quick as we can. I also think living in rural Oregon, people are more concerned about the environment today than any time I remember. They're concerned about, the smoke, human health, and these fires, and it's just more complex, and it's on a much larger scale than it's ever been in our lifetimes that we're aware of. But it also seems very dangerous and threatening when you are in rural communities and you see these fuel loads at levels that we haven't experienced before. And, when we're not managing fuel loads in canyons or not managing fuel loads on some of these government lands, it puts people in these rural communities and as neighbors in a very different situation than where they've been before. And so I just think it's so important that we listen and make sure that we're factoring in not only the health of all Oregonians, but our firefighters. And we have them on the front line and in a highly unusual situation. So I just thank the department for their leadership and what they're doing in this entire arena. And our learning curve is high, but I think we've got to make greater progress.
I just want to give a shout out. Thank you for having a small woodlands person on our board. I really appreciate that voice. And if he or anybody would like to reach out to myself and talk about small woodland ownership concerns, considerations, please feel free. Happy to engage in those conversations.
I'd love to connect. I think we have a lot in common, a lot to talk about.
Yeah, and I've been following what you're doing. So yeah. I don't have as many hardwoods as you do, but yeah, just really appreciate the board getting a small woodlands person. They actually asked me to be on the board and I looked into that and I'm like, maybe not quite yet. So today's been a great day for me to kind of watch the process and happy to engage with anybody at whatever level they would like.
We really welcome Ben and what he represents, but I think there's some credit that should go to one or two state senators who felt very strongly about having a small woodland owner, and they were really the ones responsible to make sure that we've got that representation on the board.
Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Jim, if I could, I'd just like to point out that reiterate a point that you made earlier, and that is by statute, each of us needs to represent all Oregonians. And I completely, having grown up in a rural environment as a kid and spent most of my life in rural environments, appreciate the risks that Carla mentioned, but by the same token, we also need to appreciate the views and values of people who live outside of forests, but who use forests for a variety of things. And who experience the smoke intrusions and who experience other aspects of forests. Yes, I appreciate Lindsay's work in terms of getting kids into the forest. I think that's outstanding. But the fact of the matter is there's going to be a lot of kids that never get into a forest, and they're going to grow up and they're going to have views about forests, and we need to listen to that too. So I just want to, from the standpoint of diversity, equity, and inclusion, recognize that there are communities in our states who have views and values that we don't often hear from.
Another thought I have, kind of on a different subject, but I think it's important to be thinking about as board members, and that is what our authority is and what our authority is not. And the big problem is that there tends to be a lot of confusion in the public and sometimes amongst stakeholders around that authority, because there's things that were either statements about what our authority around forest policy and all, and but and it ends up sounding to a lot of folks like we are in fact more powerful than we are in certain ways, because a lot of times power is expressed through dollars, through funding, and we are a policy board, and so you will see over and over the public or portion of stakeholders clamoring for, why don't you do this, Board of Forestry? Sometimes those are things that are clearly within our authority. Sometimes they are constrained by the Constitution of the state, and very often constrained by a lack of funding. And so, I think we need to all be clear-headed and learn exactly around that authority, so that we are able to clearly communicate as we get those requests, and not add to the confusion in any way, because you're going to see plenty of it. Does that seem right, fellow old board members?
Yeah, I agree, Jim. It's there is confusion, especially amongst stakeholders sometimes, to our authority, and you'll likely run into that with stakeholders and the public reaching out to you. And so, I guess that's just an FYI. I guess I would say I am optimistic. I'm much more optimistic than I was when my first board meeting. I'll just say that. We talked about the tone and about our discussion about learning about each other, and so I am very optimistic about the future. I'll just leave that as my final comment.
Thank you. I think I'll do my final comment as well. And I wanted to thank the panel and staff again as well. I think this has been really instructive, and echo Carla's comment that, we are on a learning curve. So thank you everyone for indulging us. I think as we continue that, I think what's been illuminating for me, and it started with this concept of how a board functions, right? And we talked about overarching planning and the forestry program for Oregon, and then we got to see these very specific tools. And then we had questions about, what are the scale of these tools and how do they fit back into those overarching goals and objectives? And I think those are all really important points, and just illustrate how important it is for us to be clear, right, about what we're trying to do in an overarching sense, and then have the different metrics, and then have the tools, and then link back and explain how the tools are advancing the metrics, or whether they're doing that. And so for some of these things, they're being, we have these tools and they're being used on a relatively small scale, but do we have a way to track those their effectiveness, and whether or not they're the right tools for us to be pushing? Like, do we need more funding for these things or not? Do we want that? Do we need to make improvements? Are there other ways that we should be increasing the pace and scale? And I think we've had those threads of conversation, our science driving these priorities when we're thinking about our tools also. I think they're just very important threads, and I'm hoping that we're able to get into that with our planning. And I'm hoping that we're going to be able to be really clear with our stakeholders about what we're trying to do and what programs and policies and tools we are using to do it. And I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations. So thank you.
I really believe in organizations being outcome focused, and part of our planning process will be looking at measurements, of course. The sad part about that, and the real conundrum, and probably why we get paid the big bucks, is in a whole lot of spheres, you can measure outcomes in pretty short order, months, years, and we are dealing with outcomes that are often decades, generations apart. And I wish it wasn't that way. I wish it was easier. But that's our reality here. That's just it.
I used to always tell my students it's not rocket science. It's a lot more complicated.
If we don't have to fill the time, I would love to be able to go home a little bit earlier than planned, but also want to make sure that anybody who still has a opportunity for a comment has that opportunity. So I'll a moment of silence, and then we're going to be adjourned here otherwise.
Okay, Jim, I'll break the silence, but I'll keep it very short.
Okay.
I am typically not the optimist in the crowd, full disclosure. But I have to say that this discussion today, where we've talked about our pasts, and we've talked about our own views about going forward, and the magnitude of some of the issues that we're grappling with, I have to say that I am optimistic that this is a great group of people. And if we work together, and I'm sure we will, we're going to be able to tackle some of these things. And the forestry program for Oregon is certainly the overarching compass that we need to send us in the right direction. So I really have enjoyed meeting you all virtually today. And I look forward to where we're going to take this thing.
Well, that sounded very reasonably optimistic, unlike my pathological optimism. But I would just one more time want to really thank the staff and the executive team and Hillary and her team. This step in the onboarding process has been, it's just such a night and day from when we came on, and just can't say enough kudos to all for what's been done here, so we do are left with reasons for optimism. With that, we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.